Not close? Sakura's smile was beginning to falter. Why are you telling me all this? Naruto glanced at her sideways. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to just pretend nothing's wrong and continue with our missions? I thought you've already figured it out, Sakura replied. So what? I can pretend I don't know. Naruto sighed and said, but now that you've suddenly decided to confess, you made things really difficult for me. Can't there be a bit of mutual understanding between us? Or perhaps a shared secret? If I don't say anything, and you don't say anything, and with Sasuke far away, who would know your secret? I'm surprised by your thinking, Sakura said, still smiling. There's nothing surprising about it. Naruto spread his hands, revealing a somewhat unfriendly smile. The so-called companions are those who accompany each other through life and death. But if Sakura's heart has gone with Sasuke, it puts me in a tough spot. I just need a companion. It makes no difference to me whether it's you or Sakura, right? Well, have you convinced yourself with that? Sakura asked with a bit of amusement, tilting her head slightly. I thought you might be angry or even have a breakdown. If you'd like, I can act that out for you now. No need, Sakura replied with a smile. Then can we start over? Let's forget everything that happened tonight, and pretend that nothing happened. Naruto's face showed a trace of unhappiness. I had carefully played dumb, but this idiot turned around and lay everything out in the open. No, I want to tell you, Naruto. Sakura shook her head. Naruto closed his eyes in despair and sighed deeply. I don't want to see anything. I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to know anything. Why do you have to tell me? Under the dim streetlight, Sakura remained silent for a long time before lifting her head, and said seriously, I want to be remembered. In case I disappear one day, I might not even leave a trace of my existence. Everyone would only remember her, not me. My memory isn't that great, and I tend to forget a lot of people and things. Naruto scratched his face, looking up at the dark sky. I might even forget by tomorrow after a good night's sleep. Upon hearing this, Sakura stepped forward and picked up a takoyaki with a bamboo skewer, offering it to Naruto. Here. Naruto stared at the takoyaki for a moment but didn't reach out to take it. What's wrong? Afraid I poisoned it? Tsunade-sama once did. You're her student, Naruto said with a look of disbelief. What if you're trying to silence someone who knows your secret? Then, do I need to take such a big risk and go through so much trouble? Maybe you just enjoy the process of committing the crime. Naruto stroked his chin and mused. Or maybe you want to satisfy some twisted desire, like killing someone with lies, watching them drown in endless hatred before they die. Sakura. You are obviously the more twisted one here. Don't worry, I know you won't tell anyone about this secret between us. She handed over the takoyaki and said, you can think of this as me trying to win your favor. Huh? Why? Naruto narrowed his eyes. Naruto-kun, you're the only one who knows that I exist. If you forget about me, then I will really cease to exist, Sakura said with a smile. I want you to remember me, Naruto. Even if I disappear one day, I want to still live on in your memories. So, there's no way I would harm you. Naruto glanced at Sakura sideways and said disdainfully, I don't believe a single word women say. Sakura's face twitched slightly and her smile froze on her face. Back at home, he opened the door. In the end, he still didn't eat the takoyaki. After saying something that shattered Sakura's composure, he turned around and left. Just thinking about Sakura now gave him chills, so there was no way he was going to get close to her. Today, he got caught, and there was nothing he could do about it. But Sakura wouldn't usually be on missions with him unless there were special circumstances. Whether it was the old Sakura or the inner Sakura, Naruto felt that it was best to stay away from a yandere with a dual personality. Sakura's situation was indeed rare, but he didn't really care. He didn't want to deal with the old Sakura, who was obsessed with Sasuke, nor the inner Sakura. If he has such free time, he'd rather spend it lying around. With a click, the lights came on, filling the living room with brightness. Kurama, get out here, Naruto called out as he walked, placing the food he had brought on the dining table. Hurry up, I brought you something to eat. Next time, you need to help me buy things. As soon as the words fell, there was movement in the room where Kurama was. Due to the absence of certain part, Kurama usually walked upright when no one was around. The way he swaggered out and opened the door was reminiscent of Tom the cat. You're the real dog here. Kurama grumbled as he deftly jumped onto the sofa, lying down while complaining. How am I supposed to buy you food? Walk around with money in my mouth like a dumb dog? You could. Get lost. Kurama scoffed. Now hurry up and present your offering to the great me. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Kurama jumped off the sofa and hurried to the kitchen, grabbing some alcohol from the fridge. With a practiced motion, he popped it open. Hey, Kurama, how about coming with me on a mission next time? Naruto suddenly suggested. Another mission with those pet-loving idiots? No thanks. After saying that, Kurama picked up the bottle of alcohol with his paws and started complaining. It probably won't be with them. Naruto ate the fried tempura, frowned, and swallowed it with difficulty. You should get out and stretch your legs. Staying cooped up at home all the time will make you rusty. As if the great me could ever be weakened by mere indulgence. Kyuubi mumbled, taking another swig. I can go, but you have to bring the booze with you. Naruto thought for a moment. Since he had a seal space, carrying a few things wouldn't be a problem. So, he readily agreed, and the matter was settled. Since the arrival of autumn, the weather in Konoha had become increasingly strange. Faced with the embarrassing situation of only having one day left of vacation, Naruto calmly devised a plan to pass the time, intending to quietly enjoy this hard-earned vacation time alone. He no longer expected anyone to be free to spend time with him at this time. After all shinobi had different schedules for their time off. He just happened to meet Ino today. He guesses that she was probably already out on another mission tomorrow, likely under Asuma's lead. The next day. Anyway, Naruto said, curled up in his thin blanket, only his head peeking out as he grinned at Kurama, as long as I'm home sleeping, no one will bother me. You're the real lazy one. Kurama muttered, taking a swig of alcohol. It's so quiet. But I have a feeling you won't be getting any sleep today. You better shut your trap. Naruto retorted. His room was wide open, and his sword was placed near the room's door. He did that so that he could draw his sword and rush to the entrance the moment there was a knock on the door. Naruto lay on his bed, boasting to Kurama, with my current strength, even Uchiha Madara would have to take a hit before leaving. Kurama gave him a disdainful look, not bothering to respond. Before noon, a sound came from the window. An ANBU member wearing an animal mask knocked on the window. The moment Naruto turned his head, he recognized the purple-haired ANBU as Azuki Yugo. Outside the window, lush green trees spread their branches, intertwining and extending to Naruto's windowsill, as if enchanted. The branches crisscrossed and twisted like a web. With an annoyed expression, Naruto, still in his pajamas, forcefully opened the window, letting a blast of cold air rush in. What? Tsunade-sama is looking for you. I'm still on vacation, I'm not going. Naruto replied irritably, no one can disturb me from resting at home. Suit yourself. Yugo replied from behind her ANBU mask as she stood up, but Tsunade-sama already predicted you'd say. She asked me to tell you that if you're not at the Hokage's office in half an hour, you'll regret it. After saying that, she jumped onto the roof and disappeared in an instant, leaving Naruto holding the quilt in a daze. After a while, Naruto reluctantly dragged his tired body out of bed. After getting dressed, he walked out of the living room with a face full of despair. Glancing at Kurama, who was still drinking, he sighed, you won't have any more booze tomorrow. You brat. Hokage Tower. Even if you were the Godem Hokage, you shouldn't be overworking a shinobi like this. I still have one more day off, damn it. Naruto was full of complaints, grumbling loudly even before entering the room. His eyes were full of resentment as he pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. The room was silent, and everyone's eyes were on the blonde who had just burst in. Behind the group, Tsunade sat at her desk with her fingers crossed, her face somewhat gloomy. Naruto immediately sensed that something was off, and when he looked around, he was also stunned. Team 3, Team 8, Team 10, everyone is here. Shikamaru's deadpan expression didn't change, but his brow twitched when Naruto barged in. Choji secretly glanced at Tsunade's gloomy face, then squinted at Naruto, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Ino looked embarrassed. She covered her face and turned her head to the window, not wanting to look at the embarrassing guy. Kiba still had that gloating look on his face as he looked at Naruto, while Shino remained unfazed. Hinata quietly whispered, Naruto-kun, but then quickly lowered her head. The innocent Lee was shocked, questioning Naruto's sanity for being so bold in front of the 5th Hokage. As for Neji, having heard some rumors, he showed no emotion. Tenten frowned as she looked at the yellow-haired boy in front of them, and recalled Naruto's terrifying look at the last moment of the mission in Land of Rivers some time ago. She felt like the person before her was somewhat unreal. Cough. Realizing he had messed up, Naruto quickly stood up straight, cleared his throat, and said seriously, Tsunade-sama, I heard that you were looking for me? Indeed, there's something for you to do. But you've also just created a problem for yourself. Tsunade said, her brows furrowed, however, I won't deal with that today. If you can't complete this mission. Naruto watched in alarm as Tsunade's expression darkened, crushing the glass in her hand with ease. He gasped, wondering if this was some terrifying, the female boss's mission. Seeing that Naruto had finally stood up straight, Tsunade's expression softened slightly. Supporting her head with one hand, she began issuing orders to the 10 shinobi present in the room. What Tsunade called a mission was the annual outdoor exercise held by the academy, led by outstanding graduating genin, which was similar in nature to the summer camp for young kids. The Godem Hokage is really too much. She cancelled my vacation just to play babysitter for kids. Naruto muttered in despair as he leaned against the wall outside the academy. The academy had selected 27 students and divided them into 9 teams. Each team was assigned a supervising genin. To put it bluntly, it was just a shinobi-themed summer camp, a glorified playdate. Starting from the academy and climbing a distant mountain would be considered a success. Naruto, looking extremely reluctant, wore an expression that said he was being forced into something against his will. Iruka, watching his former mischievous student, felt a headache coming on. He called out to Naruto several times but received no response. Because Shikamaru showed his leadership qualities during the Konoha crush and made outstanding contributions to the village's defense, he was promoted to Chunin as an exception and was spared from this babysitting mission. Shikamaru, who was standing beside Iruka, sighed with dead eyes and said, "Iruka-sensei, there's no point calling that guy that. He won't listen." What? Iruka was a little helpless when he heard that. He turned to look at Shikamaru and asked, "Shikamaru, do you have any good ideas?" "Me? I can't do anything about that guy either." Shikamaru, who was wearing a Chunin green vest, said, "But I do know someone who can." "Ino." Shikamaru suddenly called out loudly. Ino, who was standing in front of a group of young students, suddenly felt a shiver down her spine, and like a startled cat, she turned her head and glared at Shikamaru, shouting, "Don't call me. There's no one else who can bring that guy back. If he keeps messing around, we'll run out of time." Shikamaru said with a sigh, "This is such a drag. Just get him back already." "You do it yourself." Ino frowned and her cheeks felt slightly hot. "What the heck is Naruto doing?" Kiba muttered as he looked at Naruto leaning against the wall in the distance. "Hinata, go get him." "Me?" Hinata's face instantly turned crimson, and she instinctively shook her head. "Naruto-kun, he won't listen to me." The distance between them wasn't close, so Kiba only heard Shikamaru telling Ino to get Naruto, but Ino seemed to have refused. Not wanting to waste time, Kiba directly called for Hinata. "Hinata, don't hesitate. That guy is always slow and shameless, but he will respond to you." Kiba urged, "Hurry up and drag him back." "Okay." Hinata left the team formation and walked in one direction under the puzzled gazes of the three children she led. At the end of that direction was a yellow-haired boy who was leaning against the wall. It is unknown what he was thinking. Naruto, who was extremely resistant to this task, felt that Tsunade was just being crazy for forcing him to give up his vacation for this. As he leaned against the wall, trying to mentally prepare himself, he suddenly noticed someone timidly approaching him. "Hinata? Why is she here? But if it was Hinata, maybe I could take the opportunity to pretend to be sick. Given Hinata's personality, she definitely wouldn't expose me, and I could easily get out of this mission." Naruto narrowed his eyes, thinking about how to pretend to be sick and take a break, when he suddenly found that Ino had walked towards him without him noticing. Hinata, somewhat nervous, softly said, "Naruto-kun, the training mission is about to start. If you really don't want to do it, I'll do my best to help you." "You, hurry up and get going already. What are you wasting time here for? Damn it." Ino had arrived and crossed her arms over her chest. Her eyes swept across the gentle Hinata before they coldly locked onto Naruto like a dagger. Fortunately, everyone's attention was not focused on this. The group of young students from the academy were still listening attentively to Iruka explaining the rules of the exercise. Hinata was startled at first, but calmed down once she realized it was just Ino. "Alright, I'll head over now." Naruto quickly responded, sensing the awkward atmosphere and wanting to diffuse it as soon as possible. Hearing this, although Ino was unhappy, she decided to let it go and didn't push further. Just as Naruto was about to move past Hinata, he felt a gentle tug on his clothes. Turning back, he saw Hinata blushing, her breath slightly uneven, making her look incredibly adorable as she softly said, "Let me explain the exercise rules to you, Naruto-kun. You were too far away to hear them clearly." "He must have heard everything, right?" Ino chimed in, stepping closer and giving Naruto a warning look with her eyes. "Actually, I can give you a brief rundown of the rules as well." "And Naruto-kun." Hinata tried to be assertive for once, but she immediately shrank back before she could finish her words. "No need," Iruka-sensei was shouting so loudly that I heard it all. Naruto chose the safest approach and answered carefully. Even when facing Itachi, he had never been so panicked. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he glanced back and forth between the two girls, trying to gauge their reactions. Ino, seeing Hinata's demeanor, eventually softened. She shot Naruto one last fierce glare before turning and walking away. "Alright then, Naruto-kun, you should hurry back. The exercise is about to start." Hinata seemed a little nervous, her voice was a little stiff, and she also returned to her team. Shikamaru also noticed the movement over there. He called Iruka and pointed in Naruto's direction with a chuckle, looking somewhat proud and somewhat emotional. Seeing Ino approaching, he said with a chuckle, "Ino, you're still the only one who can handle him. Look, he's coming over now." "It has nothing to do with me." Ino was annoyed and embarrassed. She didn't know where to vent her anger, so she could only squint her eyes and cast one more glance in that direction. Hinata also slowly rejoined her team. No one knew what Kiba said to the three kids she was leading, which suddenly caused a chorus of teasing, making Hinata's face flush bright red. Naruto, having narrowly avoided the Shiraba, yawned and lazily strolled over to the team he was supposed to lead. It was called a team, but in fact it was just three usual kids, Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon. The three of them looked at Naruto in disbelief. He was dressed in a loose white short-sleeved shirt, khaki shorts, and even slippers. He hadn't even bothered to wear his forehead protector. He looked like he'd just rolled out of bed, leaving them speechless. Tsunade was already satisfied that she could drag him out of his vacation to perform the exercise mission, and she didn't bother to pay attention to the details. Iruka, pressed for time, was just glad Naruto wasn't causing trouble. "What's wrong with you?" Konohamaru jumped out and pointed at Naruto as he complained. Naruto glanced at Konohamaru, suddenly remembering that he had beaten the kid up once and then completely ignored him afterward. It seemed I had gone too easy on him before. As Naruto raised his hand, Konohamaru quickly shrank behind Moegi. "You little brat, show some respect for your elders," Naruto said as he lazily scratched his leg and surveyed the three of them. "Anyway, tough luck, I'm your leader now. As for strength, I'm obviously the strongest. So there's no need for a roadmap or anything like that. All you need to do is hold on to the belief that you're heading towards the finish line from the beginning." "Naruto Nichin, what you said is totally unreliable." Konohamaru cautiously peeked out from behind Moegi, and protested, "We could easily get lost." "Simple-minded fool. There is no path in this world," Naruto replied, crumpling the route map into a ball and stuffing it into his pocket, sounding as lazy as ever. "Anyway, you brats just have to follow me. Back in the day, I was known as..." Deep in the forest, Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon stood back to back, staring blankly at Naruto, who was fumbling with the route map. "We're completely lost," Konohamaru yelled in frustration. "Ni-chan, you don't even know how to read a map. What should we do now? We're totally lost." "Quiet." Naruto, taking advantage of his height, hoisted Konohamaru up and lectured him while holding the map with one hand. "Silence is a noble quality of a shinobi. If you keep making a fuss, I'll seal your mouth shut." "Konohamaru." Moegi looked at Konohamaru, who was struggling in Naruto's hands, with some concern. "Ah, got it," Naruto exclaimed, finally putting Konohamaru down. "Did you find the direction?" Udon and Moegi immediately gathered around the map. Ignoring the now grounded Konohamaru, "Let us see, which route is it?" "No route," Naruto replied, stroking his chin. Moegi and Udon fell down and groaned in frustration. "Then what's the point? We are not going to be trapped here forever, are we?" "Nope," Naruto said confidently, yanking all three of them up like pulling carrots and making them stand in line. "I've got a better idea now. Since there are 9 teams, we'll just bump into another team's route and follow them. Find someone and follow them." Konohamaru, Moegi, Udon. Naruto's unshakable confidence and shameless logic left the three kids completely stunned. They wondered how could such a chaotic thought process feel so oddly reassuring. "Let's go." Naruto tossed the route map aside and began leading Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon in a random direction. By sheer luck, they soon stumbled upon 2 teams, one ahead of them and one behind. Not far away, Ino looked at the 4 who had just emerged from the forest like a bunch of wild monkeys with a complicated expression. Hinata was leading 3 little students to look for herbs, and accidentally ran into the 2 teams led by Ino and Naruto. 3 teams, 3 different directions, but thanks to a certain blonde's outrageous move, they had all miraculously converged. "Naruto Nichin, enemy sighted. Should we engage?" Konohamaru asked loudly, already pulling out a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. As soon as these words were spoken, the 6 kids from the 2 opposing teams also became nervous and prepared to fight back. Hinata hesitated, wanting to explain the situation but feeling conflicted. According to the exercise rules, we were supposed to either avoid conflict or engage in a battle. But fighting, that kind of thing didn't seem right. No matter what, this is just an ordinary exercise for young students. Moreover, each team has been assigned a specific route, ensuring there would be time and space differences to avoid running into each other. Hinata glanced at Ino and Naruto, her lips pursed slightly as she felt a faint pang of jealousy for the first time. "But there is one thing I don't want to avoid." Ino's eyes were complicated, as she obviously realized that there were only 2 ways left. Whoever backed down first would leave the other 2 teams to continue. To give in or not to give in? "Stop spouting nonsense." Naruto grabbed Konohamaru and tossed him backward, where Moegi and Udon caught him. "This is a mountain climbing exercise, no need for battles." "Oh." Konohamaru was depressed and put away the shuriken dejectedly. "Oh, your head." Naruto shot him a glance, raising his hand threateningly. Seeing this, Konohamaru skillfully hid behind Moegi. Udon stood there in confusion, then turned to look at Konohamaru and asked, "Konohamaru, why aren't you hiding behind me? You always hide behind Moegi." "Are you dumb?" Konohamaru poked half of his head out from behind Moegi, with a look of disappointment on his face. "If I hid behind you, both of us would get beaten up together." "That makes sense." Udon scratched his head and said. Seeing Konohamaru shrink back, the other 6 academy kids collectively sighed in relief, as at least there would be no fight. In fact, none of them had ever been in a real battle yet. After throwing away Konohamaru, the brat who couldn't read the atmosphere, the scene suddenly became much more harmonious. Hinata also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to see anyone get hurt, and a warm smile appeared on her face. She looked up at the sky and mustered up the courage to speak out. It's going to rain soon. We should find a place to set up our tents and avoid getting wet. After saying this, Hinata felt her cheeks getting hot, but fortunately, she didn't blush. She cautiously looked up and noticed Naruto was looking at her. Yeah, it's going to rain. Naruto agreed, stepping forward and stopping between the two girls. He looked up at the cloudy sky and said, "This place is full of trees. Let's find a place with higher ground." "Isn't it the same as not saying anything?" Ino remarked, giving Naruto a sideways glance as her eyes flickered slightly. "There's no way 3 teams can fit into one tent, right? Technically, only 1 or maybe 2 teams could squeeze into a tent to avoid the rain. If a 3rd team shows up, someone's going to get soaked." The rumbling of thunder could already be heard overhead, faint but indicating that a downpour was imminent. The surrounding forest wasn't thick enough to offer shelter, so apart from tents, there was nowhere suitable to hide from the rain. Hinata obviously came prepared, with a small tent stashed in her ceiling scroll, but as Ino pointed out, there are 3 teams here, so a choice had to be made. It was impossible for 3 teams to squeeze into one tent, so either 2 teams would stay and squeeze in, while the other would leave, or 2 teams would leave, leaving one to temporarily shelter from the rain. Ino fell silent. The light in the forest was dim, and the moment she glanced at Naruto and Hinata, her heart ached slightly, and her gaze shrank back as if she had been electrocuted. Memories of the night of the fireworks festival flashed through her mind, especially the moment when Naruto instinctively shielded Hinata. Would he have done the same for me if it had been me instead? Her thoughts swirled like autumn leaves, chaotic in the wind of the impending rain. In that moment, she realized she wasn't as generous or understanding as she had thought, and there are some things she didn't want to give up. "The tent's too small, huh?" Naruto turned around and looked at everyone. "I've got a tent too. It's supposed to be for missions, but I guess it'll come in handy now. Let's head towards the mountaintop together. If it starts raining, we'll set up the tents." Together? Ino's expression grew more complicated. "But each team has a separate route, right? We're lost." Konohamaru stepped out from behind Moegi and interrupted. "Naruto Nichan said if we find a team and follow them, we can reach the mountaintop without trouble." "You scum." Ino glared at Naruto with disdain upon hearing that. She walked up to Naruto and pinched him hard on the waist. "You didn't listen to the rules Iruka-sensei explained, did you?" "Ah, Ino, are you trying to kill me? That's exactly how you treat scum." "I just didn't hear the rules of the exercise clearly. Is that a big deal?" Naruto gasped in pain. "Besides, I was on vacation." "Why are you so unwilling?" Ino snorted coldly. "I didn't want to come to this godforsaken place in the first place. I should be lying in bed right now, not standing here in flip-flops in the middle of nowhere. No one is forcing you to come if you don't want to. You can leave now. I'll take Konohamaru and the other 2 with me." "Can you handle 6 kids on your own?" Naruto was slightly stunned. "Besides, I'm still lost. If you are willing to take care of 3 burdens, you might as well lead me out too." "I'm not taking you. Find your own way," Ino snorted and glared at him coldly. "Then I'll just follow from behind," Naruto said with a mischievous grin, spreading his hands in a carefree manner. "You wouldn't notice it anyway." "You?" Hinata looked at Naruto, then at Ino, and suddenly became a little flustered. She felt that these 2 seemed to be arguing. However, her innate intuition as a girl told her that their relationship was good, better than hers with Naruto. "Then I'll follow Hinata," Naruto suddenly said. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. "No," Ino abruptly walked over, grabbing Hinata's hand and pulling her into her group. Hinata was bewildered, but still allowed Ino to hold her hand. "I can't let Hinata be deceived by you." Seeing this, Naruto's smile stiffened and he thought to himself, "At least leave me one option." Ino noticed Naruto's defeated expression, and a triumphant smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Clearing her throat, she said, "Anyway, you're on your own. We're not helping you." "Right, Hinata?" Hinata blinked her eyes in confusion. Facing Ino's gaze, her face showing hesitation and struggle, she lowered her head, opened her mouth, and spoke softly, Ino and Hinata each led their teams toward the mountain's peak, while Naruto trailed behind with Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon. Thunder rumbled overhead and the air felt unusually damp. "Naruto Nichan, why can't we just catch up to them?" Konohamaru complained. "I want to follow that Nei-chan, she looks more reliable." "Shut up, I'm the most reliable." Naruto pouted and said, "What do you know? This is called strategy. When it rains heavily later, they will still have to come to me for help. How could that small tent fit 8 people, really?" "Of course," Naruto declared confidently. Suddenly, with a loud thunderous, the sky darkened dramatically as if someone had switched off the lights above the clouds. A silver bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, foreshadowing the coming of a rainstorm. Hinata's and Ino's teams have already found a spot to set up their tents. The 6 kids from the academy don't take up much space, so all of them squeezed in without feeling too cramped. Instead, Naruto's group encountered a problem. "Naruto-nichan, where's the tent you promised?" As the heavy rain approached, Naruto suddenly realized he couldn't find the tent. "You didn't bring it." Konohamaru clutched his head, his face full of shock. "Naruto-nichan, what are you doing? Where's the tent? Where's my tent?" "What? Your tent?" Naruto casually picked up the approaching Konohamaru and said lazily, "Maybe I remembered it wrong and didn't bring it at all." "Then we're going to get wet in the rain," Udon said earnestly. "Are we really going to get wet in the rain?" Moegi's face showed concern. It was still sunny when we were in the village during the day. "If I had known, I would have brought a tent with me when we went out in the morning." Konohamaru continued to struggle, while Naruto squinted at the sky and said, "The forest is prone to rain. It's not something you can always predict. Anyway, let's find a place to shelter from the rain first." Another clap of thunder echoed, and Moegi screamed, squatting on the ground in fear. "Moegi, get up! We need to find a place to shelter from the rain." Konohamaru, still dangling in the air, kicked his legs and urged her. "No, thunder is so scary." Udon, who was standing nearby, walked up to Moegi and advised, "Moegi, don't be willful. A rainstorm is coming." Naruto looked calm and unhurried, scuffing his sandals on the ground before casually putting Konohamaru down. He glanced at the 3 kids, who were in complete disarray, and calmly said, "If you guys keep making a fuss like this, I'll just clock out early." Inside the tent, the 6 academy kids huddled together in the innermost part, while Ino and Hinata sat silently on the outer edge in tacit understanding, one on the left and one on the right, with their heads lowered. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Ino spoke first, breaking the silence. "This is kind of like an exam too, isn't it?" "Huh, what?" Hinata, lost in thought, was startled by Ino's sudden voice and became a little flustered. "Sorry, I was distracted just now," Hinata apologized softly. "No need to apologize for that, it's okay." Ino felt a bit embarrassed for scaring her, but couldn't help her thoughts from wandering. Hinata was probably worried about that guy, which is why she was distracted. "Damn it, why do I feel a little jealous? Why does that guy deserve to be thought of like this? Anyway, I'm definitely not worried about him. A scum like that deserves to be caught in the rain. He might as well be struck to death by lightning. Serves him right for always taking advantage of girls and being so shameless." "What do you mean by an exam, Ino?" Hinata asked gently, smiling slightly as she looked up. "Are you referring to the outcome of this exercise?" "Yeah, I don't think this is just about leading these kids in an exercise." Ino glanced at the dark sky outside and analyzed seriously, "Hinata, you also encountered traps and academy's teachers disguised as bandits on the way, right?" We ran into them, but we got through smoothly." Hinata nodded, pursed her lips and thought for a moment, then lowered her head and said, "It wasn't too difficult." "It's indeed not difficult, but if we weren't prepared, we probably would have been thrown into chaos. And that kind of unexpected situation can better demonstrate the leadership ability of a genin. So, I think this should be linked to our regular genin assessments, and used as an assessment indicator for promotion to chunin," Ino said methodically. "If that's the case, arriving on time will count as passing, right?" Hinata asked. "Yeah, so once the rain stops, we'll need to start moving again," Ino said without reservation. "Rain in the forest is sudden and quick, so it won't last long." "Thank you, Ino," Hinata said sincerely. "You don't have to be so polite," Ino smiled, then glanced outside the tent. "And you don't have to worry about that guy. He can get there safely if he follows us." "No, I'm not worried about Naruto-kun," Hinata blushed. "Ino. But that bastard doesn't seem to care about the chunin exams at all. Knowing him, he probably wouldn't take it seriously even if he knew about it. He just wants to get it over with and go home to sleep." "Naruto-kun wasn't always like this." Hinata raised her head, her face slightly red. "He used to be really enthusiastic, but I don't know what happened and he suddenly became like this now. I didn't pay much attention to it before." Ino frowned. "Anyway, that guy has become particularly annoying since the days before graduation." "But Hinata, you should have known that guy for a long time, right?" Hinata." Ino suddenly called out to her, "What's wrong?" Hinata looked at Ino, her eyes reflecting a calm light, but the next moment, her composure was shaken by Ino's words. "Do you think his previous personality was better, or do you prefer his current lazy attitude?" Ino asked casually, though she wasn't just asking about personality. She glanced at Hinata and then paused. Everyone faces questions like these, whether they like a person for their personality or something else. People change. It's like when a celebrity's reputation collapses and the halo that was originally surrounding them disappears. When a celebrity becomes a completely different person, it's understandable that people quickly stop being their fans. Because when the personality changes, it's almost like becoming another person. Only the physical appearance and memories remain unchanged. Hinata stayed silent for a while, then lowered her gaze, curling up and hugging her legs as she muttered vaguely, "I guess." The tent was unusually quiet, and the 6 academy kids huddled inside, holding their breath as they listened to the conversation between the two older girls at the entrance. Thunder rumbled, and mountain winds rustled through the forest. A little girl lowered her voice and whispered, "I think our big sister seems to like that big brother with golden hair." "No, it's the other big sister. But they're both talking about him, could it be?" "How is that possible? That kind of thing can't happen. Adults wouldn't do something like that." With a loud sound, the rain began to pour, making the tent rustle. The 6 kids gasped in unison, amazed by the sound, their ears perking up to listen intently, finding everything fascinating. Hinata's thoughts were interrupted by the sudden downpour, and she momentarily didn't know what to say. Suddenly, they heard hurried footsteps outside the tent. Hinata and Ino looked outside and saw a blurry figure approaching the tent quickly. "What is that? It looks like a person." Ino was also a little unsure. Although it was still afternoon, the visibility in the forest was already low, and with the approaching rain, the area outside the tent was a gray blur. The shadowy figure was soaking wet. Before the person even stopped, a voice called out, "There is no tent, so take her in." As the figure bent down and pushed someone into the tent, Ino recognized Moegi by the light. Without time for questions, she and Hinata quickly pulled Moegi inside. The tent, which was originally not too crowded, suddenly became a bit cramped with Moegi's arrival. Naruto, crouching and holding the tent from outside, was completely soaked. "Where are the other two?" Ino asked, referring to Konohamaru and Udon. "Naruto-kun, let those two come over as well," Hinata said. "No need." Naruto flatly rejected the idea, his blue eyes staring at the still sobbing Moegi. "The two of them will come with me to find a cave to shelter from the rain." Moegi flinched when she heard this. "How can that be? If they get drenched?" Hinata began to express her concern. "It can be," Naruto said coldly, which surprised Hinata slightly. She looked up at Naruto, but found that his eyes never left Moegi. "Moegi." His eyes were cold and his voice was calm. "It's useless for a shinobi to just cry. I'll take Konohamaru and Udon with me. It doesn't matter if it rains. I won't bring them here. They have to clean up the mess for you. Just follow these two sisters. We'll talk after the exerant." Ino looked up at Naruto, who was drenched. In his emotionless eyes, she saw the tent, Moegi, herself, and Hinata reflected. After saying that, Naruto left without another word. Moegi couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Hinata and Ino exchanged glances before quickly looking away. Hinata suddenly felt that Ino's question was sharp enough that she could no longer numb or ignore her true feelings. Is it the person or the character that she likes? After that look outside the tent, she was certain that Naruto would never return to the way he was before. The person who was always warm and bright was gone. She realized that she couldn't avoid this question, even if she could slyly give a vague answer, pretending not to understand. But when the night grew quiet and there was no one around, those thoughts would creep up to the edge of her bed, mercilessly questioning her, leaving her with no escape. Inside the crowded tent, the light was bright. Hinata stared out at the pouring rain, lost in thought, while Ino also frowned, feeling a bit uneasy as she listened to the sound of the rain hitting the tent. A rustling sound caught Hinata's attention, and she looked up to see Ino getting up. She was slightly stunned. She didn't ask Ino where she was planning to go in such a heavy rain. Instead, she turned around and looked at the 7 kids inside the tent. Hinata tried to make her voice as gentle as possible, smiling as she usually did. "Stay here and don't run around, okay? When the rain stops, we will come back to check if you are well behaved." "Big sister, are you two going out?" Ino looked at Hinata with some surprise, but didn't say anything. She forced a smile in response. "I suddenly remembered that there are still some things I haven't done." "Right," Hinata added, "there were some things I wanted to verify personally. Maybe now is not the best opportunity, but she doesn't want Ino to go see Naruto alone." The unease in her heart was growing. Any more unexpected events, and things might develop in a direction she wouldn't like. The tent opened slightly and the 2 girls left in the pouring rain. Outside a cave not far from the tent, with a splash, a puddle was stomped on, sending water splashing half a meter high. "Naruto Nichan, there's a cave ahead. Hurry, get inside." Naruto felt his underwear was soaked, and his sandals were slowing him down. "It's no good, it's on a cliff, it's too high," Udon shouted. "What are you afraid of? You got me, haven't you?" Naruto yelled back. "But Naruto Nichan, didn't Iruka-sensei say that we cannot rely on the power of the leading genin?" Konohamaru asked as he ran, glancing back. "I didn't hear it at all, so it doesn't count." Naruto wiped the rain off his face. "Shinobi can't be too rigid. Moegi is a special case. Let's get up there first." After saying that, he grabbed Konohamaru and Udon, one in each hand, and climbed up the cliff. When they entered the cave, the 3 of them realized that they were soaked to the bone. Naruto pulled out some firewood he had bought, and with a flash of lava release, the fire ignited with a bang. Konohamaru took off his coat while hopping on one foot. Fortunately, it is not late autumn yet, so the temperature around wasn't too low. "Actually, I have a tent." As they sat down by the fire, Naruto's first sentence left Konohamaru and Udon stunned. What? Konohamaru stared at Naruto in a daze, his lips trembling slightly. Naruto Nichan, you did this on purpose. Why didn't you take out the tent if you have one? Udon nodded, echoing the sentiment. Naruto looked irritated. What's the big deal about getting a little wet? Do you think it'll melt you? The firelight flickered in Naruto's eyes as he spoke lazily. I may not be the most responsible, but being too responsible doesn't do you any favors either. I've always thought this summer camp-like mission from the academy is stupid, like some kind of shinobi playing house. How can you discover any real issues by following a set plan? If everything is prepared for you, what's the point of being a shinobi? And Moegi? Moegi didn't do it on purpose. She just acts like that sometimes, Konohamaru explained. I didn't say anything bad about Moegi. At her age, she is allowed to be a bit willful, but I hope she can learn and grow from this experience, Naruto said. After today, who knows when we'll see each other again. But since I'm your team leader, even if just for a day, I'll teach you what I can within that time. Konohamaru and Udon lowered their heads as the firelight flickered on their faces. Don't look so down. I wasn't planning on bothering with you kids. I just have too much free time, Naruto said. Yes. The two responded. Konohamaru, do you think Moegi will be mad? Udon poked Konohamaru and asked in a low voice. Who knows? When we get back, she might complain again. Konohamaru sighed. Let's wait and see. Hopefully, Moegi won't lose her temper again. Naruto placed his clothes near the fire to dry, glancing at the whispering Konohamaru and Udon before turning back to the blazing flames. He couldn't help but rolled his eyes at this moment. No wonder Tsunade had insisted on canceling my break just to ensure I joined these Konoha's young students on their summer camp. Even the team assignments were meticulously planned. She really spared no effort in stacking connections for me. But Naruto didn't really want these bonds. Besides roughing up Konohamaru a bit, he hadn't had much interaction with these heirs of prominent clans. But obviously Tsunade didn't think so. She didn't know that he had already released Kyuubi and is no longer a Jinchuriki. Even if the next Hokage is not from Hiruzen's lineage, they will not be able to do anything to him. But Naruto wasn't clueless either. Tsunade's intentions were obvious, practically blatant favoritism. Whether it was through temporary assignments or this summer camp, she was continuously stacking social connections on him, trying to pile the entire legacy left by Sandaime onto Naruto. The method was crude, but it was undoubtedly effective. Naruto couldn't let Tsunade's goodwill go to waste. The Konoha 12 are basically the backbone of Konoha, except for Sasuke. In addition, he has now established good relations with the descendants of the Sarutobi clan, the Kazamatsuri clan, and the Aiz clan. No matter what the situation will be in the future, Uzumaki Naruto's position in Konoha will be unshakable. Moreover, Tsunade wasn't aware of any hidden conspiracies in the shinobi world. She was just standing from the perspective of a Hokage and trying to channel resources towards him as much as possible. Although Naruto was somewhat reluctant, he still put some effort into helping the kids. Although his methods are a bit extreme, it was just to get the job done. Even if Moegi ended up resenting him, it didn't matter. It wasn't manipulation, it's just that the routine has been used to win people's hearts since ancient times and it has always worked. For now, instead of thinking about all that mess, he needed to think about how to report back to his hot-tempered blonde superior. After all, the results weren't stellar, but they were still acceptable. Just as he was thinking about his excuse, Konohamaru's sudden exclamation interrupted his thoughts. Naruto Nichan, those two sisters are coming through the rain. Huh? Naruto, who had been sitting shirtless, immediately stood up and quickly walked to the edge of the cave on the cliff. Looking down, he saw two figures making their way toward the firelight on the cliff. What are they doing? Naruto hurriedly grabbed his half-dried clothes by the fire and put them on, then immediately jumped down the cliff. The heavy rain did not last long, and the three teams reached the mountaintop at the same time, completing their training mission. After giving a head-ups to Iruka, Naruto, who was soaked all over, walked towards the two women who were also drenched in the rain. With a pair of dead fish eyes on his face, he said helplessly, "Whatever you need to say, let's talk later. Let's go, my home is closer." The situation was turning a bit awkward, totally different from what they had imagined. Ino turned her head away, while Hinata looked down at her shoes. HMPH, Ino turned her head with a huff. Naruto wasn't too worried about Ino objecting, after all, she even had a key to his place. As for Hinata, he didn't force her, but no matter what, she had braved the rain out of concern for him. If she was too shy, he could always offer some medicine to ward off the cold. Fortunately, the rain didn't last long, otherwise, before they even reached the mountaintop, Ino and Hinata would have been completely soaked. Right now, the most important thing was to take a warm bath, drive away the chill, and wrap themselves in a blanket. Only then would Naruto's guilt ease a bit. This place is not far from the village. If we rush back now, mine is indeed the closest place, Naruto said with a rare look of concern. The Hyuga clan's compound and Yamanaka flower shop are too far from here. Besides, I have everything you need, and also, there are 2 of you and 3 of us, so there's nothing to worry about. You're not going to let shyness make you catch a cold just to tough it out and go home, are you? Sweet talker, Hinata, let's go. Don't believe this foot fetishist. Ino grabbed Hinata and was about to leave. Hearing this, Naruto's face darkened and he immediately grabbed Ino. Let me go. Ino's body trembled, and without realizing it, her voice carried a hint of vulnerability. Not this time. Naruto sighed in his heart. He really wanted to be a good guy, but reality always seemed to force his hand. He exhaled and stared at Ino's face for a while. Ino, you wouldn't want to. Before he could finish, Ino was already upset. Damn it. He had too much leverage over me. I had no choice but to give in. Don't say another word. Ino was a little overwhelmed. She let go of Hinata, covered her head, and gritted her teeth in frustration. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Naruto couldn't help but grin, and then, he turned to look at Hinata. Hinata, what about you? Hinata hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. This surprised Naruto a little. Ino also glanced at Hinata, her eyes showing a mix of surprise and jealousy. With a clatter, the apartment door lock turned. Kurama, sprawled lazily on the sofa, groggily raised his head, squinting like a middle-aged man with a hangover as he peered outside. Then, he saw the familiar blonde hair. There were also 2 girls with familiar faces, both of whom he had seen before. Kurama's heart sank and he cursed in his mind. That brat isn't seriously planning to make me do backflips, is he? And with 2 at once? What a beast, he's getting too wild. Thankfully, Naruto paid no attention to Kurama lying around and headed straight into the bathroom to run some hot water. Hinata, who was standing outside the door, blushed deeply. She bowed slightly at the entrance and closed her eyes, muttering a soft, "Excuse me," before stepping inside. But when she looked up, she saw that Ino was already comfortably changing her shoes at the entrance. The moment their eyes met, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Hinata lowered her head, walked into the entrance, and forced a smile. She lowered her head and silently changed her shoes. The wet clothes stuck to her body, but not becoming see-through. Ino's feet were long, slender, and slightly delicate, with a fair, pinkish hue. As they stepped steadily onto the floor, they were the kind of feet that could almost be considered picture-perfect. Hinata's feet, on the other hand, were more like jade, small and plump, with a texture as smooth as mud and fat jade. The moment the 2 of them stepped onto the floor barefoot, Naruto had just finished adjusting the water temperature and walked out. When he saw this breathtaking sight, he couldn't take his eyes off it. Hinata, feeling shy, instinctively stepped back behind Ino. Naruto finally came back to his senses and couldn't help but chuckled awkwardly. He cleared his throat and said, sorry, the floor isn't cleaned properly, my bad. Tisk. Ino looked at him with contempt and said sarcastically, is it the floor that's not clean, or is it your dirty mind? Die, you foot fetishist, Naruto. Go take a bath first. It's best if you bathe together since you're both girls. If you wait any longer, one of you is bound to catch a cold. Mind your own business. Ino pulled Hinata towards the bathroom. You'd better stay away from the bathroom, you pervert. Don't eavesdrop, and don't imagine dirty things in your mind. Don't worry, I won't. Naruto responded lazily, I have no interest in doing anything like that. Hinata, who was being dragged away, blushed furiously, listening to them take a bath. That kind of thing. It's not that she hated the idea, but she had no concept of such things. Or rather, she couldn't even imagine Naruto. Hey, Ino suddenly turned around before entering the bathroom and shouted at Naruto, what about you? What about me? You're soaked too. If you don't take a bath, you'll catch a cold, Ino said with a frown. So, can I join you girls? Go to hell. I'll just change into some dry clothes. Naruto waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk towards the room. Kurama, who was lying motionless on its little sofa, watched the situation unfold and felt increasingly uneasy. He had already prepared a few excuses to refuse Naruto's request for backflips. Maybe he can say that his legs are hurting, or he's in a bad mood today, or some other reason that were impossible to argue with. In the bathroom, Ino was sorting the wet clothes and tossing them into the washing machine, while setting aside some delicate items that needed to be hand-washed. There's heater in the bathroom, so it wasn't cold at all. Just as she was about to hop into the bathtub after a quick shower, she noticed Hinata standing there, drenched and unmoving. What's wrong, Hinata? Ino walked up to Hinata and reached out to touch her forehead. Are you feeling unwell? No. Hinata's face was flushed with embarrassment. She glanced at Ino nervously and said, I feel fine. Huh? Ino looked at Hinata curiously. Your clothes are soaked through. If you don't change out of them, you'll catch a cold. Hinata looked embarrassed and said in a low voice, I'm too shy. What's there to be shy about? Aren't we both girls? Ino smiled. See? I don't feel embarrassed at all. Trust me, just change out of them, or you'll get sick. Hearing this, Hinata looked at Ino and nodded. Hinata imitated Ino's actions, tossing her outer clothes into the washing machine and setting aside the delicate items. She walked to the shower head somewhat embarrassedly and sat on the small stool with her eyes half closed. The mist-filled bathroom had 2 small stools and 1 shower head. Ino and Hinata took turns lathering up with shampoo and conditioner, washing their hair. After washing their hair, they carefully lathered their bodies with shower gel, rinsed off, and then got into the bath. The tub was large enough to accommodate both of them. It took over half an hour just for them to wash their hair and bodies, during which they chatted about various girly topics. When Ino's curious gaze fell on a certain part of Hinata's body, Hinata instinctively crossed her arms and her face flushed bright red. Nothing. Ino quickly turned her head away, her face flushed red. Oh, Naruto showed a teddy bear-like expression that said, "I understand," and then quickly took a few steps back. Ino, clearly flustered, straightened up in an instant, her voice filled with shame and anger. "What do you mean? Oh, you pervert, jerk, foot fetishist, scumbag. Thanks for the compliment. That wasn't a compliment. You." Ino was at her wit's end. She pinched her bathrobe with one hand and pointed at Naruto with the other, her finger trembling slightly with anger. Naruto, sensing her frustration, smiled but didn't push further. He turned and walked into the kitchen, his voice trailing behind him. "Take a seat for now. I made some hot soup to ward off the cold. By the time you finish it, your clothes should be dry." Ino and Hinata exchanged glances before silently looking away. Neither of them is the kind of person who is willing to hurt others, but they are also resilient. If there is a thorn in their heart, they are willing to let it grow slowly, but when they think the time is right, they will remove it without hesitation. During the long time they spent in the bathroom, Ino and Hinata had found a vague answer to their inner questions. However, the answer only existed in their minds and had no impact on the real world. Naruto had no idea what they had discussed, and assumed it was just typical girl talk. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have thought much of it. After all, people's thoughts are numerous and can change at any time. All he needed to do was continue living his life as he always had. No expectations meant no disappointments. It's best not to place too much hope in others. At the dining table, "You'll feel better if you drink some soup." Naruto ladled soup into 2 bowls, sliding them in front of Ino and Hinata, who were seated a little apart. The 3 of them formed a long, narrowed triangle at the table. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, and thin wisps of steam began to rise from the table. He belatedly raised his head and looked at the 2 women. Through the rising steam, he saw their somewhat stiff expressions, like the tired faces of 2 friends who weren't very close, forced to drop their facades after a long, loud day. Outside on the balcony, the sky was darkening. The empty living room was quieter than it had ever been. The apartment door was closed tightly, sealing out the hustle and bustle of Konoha's streets, the distant sounds barely audible. Naruto glanced at the 3 bowls of hot soup on the table, and tapped the table lightly. He then spoke half-jokingly as he ignored the tense atmosphere. "If anyone doesn't drink their soup, for the sake of your health, you'll have to stay here overnight for observation." The silence was so intense you could hear a pin drop. Hinata kept her head down, not moving at all. But Naruto was certain both girls had heard him clearly. Finally, Ino looked at him, her eyes misty and her voice frighteningly soft. "You." With a hoarse voice as if crying, her expression was completely different from the confident, outgoing Ino Naruto usually knew. Naruto was momentarily stunned, but he did not avoid her gaze. He raised his eyes and looked at Ino seriously. Although he had no idea what was bothering Ino, he knew that hesitating now would be a mistake. "What's wrong? I've been struggling with something." Ino's spirit seemed to wane, and tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over. For the first time, Naruto saw an expression completely different from usual on Ino's face. Her eyes were watery, filled with a mix of anguish and pleading. It seemed that she could no longer tolerate Naruto's feigned ignorance. Although there wasn't an immediate need to clarify everything now, she still wanted to know how Naruto felt about her. Just as Ino was about to speak, Hinata suddenly reached for the hot soup and began drinking it in silence, 1 spoonful at a time. She didn't say a word, just focused on finishing the soup, as if she were completing a task, racing against time. Seeing this, Ino's words were caught in her throat. She opened her mouth but no sound came out. Hinata, having finished her soup, stood up with her head lowered and spoke softly. "Sorry, Naruto-kun, Ino, I need to go back." With that said, Hinata quickly wrapped her bathrobe around herself and hurried into the bathroom. Only Ino and Naruto were left sitting at the dining table. After a moment, Ino also stood up abruptly, and muttered quietly, "I'm going back too." Then, she went into the bathroom to retrieve her dried clothes. By the time she came inside, Hinata had already changed and was heading out, bowing slightly to Naruto before rushing out the door, almost as if she were fleeing. Naruto covered his face and took a deep breath. He suddenly realized that something extraordinary must have happened between the 2 girls, but now, it seemed pointless to ask about it. Not long after, Ino also came out. She didn't say goodbye, she just gave Naruto a deep look, let a single tear fall, pressed her lips together, and left. The living room was now eerily quiet, with Naruto staring at a pot of hot soup. After a moment of silence, Kurama peeked his head out from the direction of the balcony, locking eyes with Naruto's deep blue eyes. "Hey, kid, where did your two owners go?" Kurama's comment was as tactless as ever. "They left." Naruto responded calmly. He wasn't angry, or rather, there was nothing to be angry about. Naruto had not lost anything in the current situation. No matter what Ino and Hinata thought, it would not affect him. Things would be as they were meant to be. There was no need for him to make any promises or sacrifices at this age. Whether he continued playing dumb or genuinely didn't care is fine. In short, do nothing and you won't go wrong. They left? Were they angry? Then what about my future drinks? Kurama, simple and straightforward, didn't care about human emotions. He only cares about his booze. Well, there won't be any booze to drink in the future. Naruto lowered his head to drink the soup, and after a few sips, he looked at Kurama standing by the balcony door and called out, "Hey, Kurama, come drink some soup. You might want to finish it before we can't afford it anymore." But before he could finish his words, Naruto saw Kurama silently retreat back to the balcony, closing the sliding door behind him without a word and starting to practice backflips. Seeing this, Naruto stroked his chin and stopped drinking the soup. He simply stood up and walked over to the balcony, squatting next to Kurama to watch his backflips from every angle. After all, while he could always win back the girls later, seeing Kurama attempt backflips was a once-in-a-lifetime event, possibly not to be repeated for hundreds of years. "What are you doing?" Kurama stopped his backflip and asked seriously. "Watching you do backflips." Naruto squatted on the ground and watched intently. "I wish I could record it, but unfortunately, I don't have a camera." "HMPH, Kurama scoffed and glanced at Naruto with disdain. "What do you know? You think I'm just doing this for fun? This is all part of my grand plan to dominate you pathetic humans and make you offer up more booze?" "Oh, that makes sense. You're the best, Kurama, always thinking on another level." Naruto nodded approvingly. "Then why are you just standing there?" Kurama glanced at Naruto. "Come practice with me." Hearing this, Naruto actually stroked his chin and thought for a while. After a moment, he stood up, left a word, "stupid dog," and returned to the living room. The next day, as expected, Tsunade sent someone to find Naruto, not for anything else, but for his mission report on the exercise at the academy. "Sloppy. Extremely sloppy, Uzumaki Naruto. Do you even want to take a look at what you wrote?" With a loud slap, Tsunade threw a hastily scribbled mission report onto her desk, glaring at Naruto, who showed innocent look. "I didn't give you any missions, and you begged for them. Now that I've assigned you one, this is the attitude you show? Uzumaki Naruto, what do you want to do? Are you looking to get yourself killed, brat?" "I've already done my best to complete the mission." Naruto spread his hands and began to argue. "Tsunade-sama, you should be well aware of it. The report handed over by Moegi mentioned my guidance to her." Hearing this, Tsunade calmed down a bit, patiently extracting a document from the towering pile of paperwork on her desk. "Guidance? You call that guidance?" Tsunade's face looked as though she'd just bitten into a sour plum. She wanted to lash out but was helpless. However, Moegi's mission report did mention Naruto's guidance. But it could only barely be considered guidance, as it mostly involved punishing Konohamaru and Udon to teach Moegi a lesson. The method was crude, but the effect was quite remarkable. After grinding her teeth for a while, Tsunade pulled out Konohamaru and Udon's mission reports. After glancing at it and seeing the part about Moegi's apology, the tight furrow between her brows finally relaxed. "What works as guidance, isn't it?" Naruto said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Tsunade set down the files in her hand and stacked Konohamaru and his team's mission reports with Naruto's. She stared at Naruto with complicated eyes and said with her red lips slightly parted, "If you have time, you should spend more time with the younger generations. It's rare to hear such words from your mouth, Tsunade-sama." "Huh?" Tsunade's face immediately darkened and she clenched her fist. "Who do you think I'm doing this for? Do you think I'm doing all of this for my benefit? Say one more word, and you'll be crawling out of here today." Hearing this, Naruto immediately fell silent, like a mouse before a cat. Since taking up the position of the Godem Hokage, Tsunade had become increasingly irritable. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming tasks and mess left by Sandaime that she had to deal with right after taking office. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to keep their composure either. After 3 minutes of silence, Tsunade finally grew impatient. Leaning on her desk with her head propped up, she looked at Naruto and said with disgust, "Since you're not willing to build a relationship with Konohamaru and the others, then just forget it. There's still a backlog of missions in the village. You, Hyuga Neji, and Tenten can go complete the mission in the Land of Birds. What about Lee? He and Guy have another mission," Tsunade said perfunctorily. "But I still have one day off," Naruto insisted, unwilling to give up on a day of relaxation. At the desk, Tsunade's eyebrows twitched slightly, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. She beckoned Naruto over with a wave of her hand. Naruto, a bit puzzled, walked over. "What is it?" Ah! A scream rang out as Naruto was flung out of the office with a loud crash. Along with him, a neatly written mission request form flew out as well. The cursed warrior of the land of birds. Walking down the street, Naruto squinted as he flipped the mission request form back and forth, finally sensing something unusual. Although the land of birds is just a small country, but investigating the assassination of daimyo by the cursed warrior, it's clear that this is not simple. Isn't this basically meddling in another country's internal affairs? If it wasn't for profit, who would have the time to assassinate a daimyo? The dense sunlight filtered through the tree leaves, casting shadows behind Naruto's heels. Naruto instinctively turned his head when he noticed someone was following him. Why are you here? Have things between us gotten so cold that you don't even call my name anymore? Sakura asked softly, holding a lunchbox. On the bustling street, Sakura's eyes were filled with a gentle smile. Her pink hair fluttered in the autumn breeze, and her pale arms naturally hung in front of her chest. The passers-by around them seemed to fade away, and the noisy sounds of the street gradually diminished. If Sakura's heart was still the normal shade of pink, even if Naruto was in love, he would still find this scene extremely pleasing to the eye. But the thought of Sakura silently appearing behind him sent a shiver down his spine. A yandere's Sakura was far too terrifying. This couldn't go on. Taking a deep breath, he decided to clear things up right here and now. Can you act normal? I'm acting normal, aren't I? Don't you like it? Sakura leaned forward slightly and said with a smile, or do you think I'm not really Sakura? Whether you are or not doesn't matter. I'm not some omnipotent being, I can't control that kind of thing. Naruto sighed. Whether it's the original Sakura or you, it's not up to me to decide what happens. How things turn out, or how you continue to exist, is up to you. I can't intervene, nor do I have any interest in doing so. I still stand by what I said. I don't want to see anything, I don't want to know anything. Hearing this, Sakura didn't get upset and there was still a smile in her eyes. Don't be so sure, there's always something about me that will interest you. Like what? He said calmly, let me be clear first, I have no interest in your body, so don't try using that weak excuse to shut me up. Sakura was slightly stunned and stood there thinking for a while. For example, the body standing before you is still Sakura, but inside, it's someone else. And I'm using her body to tell you, Naruto-kun, you can use this body however you like. I'd be very happy, wouldn't you find that exciting? Naruto. Damn it, have you joined some kind of cult? Nope. I just want to win your favor. Sakura retracted her body from leaning forward, her eyes smiling. I want you to remember me. I don't care at all. Why are you so insistent on making me remember you? Naruto said in exasperation. Why don't you just confess to someone else? But that would be meaningless. Sakura said. Meaningless? Naruto frowned, clearly confused. Naruto, don't you think this is more interesting? Sakura asked, wiggling her fingers playfully. Naruto-kun has always liked Sakura, right? Not that much, we're just teammates. That makes it even more interesting. Don't you think so, Naruto-kun? Sakura said with a chuckle, when the day comes that I disappear, she will find that her body has become Naruto-kun's, yet you were just companions filled with bonds. Naruto looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, I really want to give you a smack. That's okay. The smile in Sakura's eyes deepened, I'd like that too. Naruto-kun, did your heart skip a beat just now? Not at all, I was actually a bit scared. Naruto took a step back and said, can you act normal? You're a little scary like this. If I act normal, would you like me more because I resemble her? No, Naruto was speechless, thinking to himself, what kind of absurd logic is that? Are you going to abandon me? We're not even in a relationship? Isn't just the body enough? Is the mind really that important? Sakura said weakly. This has nothing to do with that, you don't need to do this, Naruto said. I can accept asterisk. Talking with this Sakura was exhausting, so Naruto decided it was time to make an exit. I feel like you're toying with me, Sakura. Naruto said with a bit of helplessness, I still have a mission to complete, so I need to go now. Take this. Sakura handed over the lunchbox. Naruto didn't take it, instead, he frowned and stared at the lunchbox. You definitely poisoned it last time, didn't you? There's no poison this time, she said with a smile. Naruto clicked his tongue and stared at Sakura with a dark gaze. There's definitely something weird mixed in there, right? Sakura smiled but didn't say anything. After finally shaking off the strange Sakura, Naruto went home, tidied up briefly, and as usual, did not take Kurama with him. This mission wasn't suitable for bringing Kurama along, not because Kurama's appearance would cause trouble, but because the land of birds was too small. Kurama could cause a national-level disaster by just doing something minor. Based on the principle of not causing trouble for himself, he left Kurama at home. Before leaving, Naruto grabbed the doorknob and spoke seriously to Kurama, who was lounging lazily in the living room. Kurama, I'm off to work to pay off debts. Be sure to practice your backflips at home. If I don't make it back, they'll probably adopt you. Upon hearing this, Kurama, who was sprawled out on the sofa, poked its head out and looked towards the door, asking, Really? Then that means I'll have endless booze? Of course it's true. Considering how much they miss me, they'll definitely treat you well. Kurama smiled and said, Brat, you'd better die outside. I might actually acknowledge your death. I'll do my best. With that, the door closed with a bang, and the sound of footsteps gradually faded away. The living room returned to its quiet state. Kurama's smile slowly disappeared as he shrank back into the sofa. In the dim living room, with the curtains tightly drawn, he stared blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, he jumped off the sofa, stood up, and walked to the balcony to pull open the curtains. The soft autumn sunlight flooded the living room, making Kurama squint his eyes. He then entered Naruto's room and began rummaging through his things. From the pile of Icha books, Kurama carefully found and extracted a large photo that Naruto used when he registered as a shinobi. Afterward, he cautiously brought it out of the room. Kurama lit 3 sticks of incense, skillfully blew on them, and the tips burned bright red. Rest in peace, kid. After muttering this, Kurama solemnly placed the 3 sticks of incense in front of a photo frame with Naruto's large photo. What he found lacking was that the photo wasn't in black and white. Meanwhile, Naruto had already met up with Tenten and Neji. Even though luck hadn't been on his side yesterday or today, Naruto still looked like his usual self, as if nothing could weigh on his mind. If something can't be changed at the moment, don't dwell on it too much. First, take care of the present matters, then return to handle the leftover issues when there's free time. Most of the time, many problems will be resolved smoothly this way. Human thoughts are complex, let alone a young girl's feelings. Expressing love shouldn't be done from a high position, nor from a lowly one, it should be done on equal footing. The deeper the love in one's heart, the calmer one should appear on the surface. Otherwise, what often bursts out isn't love, but merely a momentary impulse. Confessing love doesn't require fanfare, nor should it be hidden in a corner away from everyone. It should be laid out in the open, unafraid of being discovered by anyone. On the way, Naruto voiced his doubts. This client doesn't seem very smart. Is this really reliable? The person's pupils widened slightly, and he was accidentally tripped by a stone on the road and fell heavily to the ground. Hiss, Chishima, are you okay? Tenten stopped walking and turned back, looking at the fallen person with concern. I'm fine. The person named Chishima quickly lifted his head and forced a smile, even though blood was clearly flowing from his forehead. So weak. Naruto, standing aside with his arms crossed, looked at the glasses-wearing Chishima, who looked a lot like Shinpachi, and mercilessly mocked him. Sorry. Chishima apologized in fear. At this time, there was blood on his face. Seeing this, Naruto thought to himself, he had the face of Shinpachi, but not Shinpachi's sarcastic soul. I know the mission reward isn't enough, but I don't have any more money. We didn't talk about the issue of remuneration. Tenten awkwardly tried to defuse the situation. This little money is going to make it hard for us. Naruto added fuel to the fire. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Chishima was almost ready to bow his head in apology. Naruto, stop scaring him. Tenten glared at Naruto, who whistled and walked away toward Neji. I'm sorry. Chishima knelt on the ground, too afraid to raise his head. It's okay, that's just how he is, he was only joking. Tenten, feeling a bit of a headache, handed Chishima a towel and forced a smile to comfort him. Since Konoha has accepted the mission, we'll definitely do our best. Thank you so much. Chishima looked extremely grateful. Meanwhile, Naruto called out to Neji, who noticeably froze for a moment when he turned around. It seemed that he recalled some unpleasant memories, and his expression immediately turned sour. He remembered that the last time Naruto called him like that, they ended up tying up the client like a dumpling. As luck would have it, he teamed up with this lawless temporary worker again. Looking at the smiling face of the lawless maniac, Neji's heart suddenly trembled. This guy, something seems off. Naruto patted Neji's shoulder and said with a smacking mouth. What's off? Neji asked patiently. Everything's off. Naruto glanced at the Shinpachi lookalike, Chishima, and said, that guy mentioned in the mission request that the cursed warrior assassinated the former daimyo, and now we need to protect the new daimyo. Yeah, so what's the issue? If cursed warrior could really kill, the current daimyo would be dead by now. How could he still be alive and kicking? Hearing this, Neji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, cursed warrior doesn't exist. It's just a trick played by someone with ulterior motives. In that case, Naruto rubbed his chin and looked at Neji. Can we create a real one? Don't mess around. Neji said with a frown. I won't, of course not. Naruto grinned sheepishly. I'm just fulfilling my duty as a team member by making some suggestions about the feasibility of the mission. Feasibility? Neji couldn't help but ask, ghosts don't exist. Ding! A familiar mechanical sound echoed, and a selection panel appeared. Naruto blinked, maintaining his composed expression. Option 1. Take control of the land of birds. Reward. Kato Dan's obsession, spirit transformation technique. Option 2. Resolve the chaos in the land of birds. Reward. Shinigami's gaze, impure world reincarnation, no sacrifice version. Naruto said faintly as he glanced at Neji, now they can exist. What? Neji instinctively narrowed his eyes and looked at Naruto warily. You're not thinking of pretending to be a ghost to scare off the people causing trouble in the land of birds, are you? Of course not. Naruto chuckled awkwardly and gave Neji a light punch on the shoulder. Am I such a dark-hearted and dirty person in your eyes? Neji opened his mouth, wanting to deny it, but after considering Naruto's track record of not always doing things by the book, he simply nodded. Naruto feigned a look of deep pain, clutching his chest as if he had been deeply hurt. I always thought I was a good person. Seeing this, Neji didn't have time to deal with Naruto's antics and turned away, striding off. On the other side, Tsushima had calmed down and got up, ready to continue their journey. Before reaching the land of birds, the weaker version of Shinpachi explained the situation in the land of birds in detail. The situation wasn't overly complicated. The former daimyo of the land of birds was a leader with average governing ability but a good reputation. The people in the country, both upper and lower, were quite satisfied with the former daimyo. Even though the land of birds could not be compared with the 5 great nations, they could still be said to be living in peace and contentment. The chief advisor, Moso, was a revered elder who had earned the former daimyo's respect through his mastery of certain mystical arts. His reputation was also excellent, and he was regarded as a virtuous and wise elder. The strategist, Kome, was the head of all officials, a calm and wise figure. Kome was in his prime, with a bright future ahead of him. The daimyo, the chief advisor, and the strategist maintained a delicate balance, but it didn't last long, as the daimyo was assassinated. Since the position of daimyo couldn't remain vacant, a new daimyo had to be chosen quickly to stabilize the land of birds. At that time, there were only 2 candidates for the position of daimyo. One was Sagi, the legitimate son of the former daimyo and fully supported by Moso, and the other was the strategist Kome. Amidst intense court debates over legitimacy versus merit, Sagi eventually emerged victorious and became the new daimyo of the land of birds. Later, Sagi's sister was also assassinated, with the cause attributed to the cursed warrior. It was a ghost that suddenly appeared from the sky, and all attacks against it were ineffective, Tsushima said, his shoulders trembling slightly. Shinpachi, calm down. There's no such thing as ghosts in this world. Naruto called back while continuing to walk. The dead can't come back to life. Where would a ghost come from? Although there were indeed no ghosts, but the dead could be revived. As he thought so, Naruto quietly chose the second option in his mind. Option 2. Reward. Resolve the chaos in the land of birds. Reward. Shinigami's gaze, impure world reincarnation, no sacrifice version. Putting aside the rewards, the task of controlling a small country like the land of birds is difficult to complete. In comparison, the second option, which is resolving the turmoil in the land of birds, seemed much easier. All that was needed was to uncover the truth behind the cursed warrior and restore peace. According to Neji and Tenten's thinking, this matter is not overly complicated. There are only 2 possible culprits with vested interests, the chief advisor, Moso, and the strategist Kome. One of them must be behind the trouble. With just a bit of investigation, they might discover something more. However, Naruto knew that Tsushima, the Shinpachi lookalike, didn't grasp the full truth. To be honest, this TV original plot was not very good, and even a little boring. However, the famous scene where the daimyo was revealed to be a girl left a strong impression on Naruto, so much so that he remembered the entire plot. The chief advisor, Moso, wasn't a high priest at all, but rather the leader of a group of missing nin. He ordered his men to kill the previous daimyo, and then murdered his successor, Sagi. Sagi's sister, Princess Toki, was devastated by the deaths of her father and brother. Unable to accept reality, she wanted to reunite with her family in death. However, just as she was about to plunge a knife into her chest, her brother's spirit stopped her. After enduring her grief, Princess Toki decided to seek revenge at all costs. She tied up her long hair, disguised herself as her brother, and spread the word that the one who had died was not Sagi but his sister, Toki. In essence, this was a story of a Mulan-like character in the shinobi world, seeking to avenge her father and brother by cross-dressing as a man and using the cursed warrior's name to investigate the truth. Unfortunately, Princess Toki was too inexperienced and her investigation didn't yield much. To put it bluntly, it's just a bunch of incompetent missing nin trying to seize the control of the land of birds. Luckily for them, the land of birds was so weak that there wasn't anyone capable of stopping them. Which means, since even a group of weak missing nin could try to seize the control of the land of birds, there was no reason why Naruto couldn't do it. However, Naruto and his team were just hired shinobi, and is subjected to various limitations. Not to mention seizing the control of the land of birds, even getting in touch with the daimyo is not an easy task. Although Naruto wanted both rewards, the spirit transformation technique and the sacrifice-free impure world reincarnation, he had to choose. Both techniques were highly attractive to him. The spirit transformation technique, especially, was tempting due to its ability to forcibly extract someone's soul and play them shamefully, making it one of the most unsettling and unique techniques in the shinobi world. However, the risk associated with the spirit transformation technique was high. Kato Dan, the original user, had died after being fatally injured during a rainy night, ultimately succumbing to blood loss. The two pieces in front of Naruto now are the spirit transformation technique and the impure world reincarnation technique. After hesitating for a moment, he chose the latter. It's because spirit transformation technique also had a significant drawback. While the soul was outside the body, the physical form remained immobile and vulnerable. If the body wasn't properly protected, or if there was a traitor within the group, it could lead to disaster. At this stage, Naruto didn't really need the spirit transformation technique. And given the nature of the system, it was possible for the spirit transformation technique to appear as an option again in the future. Although choosing between the two options felt like a loss either way, after comprehensive consideration, option 2 seems to be more cost-effective. At the same time, Naruto came up with a bold idea. The current daimyo of the Land of Birds was Princess Toki, who is disguised as a man. If she was willing to risk her life to avenge her brother and father, Naruto wondered if there might be a different way to approach this situation, one that might allow him to exploit a potential bug in the system. But if he's not careful, he might get stuck at the requirements of the first option. The last time Naruto attempted to exploit a system bug was back in early summer, and he nearly ended up crashing the system entirely. He was young then, but times are different now. Now, Naruto was not just willing to try again, he was determined to push the system to its limits and see if he could break it once more. Upon arriving in the Land of Birds, Neji led the team in investigating the most likely suspect, the strategist, Konoha. After all, Konoha was the biggest competitor of the current daimyo. Naruto knew the truth, but he still patiently followed along with the investigation. There was nothing wrong with Konoha. If they didn't make groundless assumptions, they would naturally not be able to find anything. And obviously, Neji and Tenten also realized this. In this situation, either Konoha was extremely good at hiding his tracks, or the problem lay with Moso. And as it turns out, the latter was indeed the case. It wasn't long before Moso attracted Neji's suspicion. With the investigation back on track, things became much clearer. The more they investigated Moso, the more suspicious he appeared. Not only was he not a high priest, but he also had ties to a mysterious organization. The three of them would also occasionally listen to the chattering memories of Chishima, who looked very similar to Shinhachi, recalling the time when he and Daimyo and Toki were childhood friends. His personality has changed? Is he still the same saggy? Naruto glanced at Chishima, and aren't you supposed to be the childhood friend of the so-called daimyo? How come you can't explain why his personality changed? Perhaps it was because of the death of his father and sister that made him, Chishima replied, somewhat uncertain. Or maybe he just doesn't want to see you. Naruto quipped, though he left out the part about Toki, who was actually Princess Toki disguised as her brother, tried to avoid being recognized by those who knew her well. Stop talking, they're here. Tenten warned. At night, when the cursed warrior fell from the sky, Naruto quickly threw a few shuriken. The so-called cursed warrior, suspended by a large kite, fell to the ground with a loud crash. Seeing this, the three of them exchanged glances and already had the answer in their hearts. The so-called cursed warrior is nothing more than kite warriors. He was just someone who used a huge black kite to create a ghostly appearance of floating in the air at night. The cursed warrior is indeed a fake, let's go after them. Don't bother, we're surrounded, Neji said, we can't afford to fight with the soldiers of the Land of Birds. We need to retreat first. What a hassle. Naruto complained. That's what shinobi are like. Stop complaining and let's move. Tenten said, pulling Naruto along as they fled through the forest. That night, Moso's men surrounded the inn where Neji, Tenten, and Naruto were staying, and they conveniently discovered the cursed warrior's armor in Kome's house. Moso, who had sensed something was wrong, had already begun to close the net, planning to kill Kome. As long as the strategist, Kome, is dead, the young daimyo would be left defenseless, making Moso the de facto ruler of the Land of Birds. Neji didn't want to conflict with the Land of Birds soldiers, so he ordered a retreat once more. In the forest, the three regrouped at their pre-arranged meeting spot. The night wind rustled the leaves, and the moonlight filtered through the trees, casting eerie shadows. Neji frowned and said, it's clear now, Kome isn't behind the cursed warrior. This is undoubtedly Moso's doing. Moso and Kome both suspect the identity of the cursed warrior, so Moso acted first. So, what do we do now? Naruto asked. We split into two groups, Neji replied. Tenten and I will infiltrate the execution grounds to rescue Kome. Naruto, you need to find a way to get into the daimyo's residence and reveal the truth. If we do this, our mission will be complete. Neji was right. Konoha's mission was to uncover the ghost warrior's true identity and drive him away. If Kome died, they would lose a key lead on the cursed warrior. The prerequisite for Neji and Tenten to take Konoha away is that they must have a legitimate reason. Only by telling the daimyo of the Land of Birds about Moso's conspiracy and letting the daimyo deprive Moso of his status as the chief advisor, will it be convenient for them to take action. Got it. Naruto agreed, not really concerned. Once Moso and his group are eliminated, I would receive the reward of the impure world reincarnation. As for Princess Toki, as long as her brain is still intact, she should know what to do. Under the cover of night, Naruto silently infiltrated the daimyo's residence. Avoiding the servants and patrolling guards, he gauged the timing and quietly made his way onto the palace roof. He lightly jumped down, landing directly above the daimyo's room. With a soft thud, Naruto fell gently to the ground like a fallen leaf. At this time, Toki's hair was down, falling loosely on either side. She had just begun removing the cursed warrior armor, revealing her undergarments, and was still in the process of taking off the armor. The palace hall was enormous, resembling the sleeping quarters of a noble, with a bed large enough to accommodate 10 people. The lamps burned slowly, illuminating the entire room. Toki was too inexperienced, completely unaware of Naruto's presence until he suddenly dropped from the roof. Startled, she looked up to see a blonde figure landing before her. She was stunned, and immediately remembered that she hadn't fully removed her armor. Realizing her secret had been discovered, she quickly developed murderous intent. Just as she was uttering, Naruto's pupils dilated slightly and he reacted extremely quickly without the slightest hesitation. He performed a spinning move in midair, landing on top of Toki, covering her mouth with one hand, and pinning her forcefully to the ground. Naruto showed no mercy, even to a woman. After all, his teammates' lives were at stake, and if he messed up by being overly compassionate, Neji and Tenten would be forced into a dangerous confrontation with the Land of Birds soldiers. Don't speak. He raised his hand, and a lava release jutsu covered his palm, burning a hole in the floor in front of her eyes. If you don't want your face to end up like that, it's best you stay quiet. I don't have the patience to talk to you. Seeing the fear in Toki's eyes, Naruto then continued. I'm a shinobi from Konoha. Identifying himself put the client at ease. Although he is a temporary worker, Naruto still maintained professional conduct. Sure enough, Toki, who was pinned to the ground and trembling with fear, seemed visibly less terrified after hearing that he was a Konoha's shinobi. Once Naruto released her mouth, she took a deep breath and complained dissatisfiedly, the relationship between the Land of Birds and Konoha is average. Even if you are a shinobi from Konoha, you can't just. Naruto cut her off, not interested in her complaints. We've already figured it out that Moso, the chief advisor, is the leader of a group of missing nin. He's the one who killed your father and brother. What? Toki was stunned. How did you know? The strategist, Konoha, has been framed and taken away by Moso. As the daimyo of the Land of Birds, you'd better take your people and stop him now. Why should I trust you? I knew you'd ask that. Naruto smiled and suddenly slapped her. Wake up. I'm Konoha's shinobi. What would I want from you? You, slap. I'm going to kill you, slap, slap. Toki's face swelled up, and she whimpered, not daring to shout anymore. I hate troublesome clients like you. For such little pay, do you expect us to risk our lives? Naruto said. You are so incompetent that you can't find out the truth on your own. Now that I've given you the answer, why are you still acting so arrogant? Toki, who was slapped several times, had her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the of her. But Naruto, with a slight frown, showed no signs of stopping. Seeing that the man's hand was raised again, Toki wanted to resist, but was afraid of Naruto's high-temperature lava release. Fine, I'll go. What do you mean, you'll go? This is your responsibility. Aren't you the so-called Princess of Vengeance? Naruto looked down at Toki. Go now. Naruto didn't know much about Princess Toki initially. However, the numerous fan works portraying her as the Princess of Vengeance left a lasting impression on him. These works often featured scenarios like, you don't want your brother's death to go unavenged, do you? In the Land of Birds, one would find themselves accidentally discovering the truth about the daimyo's daughter. In those dark tales, Toki was depicted as having fallen to the dark side, driven by her desire for vengeance, imprisonment, failure, torture. So many vivid depictions burned into Naruto's mind. When it came to revenge, Toki was indeed a resolute girl. The deaths of her father and brother deeply scarred her. To avenge them, she tied her hair up, disguised herself as her brother, and took on the role of the daimyo of the Land of Birds. Hatred consumed her, making her ignore anything unrelated to revenge. Naruto was very aware that she didn't care whether the Konoha's shinobi lived or died, nor did she care if she herself survived. As long as she could exact her revenge, she would stop at nothing, forsaking everything. After careful consideration, Naruto ultimately decided to abandon the idea of seizing control of the Land of Birds. It is simply unrealistic to rely on the Princess of Vengeance to take over the Land of Birds. Although the Land of Birds is small, it still had all the essential components of a nation. While the country lacked exceptional shinobi, it did have clever and fearless individuals like Konoha. Controlling a country is much more difficult than simply fighting and killing. It couldn't be done just by controlling one princess of vengeance, especially one as difficult to control as Toki, whose mind was fixated on revenge. After much thought, Naruto decided it was best to complete the mission and just leave. And so, in Toki's shocked gaze, Naruto calmly slapped her again. I am the daimyo of the land of birds. No, you're not. Your brother is. You're just an imposter. Naruto stared at her and said, I advise you not to entertain any other ideas. With that, Naruto stood up. You know what shinobi are capable of. You wouldn't want your father and brother to be restless in their graves, would you? What on earth do you really want? Toki asked through gritted teeth, her face red and swollen. I already told you, why don't you listen to others properly? Naruto wasn't far from Toki. A couple of steps forward and he could reach her. When Naruto's gaze once again fell on Toki's cheek, the latter shuddered violently. They say you shouldn't hit someone in the face, but Toki didn't understand what was wrong with this blonde from Konoha. At the slightest disagreement, he would slap her. As the fake daimyo of the land of birds, her dignity was shattered. But the man didn't seem to care at all and even appeared to want to continue hitting her. Crazy. Doesn't this person have any concept of diplomacy? Doesn't he know what the consequences of offending the daimyo of other countries are? Don't hit me anymore, I remember now. Toki lowered her head and said. Very good. Naruto took 2 steps back, his figure instantly disappearing, leaving behind a final remark, I'll be waiting for your good news, fake daimyo. Toki was still smart enough. She led a group of people to the residence of the chief advisor, Moso, and posted an announcement along the streets that Moso was a missing nen. They stormed the mansion and directly found evidence of Moso's collusion with missing nen, rescuing the strategist, Komei in the process. With Komei's testimony, Moso and his associates were sentenced. The truth was just as Naruto said, but even though Toki was mentally prepared, she was still stunned for a long time when faced with the truth. Compared to Neji and Tenten, who specialized in taijutsu, Naruto's skills in ninjutsu and assassination were even more impressive. The strength of Moso and the other missing nen was not very high. Naruto held his presence and quietly moved forward, killing most of them cleanly and neatly. Shinigami's gaze, impure world reincarnation, no sacrifice version, was successfully dispatched. It turned out that strategist Komei was indeed clever. Before Moso took him away, he had already arranged how to inform Toki and even set up guards. As the truth was fully revealed and the dust settled, Komei, the strategist, decided to continue supporting Toki as the daimyo, even after the death of the former daimyo. It is precisely because of the existence of people like Komei in the land of bird that Naruto gave up the opportunity to exploit the system's bug and chose to end the mission in the land of birds early. The matter has come to an end, but the impact has not disappeared. Not long after Naruto, Neji, and Tenten left, the land of birds sent an envoy to Konoha to submit a request for the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two sides. By the time the mission was over, Konoha had entered deep autumn. Fallen leaves, harboring a latent chill, hinted at the impending winter, giving the once lively streets of Konoha a sense of desolation and powerlessness. Tsunade also granted Naruto a few days off. When he returned home and unlocked the door, Kurama's head popped up from behind the sofa. Upon seeing Naruto's face, the fox's expression turned to one of disappointment. Why aren't you dead? It's a pity that the opponent is too weak. Naruto responded nonchalantly. He walked into the living room, stood beside the sofa, and lit the incense that had gone out. Staring at his own photo in front of the 3 incense sticks, he examined it for a moment, rubbing his chin. Too bad it's not in black and white. I couldn't find a black and white one. Kurama turned to Naruto, casually flicking his paw, showing disinterest in everything. I'll take a black and white one for you someday, Naruto said, then walked into the kitchen to start preparing food. Then, his voice came from afar. Did the girl with golden hair come here during the time I was away? No, Kurama replied while drinking. No one came here. You've lost your value now, brat. Hurry up and find a new owner to buy me some booze. The sound of water running came clearly from the kitchen. Naruto paused at the kitchen doorway, leaning against the frame with a smile as he asked, Kurama, how's your backflip practice going? Not doing it anymore, Kurama replied, chugging from his bottle. Although I don't understand the twists and turns of you humans, I later found that there are some things that cannot be solved even with a backflip. Naruto, who was leaning in the doorway, laughed uncontrollably, as if he had heard something very funny. The stove clicked as the fire was lit, a soft blue flame emerging. Oil heated in the pan, and 2 eggs were cracked and slid into it, gradually taking on the shape of a sun. The sizzling heat spread, and slices of bacon were added to the other side of the hot oil. In another pot, various seasonings were mixed, and under the high heat, the broth began to bubble and roll. Fruits were rinsed under the faucet, water droplets splashing around the sink, slowly trailing down the basin's edge. When everything was cooked to perfection, filling the kitchen with a rich aroma, the food was carefully placed into containers, and the fruit was cut and stored as well. After cleaning the kitchen out of habit, Naruto carried the food containers out to the living room, placing them on the dining table. He then went to his room, grabbed some clothes, and headed into the bathroom. "Where are you going? It's already dark," Kurama asked boredly as he glanced towards the bathroom. With a click, the bathroom light turned on, casting a warm, bright glow. "To coax someone," Naruto replied. "Yamanaka flower shop." There were dull footsteps coming from the wooden stairs on the second floor. A refined woman looked up when she heard the sound and a gentle smile appeared on her face. "Ino, don't you have a mission tomorrow?" "I can't sleep." Ino, who was wearing loose pajamas, rubbed her eyes, looking a little haggard. "I'll watch the shop." "Mom, you should rest." "Is it okay?" Rhino asked. The shop was brightly lit, with flowers neatly arranged on the shelves. Moths fluttered around the illuminated lamp. The street outside grew noisier as night set in, and the sounds slowly seeped through the glass door of the shop. Outside, it was pitch dark, with the large green tree outside the shop standing silent under the dim yellow light. Ino withdrew her gaze from the window and said with a smile, "Yes, it's fine, Mom. My mission starts in the afternoon tomorrow, so I have plenty of time." Rhino nodded, then stood up from the counter and went upstairs. Ino sat down in front of the chair and absent-mindedly picked up a book to read. The shop was quiet, and Ino found herself staring at a line in the book, lost in thought. Since the day they returned from the camping trip, it felt as though nothing had changed. Ruka had given almost everyone an excellent evaluation on their records, except for Naruto. She regretted her impulsiveness that day. And later on, when she thought about it carefully, she realized that there was no need to say those unnecessary things. Being a shinobi was an incredibly risky profession, and the higher the expectations placed on someone, the more likely bad things would happen. There was still a long time ahead, and no one could predict what the future would hold. But once words are spoken, they can't be taken back. Thinking about what had happened that day, Ino couldn't help but sigh. The situation had spiraled out of her control, and some words had just slipped out her mouth without her thinking. Ding-ling. The bell above the door chimed as it opened. "Welcome," Ino looked up, but her words trailed off as she saw who had entered. The coolness of the late autumn evening seeped in, making people feel lazy. The door to the Yamanaka flower shop creaked as Naruto pushed it open, and the noise from the busy street outside flooded into the shop. Ino's gaze became complicated as she looked at the person who entered. His blonde hair was disheveled, he was wearing a loose white t-shirt, casually paired with long pants, and his forehead protector was absent, revealing his smooth forehead. He was carrying a food container in one hand. His long limbs made it clear that he had grown a lot recently. His steps were slow, and his blue eyes, hidden under his blonde hair, lazily locked onto Ino's face. Then his pupils slightly contracted, and he smiled with a confident, almost smug expression. Under the warm yellow light, Ino couldn't help but want to smile too, but she held it in. She pushed the book in front of her forward, her lips pursed as she spoke irritably, "If you're not buying flowers, then don't linger here." "I am buying." Naruto leaned over, put the food box on the counter, and lazily found a high chair to sit opposite Ino. "I'll buy whichever one you like." "I like them all." "Then I'll buy them all." "Yeah, right," Ino muttered. "I've seen too many flowers. Whatever you give me won't mean anything. I suggest you don't waste your effort." "Then how about I give you food?" Naruto said. Ino glanced at him sideways, leaning on the counter with her head half propped up. She glanced at Naruto, then looked outside the window, before finally shifting her gaze back to the food container, where it lingered for a couple of seconds. "What is that?" "I just came back from a mission and haven't eaten yet. I brought some food for you, and I'll have some too," Naruto said, telling the truth without a hint of hesitation. "Aren't you supposed to say you brought it just for me?" Ino frowned, clearly dissatisfied with his attitude, "Although even if you said that, I will still feel a little disgusted." "But your truth is even more infuriating." "I'm hungry," Naruto said. "If I said it was just for you, you'd probably make sure I don't get any. You might even eat it all just to spite me, even if you weren't hungry." "HMPH, you're making me sound worse than I am." Ino turned her head and said smugly, "Sorry, but I don't have any appetite right now." "Okay." Naruto sat directly across from Ino and leisurely opened the food container, carefully placing a dish, a soup, and a fruit plate on the counter. "The food is too simple," Ino commented nonchalantly as she picked up her book again. "It looks like something thrown together in a rush." "This is the best I can do with cooking," Naruto admitted. He didn't start eating right away but instead looked at Ino and asked, "But, I suddenly want to know what you think of this dish, Ino. Are you trying to hint that I should take a bite?" "Not really. But if you can tell how it tastes just by smelling it, then you don't have to bother eating." "That's a pretty weak excuse. If that's the case, I won't eat a single bite." Ino's eyes scanned the same line of text over and over, but she couldn't focus on the words. "Actually, I don't really care about your opinion, Ino. I just want you to take a bite, so that I can find an excuse to take advantage of you." "Pervert." Ino only showed a pair of eyes above the book, revealing a look of contempt. "What kind of thoughts are running through your head?" "Maid outfit. Go to hell." Ino slammed the book shut and threw it at him, her face flushing a deep red. My mom is still upstairs. You'd better not say anything weird. Alright, Naruto replied, looking like he had more to say but stopped himself. Seeing his slightly threatening yet fake sincere expression, Ino immediately became furious. She stomped forward a few steps and pinched his waist. Naruto seemed to have lost his sense of pain. He picked up a piece of bacon with his chopsticks and offered it to her with a smile. I was planning to go home and sleep, but I suddenly wanted to see you, so I came straight here. Ino glanced nervously towards the staircase leading upstairs, then hesitated before leaning in and taking a bite of the bacon. Her cheeks puffed slightly before she swallowed it. She lowered her voice and loosened her hands that were twisting the soft flesh around Naruto's waist. I don't want to see you at all, pervert. That's too bad. We were so close to being a perfect match, Naruto said, lowering his head and starting to eat as if he hadn't eaten in ages. Who would want to talk to you? Your phrasing is disgusting, Ino muttered, her hands twisting together behind her back. About that day. That day. Which day? Naruto asked without looking up. On the day of the summer camp at the academy, Ino stammered. I said a lot of weird things that day. Did you? Naruto paused, then looked up at Ino with a lazy look in his eyes. What did you say? I thought you and Hinata were just teaming up to mess with me. It wasn't really messing with you. Maybe I wasn't feeling well after being in the rain, so I said some nonsense. Ino mumbled awkwardly, then looked at Naruto and quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about that. After Sasuke left, Ino asked. You are now forming teams with others and doing missions everywhere, right? Kind of, but those missions are mostly forced on me by Tsunade-sama. Naruto sighed and said, I'd much rather just lie around at home doing nothing. That's not going to happen. I'm telling you, show some enthusiasm. Ino placed a hand on her forehead and glanced at Naruto. Shikamaru is already a chunin, don't you want to become a chunin too? For these teenagers, the allure of a shinobi title was as strong as getting a certification in modern world. Although being recognized as a chunin didn't necessarily make one stronger, it was a required step on the path to becoming a jonin. But Naruto didn't care. Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Naruto was a little surprised. The chunin exams aren't until next summer, right? How should I put it? Ino turned her head away. Tsunade-sama is treating you like one of her own and trains you. You should at least try a little harder. Forget it. Naruto said bluntly. I've got about a week off right now, and I'm not going anywhere near that woman. Tsunade had been handing out missions left and right recently. In private, Naruto had even nicknamed her Mission Princess. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he would avoid being in her sight. Time for slacking off was limited, but missions were endless. Kakashi, the candidate for the Rokudame Hokage, had already become numb to it, constantly running missions in the Land of Snow and the Land of Wind. Occasionally, he had to jump between different teams to clean up messes left by unreliable juniors. He is Konoha's old taskmaster and can be regarded as a hard-working jonin during Tsunade's early days in office. Well, if you're not going on missions, you'll probably be taken for training, Ino suddenly said. Naruto showed a confused expression. What training? How come I haven't heard anything about that? Of course you haven't. Ino sighed, her cheeks puffing slightly as she looked at him and said, I heard from my dad yesterday that Jiraiya-sama is already back in the village. And what does that have to do with me? Naruto said indifferently, I'm definitely not going for any training. Pervy Sage knows that too. Why not? Isn't Jiraiya-sama one of the legendary Sannin? Ino asked in doubts. That may be true, but it's a completely different matter. Naruto scratched his face and said, training with Pervy Sage is really stressful. I don't want to become some big shot. Maintaining the status quo is good enough for me. It's really irritating to hear you say that. Ino slumped over the counter, feeling a bit depressed. Why? I've seen your mission completion rate. It's almost 100%, even for A-rank missions. Although your reputation isn't the best, your strength always seems to improve quickly. Reputation is one of those things that's better left unspoken, Naruto said, feeling a little embarrassed. That's why when I hear you say that you just want to maintain the status quo, it suddenly becomes a little annoying. Ino stared at Naruto's face and said, I feel like I haven't made any progress since the Chunin exams. After becoming Genin, the group had spent half a year on missions, gradually recognizing their own strengths and weaknesses, and clarifying their paths. Sasuke had defected, embarking on a path of revenge. Hinata had solidified her resolve to become a competent shinobi, not aiming to surpass Neji, but simply to avoid being a burden. She sought to become a reliable companion within her team. Neji sought to break free from his constraints and find the answer to true freedom. Lee is determined to burn his youth and keep moving towards the direction of the supreme taijutsu. Tenten had become a capable tool user, performing well in taijutsu, but her versatile skills and resourcefulness made her an indispensable companion for any mission. But there are many people who are lost among them. Sakura could be considered one of them. Naruto had no clear goals, going through the motions with little ambition. He had no real desire to become Hokage and could easily spend days lazing around if not on a mission. Rather than being lost, it was more like Naruto had never intended to move forward in the first place. He was like a dandelion seed, drifting wherever the wind took him. If he landed in the sea, he'd just keep floating. Yet, despite his lack of direction, his strength continued to grow, leaving others baffled. "Ino, I have a way to help you improve your strength." "What way?" "Special training." Naruto no longer had the appetite to eat. He put away the plate and put it back into the food box. He stared at Ino and said seriously, "I'll help you with special training." "You?" Ino's expression was a little complicated. "Hearing you say that, while I am very grateful in my heart, I can't imagine that you can have any good special training methods." "Don't underestimate me, damn it. You're not asking for our bodies to be stacked on top of each other, right?" Ino asked, giving him a sidelong glance. "What do you take me for? I was just making a suggestion." Naruto was completely speechless. "Remember that furniture store below my apartment?" At his words, Ino raised an eyebrow. She had just spent a lot of time talking nonsense with Naruto, but in truth, she already felt much better now, and her anxiety about the future had also eased considerably. Naruto was well aware of what was going on. As soon as Ino started saying those things, he began to start bluffing seriously. The key to easing Ino's anxiety wasn't about what would happen in the future but about how to act now to make her feel better in the present. Being a genin much stronger than her, instead of giving lofty, long-winded speeches, small, ridiculous suggestions would actually be more helpful to Ino. "That big furniture store?" Ino asked. "Yeah, it went out of business. There's a lot of space there. I can buy it and use it as a training ground," Naruto said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "If you have time, we could train together." "Idiot, no way I'm going there." Ino made a face and snorted. "Do you think I'm a fool? You want to trick me into going to your place?" "I'm not that easy to fool. I'm going to be sad if you say that." Naruto frowned. "I just want you to get stronger, Ino. If you do, won't your worries disappear?" "Ino, for someone like you who secretly refrigerates bath water, it's totally unconvincing to say something like this, HMPH. That time was an accident, let me explain," Naruto said, reaching out to grab Ino's hand that was resting on the counter. "No, listen to my explanation." Ino's body froze when she realized her hand was being held by Naruto. Her reaction was very cute, like a cat that was frozen in time, with a blush spreading from her cheeks all the way down to her neck. "Let go," she stammered. "You still blush after being caught several times. What a cute reaction," Naruto said naturally. "Go to hell, you pervert." Ino yanked her hand back and, using the other hand, pushed him away. She frowned as she stared at the yellow-haired boy, and said, "Don't suddenly grab my hand." "Then, can I grab it openly next time?" "Absolutely not," Ino rejected without hesitation, with a firm attitude. "We're not that close, so please don't act like a creep." Naruto was quite satisfied with Ino's reaction. He supported his head with one hand and stared at Ino with a smile. "Winter is coming soon, you." Thud, thud. The sound of someone upstairs accidentally falling was followed by a startled cry. At this time, the elegantly dressed Rhino stumbled but managed to steady herself at the staircase's corner. Rhino happened to meet the eyes of the two youngsters at the counter, and realizing that she had been discovered, she looked a little embarrassed. "This staircase is getting a bit old. I'll have to find someone to replace it later." "Mom." Ino's face darkened with embarrassment. "You weren't eavesdropping just now, were you?" Cough, "Of course not." Rhino covered her mouth with a light laugh, walking gracefully down the stairs. "I just happened to be coming down. Who knew this staircase was so?" Looking at her mother who had lost all her usually elegant temperament, Ino felt a bit helpless. "Mom, eavesdropping is wrong. Ino-chan, I didn't hear anything you two were talking about." Rhino, dressed in an elegant long dress, walked over to the flower bed and began watering the plants. Hearing this, Ino finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, with her back to them, Rhino casually said, "Refrigerating bathwater can upset your stomach, you know." Ino turned her head stiffly and looked at Naruto, her pupils dilating in shock. Naruto understood the meaning behind her gaze and quickly stood up, grabbing the lunchbox as he said to Rhino, "Auntie, it's getting late. I'm going back first." "You're not going to stay a bit longer?" Rhino turned around and asked with a smile. "Ino-chan, she." "Mom," Ino panicked and interrupted Rhino, that. Ino's face flushed red as she hurriedly shoved Naruto out of the store, shutting the door behind him. She turned to Rhino and said, "Mom, I'll send that guy out first." "Will you come back in the evening?" Rhino asked with a smile. "It's only right outside the door, Mom. Please don't say things like that," Ino said, a bit exasperated. With a click, she locked the shop door. When she turned around, she saw that Naruto was still standing nearby, watching her with no intention of leaving. "My mom, she." "Anyway, don't think too much about it," Ino said, feeling a bit worn out from dealing with a mother who seemed serious but wasn't reliable when it mattered. To make things worse, the blonde guy in front of her wasn't exactly a saint either. Seeing his innocent-looking face, Ino felt her composure slipping. She walked up to him, grabbed his shirt, and dragged him into a dimly lit corner of the street. What kind of face is that? I was just thinking about you, Ino-chan, ha ha ha. Naruto burst into laughter. Don't laugh. Ino grabbed Naruto's neck and threatened fiercely, there's something I want to ask you. Since things are already like this, I might as well just ask. What is it? You can pretend to be clueless, although I don't care much about this kind of thing. But, Ino brushed her hair back from her forehead and stared at Naruto fixatedly, there's one thing I hope you can clarify. Me and Hinata, who are you closer with, huh? Naruto was dumbfounded, 100 questions running through his mind, that's it? Is it difficult to decide? Ino's eyes dimmed slightly. Hearing this, Naruto blinked his eyes, that was not the case. It was not a difficult decision. It was actually too easy to decide. Relationships aren't private matters. It can be simply understood as to be good, to have a better relationship with someone. Not at all. Of course, I'm closest to you. Naruto said smoothly, as if he were still a child trying to coax a playmate. I only gave the key to you. What do you think? Really? Ino sounded as naive as a little girl at that moment. Of course it's true. I swear on my beloved foxhound that if I'm lying, Naruto raised his hand and swore without hesitation. May that foxhound be struck by lightning, starved to death, never touch a drop of alcohol again. Does that dog even drink? Ino asked, slightly surprised. Yeah, I told you before. All those drinks in the living room fridge are for him. Naruto said, throwing Kurama under the bus without a second thought. After all, drinking wasn't exactly a secret. A foxhound that drinks is so cute, Ino said. Huh? Naruto realized that Ino's thought process seemed a bit odd. What was so cute about a drunken, sly fox? Meanwhile, Kurama, curled up on the living room sofa with a drink, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He squinted and looked toward the balcony. The half-open window showed nothing but darkness outside. After staring at it for a while, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. Was it just my imagination? At the corner, Ino covered her mouth and laughed. Naruto couldn't quite understand her reaction but awkwardly chuckled along. His attempt to backstab the fox had failed, so he'd note it down for later. Ino, who had been laughing, suddenly remembered that the two of them were in the middle of an argument, and her smile faded. I have a mission tomorrow. I might be gone for a while. Is it dangerous? Naruto asked, following the flow of conversation. With Asuma-sensei around, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Besides, because I'm still too weak, they won't assign me anything too risky for the time being, Ino said. Naruto's gaze fell on Ino. She was only wearing thin pajamas, the fabric looking quite luxurious. Her fair face was not far away, exuding a faint fragrance. Noticing Naruto's intense gaze, Ino turned her head away and said in a muffled voice, are you peeking? No, I just haven't seen you in pajamas before. I figured this kind of opportunity doesn't come often, so I might as well take a good look. Pervert. Ino muttered softly, her voice trembling a bit. As if his gaze was tangible, Naruto coughed strategically at this moment, and the atmosphere became slightly awkward. I'll head back now. Wait, Naruto called out to her. What's wrong? Ino looked at him. The surrounding light was dim, and this was a secluded alley where no one would pass by. Her heart suddenly started pounding. Nothing, I just suddenly wanted to ask you. After you finished your mission, it'll be winter, right? He asked, his voice a bit lazy, like a record player stuck on repeat. Ino suddenly felt a bit uneasy. She remembered the last time Naruto was in that state. They had almost ended up behind the big tree. Luckily, nothing had happened in the end. Maybe, but the New Year festival is still a long way off. My house won't be cold, so you'll still come over, right? Naruto looked at Ino, his eyes clear and sincere, as if nothing but the purest thoughts were behind them. Ino pressed her lips together, her heart beating faster. The little flutter in her heart felt both a bit sour and a bit addictive. Ambiguity is more enticing than blatant affection. A love that's shrouded in mystery is impossible to fully decipher. Yet with one short sentence, the boy made more of an impact than a fleeting summer could. So, you'll still come over, right? That sentence kept echoing in Ino's ears. She narrowed her eyes slightly and a sly smile appeared on her face. Her eyebrows suddenly bent down like a crescent moon. You guess. In the depths of Konoha's streets, under the autumn night's moonlight, in the dimly lit alley, the girl, with her hands behind her back, had taken the upper hand. Naruto woke up in bed, immediately remembering the little vacation he'd planned for himself. He had a unique perspective on doing missions. For A-ranked missions, it's more reliable to team up with Team 3. With Neji's Byakugan, Lee's Taijutsu, and Tenten's versatility, they can complete even A-ranked missions with ease. B-ranked missions are more fun with Hinata's Team 8. The danger level isn't too high, and it's always amusing to tease Hinata. As for C-ranked missions, not even a dog would take them. They're a complete waste of time. They are tiring and troublesome, and are only good for honing one's mindset. However, some shinobi like to take on some C-ranked missions occasionally to change the pace. As for Team 10, where Ino belongs, Naruto has yet to do a mission with them. He even suspects that Tsunade is deliberately avoiding assigning him to missions with the Ino Shikacho trio to prevent him, as a temporary worker, from causing any trouble. It's actually quite common to switch teams for missions, but it's a bit abnormal for a professional temporary worker like Naruto. Dragging himself out of bed, Naruto washed up, yawning as he changed clothes and went into the kitchen to make breakfast. Meanwhile, the sly fox was passed out on the sofa, the TV having been left on all night. Naruto glanced at Kurama but didn't react, but soon, when breakfast was ready, he walked over to the fox, grabbed the scruff of his neck, and lifted it up. What? Kurama groggily opened his eyes. Breakfast is ready. Stop muttering nonsense, Naruto said. Are you going to eat? Why are you asking me to eat breakfast so early in the morning? Are you crazy? Kurama squinted at Naruto. I'm not really a dog, so whether I eat or not doesn't matter. When I say eat, you eat. Why so much chatter? You little brat. Why are you so crazy this early in the morning? Oh, I get it, you were frustrated last night, so now you're taking it out on me. No, I'm just telling you to eat breakfast. Naruto deadpanned. You've become too lazy, Kurama. You're turning into a complete drunkard. What does that matter? Kurama sat on the chair, his eyes not yet fully open, and moved the tableware that belonged to him on the dining table in front of him. I've been fighting you humans for so many years, can't I enjoy myself a little? Sure, it's fine. Naruto brought breakfast to the table and casually kicked Kurama's chair. I just hope you will have the same attitude next time you work for me. And how's it going with your little owner? Kurama asked with narrowed eyes, still holding the booze in his paws. How's what going? How should I put it? Like falling in love or something? You even know about that? Naruto looked at Kurama in surprise, finding it surprising that such words came out of his mouth. Kurama looked a bit smug, squinting and muttering something. I've been watching some random stuff lately. That black box in the living room keeps playing it every day, Kurama said, taking a bite of breakfast and then downing another drink. I think you humans are ridiculous. You talk so much nonsense and then suddenly end up all over each other. It's really boring. Well said. Don't say it again, though. Just shut up, Naruto said, giving Kurama a sideways glance. After breakfast, Naruto was washing dishes in the kitchen when he looked up and saw Yugo silently appear outside the window, startling him. Do all you Anbu prefer to use windows? No choice, Yugo said coldly, her voice muffled by her animal mask. Tsunade-sama wants to see me again. Yes, after saying that, Yugo left directly. Naruto looked at the direction where Yugo disappeared and immediately narrowed his eyes. I wonder what Tsunade thought of the Anbu after taking over it. Messenger pigeons. However, considering what that woman does on a daily basis, it is not too difficult to understand why she could do such a thing. After tidying up the kitchen, Naruto dried his hands and leisurely walked to the entrance to change his shoes. With a click, he opened the door. The warm sunlight outside was a bit glaring, casting a clean and bright light on the white walls. Hokage's office. With a creak, the heavy double office door was pushed open. Tsunade, who was sitting at the desk wearing a pair of black framed glasses, raised her head and glanced at Naruto, who came to report. Her gaze was sharp, with a kind of intellectual beauty. Naruto showed no reaction, his face as lifeless as someone facing a dreaded Monday after a holiday. What's with that attitude? Tsunade asked, knocking on her desk in dissatisfaction. I just came back from a mission yesterday. Naruto argued as he walked up to Tsunade. What about my vacation? Did you forget about it, Tsunade-sama? Of course I didn't forget. Tsunade softened slightly and said with a guilty conscience, you can consider this as still part of your vacation. I'll extend it by another day. That's more like it. Naruto muttered. Anyway, there's something important I need to discuss with you. Tsunade crossed her arms on the table. Team 7 has been without a Jonin for a while now. Kakashi's been busy training and doing missions, so he doesn't have time to continue as your Jonin instructor. Recently, the higher-ups have been searching for a new Jonin instructor for Team 7, as well as a replacement for Uchiha Sasuke's position. Oh, Tsunade frowned. That's your reaction? What else should it be? Naruto replied, isn't it good to have a new Jonin instructor to lead my team? I'm tired of being a temporary worker. If I continue like this, I will die of exhaustion sooner or later. Getting more while doing less, reaping without sowing, that's my ninja way. I really want to crush you to pieces and bury you, Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade said through gritted teeth, you. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade calmed herself and slowly exhaled. She took a sip of hot tea, her eyes flicking toward Naruto. She then said, you're responsible for telling Sakura what I just said and makes her accept this fact. Team 7 has to be reorganized. The higher-ups can't let Team 7 remain idle like this. Why'd I have to tell her? Naruto asked in confusion. He really didn't want to have any contact with Sakura. Just thinking about the few times they had met made him feel scared. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. If it's not you, a member of Team 7, who's telling it to her, do you want me, her teacher, to do it? Alright. Naruto replied with a sheepish grin. I'll go talk to her. Then, noticing the empty teacup on Tsunade's desk, he instinctively asked, "Where is Shizune-san?" "She's sulking at home," Tsunade said lazily, leaning back in her Hokage chair, completely disregarding her voluptuous figure. Naruto pursed his lips, thinking, since I was already here and had more tasks to do later, I might as well try to get some benefits from Tsunade before leaving. In line with the principle that a thief never leaves empty-handed, he moved closer, boiling water for tea, and started massaging Tsunade's shoulders. Tsunade let out a satisfied hum, allowing Naruto's hands to knead her shoulders. "I didn't expect you to be so skillful with your hands. Keep going, don't stop. It is an honor to serve you, Tsunade-sama." Finally saying something decent. That's rare. Tsunade closed her eyes in comfort, and the tiredness and exhaustion from working for many days were melting away. Hee. Naruto kept his hands moving, standing behind Tsunade and talking to her shoulder. "Tsunade-sama, what do you think of my performance on the missions these days?" Tsunade leaned back in her Hokage chair, her green robe shifting, revealing a large expanse of her fair skin. 100% completion rate, but a 60% complaint rate. It's barely acceptable. Anyway, as long as the missions are completed, it's fine. Most of the clients who complained aren't in their right minds, so don't worry about them. Don't take those evaluations to heart. Just do things your way. Naruto wasn't bothered by the complaints. Others might treat clients like they were gods, fearful of upsetting them. But Naruto didn't care about them and always treated clients like dogs. After all, he wasn't short on money, nor did he care about the shinobi assessment. He also has Tsunade to protect him, so his only goal as a shinobi was to maintain his bad attitude. By the way, Tsunade-sama, I want to learn how to summon Katsuyu. Tsunade opened her eyes a little, turned her eyes slightly, and asked in doubts, "Why did you suddenly want to contract a summoned beast?" "Well, it's because I don't have one." Naruto replied a bit sheepishly and stopped his massage, only to be met with a glare from Tsunade. "What are you stopping for? Keep going." "Okay." Naruto obediently continued. "Last time I saw Tsunade-sama's Katsuyu, it was very good. Katsuyu is gentle, and I like summoned beasts that are polite and ready to come whenever I call." "Hey." Tsunade glanced at him with narrowed eyes, and exposed his lie mercilessly. "Before, when Jiraiya asked you to go with him to train, you refused to go. I don't know why you're so insistent on staying in the village. If you had gone with him, you could summon any toad from Mount Myoboku at will. You could call whichever one you wanted." "Tsunade-sama, even though I'm still young, you can't fool me," Naruto retorted without reducing the strength in his hands. "I've seen those toads before, and they have terrible tempers. If I were to summon one of those, who knows how long we'd end up fighting. I wouldn't stop until I beat them down." Tsunade was speechless, but when she thought that Naruto could even control Kyuubi, she suddenly felt that he might be telling the truth. People with strong desires for control can't stand others being stronger than them. What's more, this kid is an old scoundrel, the kind of person who can wait 10 years to take revenge. "So you want to summon Katsuyu?" Tsunade asked. "Yes," he admitted honestly. "That's not impossible, but there's one thing I want you to understand," Tsunade kindly cautioned. "Even if Katsuyu is gentle, it depends on the person. She has her own temper too. For example, she calls me Tsunade-sama, but if you summon her, you must address her as Katsuyu-sama, unless she acknowledges you. Only then will she call you Naruto-sama." "Is that so?" Naruto pondered for a moment, then asked again, "If I start by calling Katsuyu-sama, and then she eventually calls me Naruto-sama, wouldn't that feel a bit strange?" "Katsuyu has a very long lifespan, so you don't have to worry about that," Tsunade remarked with a sharp tongue. "By the time you turn to dust, Katsuyu will still be alive." "Turning into dust? Fine." Naruto sighed, accepting his fate. "Since you're that eager to learn, I'll teach you," Tsunade said, tilting her head back, causing the scene to suddenly become dangerous. "You don't have to become my disciple, and I can't afford to accept a shameless person like you as a student." Hearing this, Naruto silently grumbled to himself. "I wasn't too keen on becoming your student anyway. It was too much of a loss to exchange a summoning technique for calling you master. But I have one condition," Tsunade continued, her voice drawing his attention upward as her ample chest swayed slightly, forcing Naruto to focus on the ceiling while he kept massaging her shoulders. "What condition?" "The next time Jiraiya tries to teach you senjutsu, you have to learn it seriously," Tsunade said with serious tone. "You can be as stubborn as you want about everything else, but on this, you have to agree." "Senjutsu? What is that?" Naruto feigned ignorance. "You don't need to worry about that right now. You'll understand when the time comes." Tsunade sighed, pointing a delicate finger to a specific spot on her shoulder, signaling Naruto to press there. "Alright, but if Pervy Sage knows that senjutsu, how come you don't, Tsunade-sama?" he asked. "You brat, do you think that senjutsu are so easy to learn?" You little, Tsunade retorted, clearly irritated. Don't think of that technique as something simple. Understood. Naruto replied, bowing his head in understanding. Before long, Tsunade, her shoulders completely relaxed, leaned back in her Hokage chair with a satisfied expression. She raised one hand and waved at Naruto, then said lazily, alright, that's enough for today. I need to catch up on some sleep. As for the summoning scroll, we'll discuss it later. You still got a long vacation ahead, so in a few days, ask Shizune to arrange a time to see me. I'll teach you the summoning technique and help you contract with Katsuyu. Naruto acknowledged and slowly backed out of the room. Walk out of the Hokage building. Leaving the Hokage tower, Naruto felt a mix of relief and accomplishment. Securing the right to summon Katsuyu meant he'd have a mobile healer with him in the future. With Kurama no longer inside him, his ability to recover from injuries had significantly diminished. So, to be on the safe side, he can only get himself a healer to take care of him so that his chances of survival will be higher. Naruto, with a refreshed look on his face, walked slowly along the streets of Konoha. Suddenly, he remembered what Tsunade said about Team 7 and his brows furrowed. I had to break the news to Sakura, but now I wonder what her current situation was like. The last time, I had avoided her like the plague, but now, fate seemed to have brought me back to her. After wandering outside the Konoha hospital for a long time, Naruto still couldn't muster up the courage to go inside. But Team 7 will be reorganized sooner or later, it is a fate that cannot be avoided. Thinking of this, Naruto gritted his teeth, deciding that at most, he just had to be more careful, and then walked into the Konoha hospital. Inside the duty room, buried under a mountain of paperwork, Sakura looked up, a soft smile playing on her lips. You came to see me? Hearing this eerie opening line, half of Naruto's body immediately went numb. Naruto gulped and took a seat on the edge of the chair. Dark Sakura looks very normal on weekdays. But her terrifying side lay in how composed and restrained she was, only revealing her extreme nature to Naruto. Because of this, tried to tell someone about it, no one would believe him. It was one of those situations where it took a unique person to handle another unique person. Despite being a notorious rule breaker, Naruto felt a bit uneasy around Dark Sakura. Would you like some water? Sakura handed over a glass of water, which seemed to be cold. Cough. In the small duty room, the curtains were drawn, but the sunlight was mostly blocked by stacks of files, leaving only slivers of light creeping in, casting chaotic reflections on the white walls. One of those reflections hit the table, right at the edge of the disposable cup. Naruto frowned, suddenly connecting the scene with an unsettling thought. You don't need to be so guarded around me. There's no poison or anything strange in the water. Sakura said, looking up with a smile, it's completely pure. I can't really believe those words coming from you. Naruto paused before continuing, I came here today to discuss something serious. Maybe I'll drink the water another time. What serious matter? Sakura stopped flipping through the papers. Are you finally going to accept my previous proposal? Absolutely not. Naruto shook his head. Tsunade-sama mentioned that Team 7 will be reorganized in a while, and Kakashi-sensei will not have time to continue to serve as our Jonin instructor. In a while, the higher-ups will likely assign a new Jonin instructor and teammate. By then, Team 7 will probably start taking on missions again. I see. Sakura responded simply, her eyes fixed on Naruto's face. If Team 7 is reorganized, you won't be able to avoid me anymore, right? I haven't been avoiding you, I've just been busy. Naruto replied calmly. Sakura, you've been busy with your training too, right? With such situation, it's not unusual that we haven't kept in touch. Hearing him say this, Sakura nodded slightly. What you're saying makes sense, but I don't like that excuse. It will make me feel that you are seriously perfunctory to me, and that's even more uncomfortable, don't you think? I would rather you admit that you're afraid I might do something extreme, and honestly warn me not to do anything weird, or you'll find a way to erase me. Why would you think that? Naruto scooted back a bit, leaning against the cold chair back. He looked at Sakura with a complicated look. He wasn't sure how to handle Dark Sakura. So far, she hadn't shown any signs of aggression. He had avoided her for a while, but now he had no choice but to face her head-on. It's just the truth. You don't need to be so tense, Sakura said, her eyes narrowing slightly. I told you from the start, I don't intend to do anything. I'm very satisfied with my life right now, and I have no desire to harm you. In fact, I cherish you very much, Naruto-kun. Stop, don't say such creepy things. Naruto took a sharp breath. Now that things have come to this, I have nothing more to say. No matter what, I still treat you as Sakura. Physically, yes, she added. There's no need to emphasize that, Naruto said, gripping the cup of water as the surface rippled slightly. If you can forget about those things, then just do it as quickly as possible. There's no point dwelling on them. You said you wanted me to remember you because, deep down, you're afraid that one day Sakura might suddenly wake up, and you'll be forced to fall asleep. You're afraid you'll have to give up this life and become just an observer, or worse, you might disappear entirely. The smile on Sakura's face vanished. She turned her head and said with Naruto's face reflected in her calm black eyes, "That's the only thing I don't like about you." Naruto noticed that Sakura was no longer composed, and he realized he had touched a nerve. This allowed him to relax a bit, and he smiled as he asked, "Because I understand things too well?" "No," Sakura denied, "I just don't like your condescending attitude, talking about being afraid of disappearing. How would you know what I think if you've never experienced it?" "Are you afraid of death?" she asked. Naruto's expression froze. He noticed that Sakura's demeanor was a bit strange, in a way he couldn't quite place. After a moment, he gathered his thoughts and answered, "I'm not that afraid, but there's still a lot I haven't experienced, so I'd like to live a good life." "That's very much like you." Sakura commented, "I'm not afraid of death either. To be precise, I don't have a concept of it. I'm very content with my life right now." "But does it really matter if such days last one more or one less? Do you understand?" "Because you can't feel the meaning of life?" Naruto asked. "Something like that," Sakura murmured, pressing her lips together. At first, it was quite exciting to gain control of the body, but after a while, that excitement faded. "So, I started looking for some meaning in living. For instance, if she liked Sasuke-kun, then I thought maybe I could make Naruto-kun like me." "Wait a minute." Naruto interrupted Sakura, frowning as he felt something was off. "Sakura likes Sasuke, so you want me to like you? What kind of twisted logic is that? There's no connection between the two, is there?" "So do you like her?" Sakura asked. "The she was referring to was probably the pink Sakura." "I don't like her." Naruto shook his head without hesitation. "Companions are companions, and even if I want to like someone else, I have other people to like. There's no need to hang myself on a single tree." Hearing this, Sakura was stunned for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. Her laughter echoed through the small duty room, tears welling up in her eyes. "You really live with such clarity." Naruto chuckled as well. "It's just that I never had that thought from the beginning, and besides, a forced melon isn't sweet." "It's nice to have many options," Sakura murmured. "That kind of thing is not important, let's not talk about it anymore." Naruto instinctively changed the subject. "What you really want is to find joy in living, right?" Sakura pondered for a moment before responding. "I'm quite happy right now, so I'm not planning on trying anything new. The only person left who I'm familiar with is you, so you're using me as an experiment? What kind of human observation experiment is this?" Naruto complained wildly in his mind, black lines forming on his forehead. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. "Have you ever heard the story of the mayfly?" "No." Sakura shook her head and pointed to her head. "She may have heard it, but I can't access most of her memories. They're mostly about Sasuke, which I don't enjoy." "Well, since we have time, let me tell you," Naruto said, realizing that dark Sakura wasn't as dark as he had initially thought, which allowed him to relax. "Sure." Sakura stopped what she was doing and sat up straight. Naruto simply told the story of the mayfly monster in the fairies albums, without embellishing it or adding his personal spin, simply because he was in a good mood and wanted to share the tale. T.N. Anime, 41224. By_Yao_Poo. Mayflies only live for one day? Yes, now please don't interrupt me and let me finish. I knew where the sun would rise before, but I had never seen it. Now I have seen it. But it's not like the sun shines every day, Naruto said, taking a moment before continuing, not caring where the story had left off. Sometimes it rains. I've seen that too. It's pretty nice, very different from the memories I have from her, Sakura said. Have you seen the sunrise? If you stand on Hokage Rock and look out, you can see the edge of the Konoha forest. It's all misty, like frost. Naruto asked with a smile, as if showing off. No, what about waterfalls? No, the hospital has been busy, and I have to train too. If I take time off, I still have to be on duty at night, but I can't say I'm tired. It feels quite novel. The two chatted casually, and the story Naruto was telling trailed off halfway through. They talked about the fireworks festival, and Sakura mentioned how she had seen the fireworks rising from her window. They were beautiful, though they didn't evoke many emotions in her, just a sense that they looked nice. Don't worry, you'll see them during missions later, Naruto comforted her. I understand. Sakura suddenly stood up, startling him. I know what to do now. What? Naruto instinctively felt that something was off with how things were unfolding. I'm still going to make you fall for me. Sakura picked up the pen and pointed the sharp tip at him from a distance. This way, things will become interesting. Interesting? Are you misunderstanding something? Naruto also stood up and took 2 steps back. He just wanted a normal teammate, and things had been clearly moving slowly along the lines of a typical comrade bond. I tried to activate her yearning for companionship, but now it seemed like. It's okay if you like someone else. I'll just be the backup girlfriend. Cough cough. Naruto couldn't hold it in and started coughing violently. You, cough cough, what did you say? You better calm down, Sakura, I am calm. Sakura replied, her eyes reflecting the piles of documents around them. The book says that doing things secretly behind everyone's back is the most thrilling. What? What kind of book are you reading? A book. Hearing this, Sakura turned around and took out a copy of Icha Paradise from the drawer. Seeing this, Naruto felt a heavy blow to his heart. He had always acknowledged Jiraiya's writing skills. The way he played with the concept of forbidden love was a big part of its best-selling appeal. Faced with this backstab from his pervert master's work, Naruto opened his mouth, trying to salvage the situation before it got any weirder or more twisted. Wait a minute. Hold on, something's not right here. I can accept, stop, don't repeat that. Naruto took a deep breath. He finally realized what was the most terrifying thing about Sakura. In that moment, he had actually felt himself wavering. Terrifying, too terrifying. Don't you want it? On the surface, we're just close companions, but secretly, I'd actually be yours. Sakura's words were like the whisper of a devil. I don't like that idea, but if it's Naruto-kun, I could make an exception. What? He was stunned, his mind going blank. Let's do something strange together, Sakura said, stepping closer. Wait, this isn't how it should be. Naruto tried to back away, but he bumped into the back of a chair, and with a slight push from Sakura, he found himself sitting down. Sakura, you. Sakura leaned over him, standing in front of him, her pale arms reaching out to grasp Naruto's hand. The warmth of her palm, slightly moist and slick, sent a jolt through him. Since she's completely hiding away, I have the right to use this body too. She said this, biting the tip of her other finger. Remember me well. Before Naruto could say anything, Sakura intertwined their fingers, locking them together. Her blue-green eyes gazed at him as she parted her lips, licking the tip of his index finger before biting down. A sharp pain shot through his fingertip, snapping Naruto out of his daze as his pupils dilated. I don't think this is a good idea at all. He gently pushed Sakura away, taking a deep breath as if he'd never breathed before, and his mind suddenly becoming clear. Don't worry, I won't compete with Ino for the first place, Sakura said, her arms falling to her sides, with a relaxed smile on her face. I don't have feelings like love, so you don't need to worry. I just wanted to try it out. No one will know. Think of it as a practice run. This isn't right. Although Naruto's moral bottom line is somewhat flexible, that only applied to strangers. To his companions, he is still relatively sincere, and this wasn't just a matter of whether it was right or wrong. Sakura was completely missing the point of what she truly wanted. Why? Sakura was a little puzzled. Do you still care more about her? But she's already hidden away because of Sasuke. Are you still going to hold on? This has nothing to do with that, Naruto replied. Naruto didn't really care if Dark Sakura would disappear or when she would disappear. He just regarded her as Sakura. Whether she was pink or dark was irrelevant, she was just his companion, Sakura. People get troubled because they think too much. Naruto just needed to cut through the confusion, shutting out all unnecessary worries. If Sakura wanted life to be more interesting, he'd show her more interesting things. But he wouldn't stand by and watch as she continued down this path of ignorance. In short, as long as Dark Sakura could still communicate, then things are still manageable. They just need to gradually work things out and guide her toward a path of becoming a normal and reliable companion. Why? If you agree, I can help with Ino, too. Although I've been too busy with work to really connect with her lately, Sakura said with a smile. But I can reach out to her. There's really no need. Naruto took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, it's not that I find your suggestion outrageous, because I'm not a good person either. But this isn't just some simple experiment. You're right, all I'd have to do is say yes. I could try it with you without feeling any guilt and without losing anything. To be honest, this has nothing to do with Sasuke. Sasuke chose his own path, and I'm not going after him. Let him go. Maybe because of that, Sakura was hurt and decided to hide, giving you control of the body. But these are not important. They're two separate things. I hope you can live every day well. I don't know if you'll disappear or when you'll disappear. Until then, you're my most trusted companion. I'll remember you forever, and when I die, I'll have your name etched on my tombstone. You'll exist forever. Mayflies are born in the morning and die in the evening. Humans only live for 100 years and each has his or her own way of living. Sakura stood there without moving, leaning on the edge of the table in silence for a long time. After about 5 minutes, she raised her head with a smile on her face. Okay. Naruto left Konoha Hospital at noon, and the autumn sun was hanging in the sky. When he reached the edge of the hospital's outer wall, he stopped and slumped against the old structure, sitting down weakly. Dark Sakura was getting more and more out of hand, almost unsettling my focus. Who could withstand that? But now that I thought about it, Dark Sakura was also quite pitiful. However, I couldn't voice such thoughts. Everyone had their own fate to deal with. All in all, Sakura's problem had seen a positive start, and the reformation of Team 7 seemed to be coming along smoothly. After returning home, Naruto collapsed directly onto the sofa. Kurama glanced at him but said nothing. He knew that Naruto had a few days off, and since that guy usually just lazed around when there was nothing to do, it was already used to it. It was a strange holiday indeed, and Naruto spent the entire 7 days lounging. Because of the reformation of Team 7, Tsunade hadn't assigned any new missions to Naruto, giving him time to train. After all, Jiraiya had returned to the village. On the rooftop. What exactly is Senjutsu? Naruto asked with a yawn. Jiraiya put away the telescope and turned his head to glance at him. Tsunade has already told me about it, but it's not that easy to train Senjutsu. You need to lay a solid foundation first before even thinking about Senjutsu. It's not like I want to learn Senjutsu. Naruto said dismissively, picking his nose, but Tsunade-sama is forcing me to learn it, saying if I don't, she'll send me out on missions. You brat, you're really picky about what you want to learn. Do you know how many people would kill to have the Toad Sage as their master? And you're complaining? I don't care about that stuff. I just want to do whatever's easier, Naruto said nonchalantly. But pervy sage, Naruto looked up, you probably don't have much time to stay in the village, right? No matter what you teach me, there won't be enough time. No, I just came back to supervise you until you learn the Rasengan. Jiraiya waved his hand and said. Oh, right, I almost forgot. There's that Rasengan thing. Naruto nodded, sitting cross-legged on the rooftop. I haven't practiced it since we got back from Tanzaku town. You little brat, don't you have any shame at all? Jiraiya knocked Naruto on the head with his telescope. How can you become an outstanding shinobi if you are so lazy? Outstanding? Shinobi? Naruto turned his head and squinted at Jiraiya. You mean a perverted shinobi? Such disrespect, Jiraiya muttered as he put away the telescope. He glanced reluctantly at the women's bathhouse and said with a sigh, I can't stay for long. Uchiha Itachi's whereabouts are unknown. And this time I went out, I only managed to uncover a name, Akatsuki. As for the others, I found nothing. After this winter, I will have to go out and gather more intel in the spring of next year. Is that so? Naruto yawned, his expression showing a trace of boredom. Then go gather your intel. Just don't take unnecessary risks. Jiraiya didn't take it seriously and laughed. I'm the Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku. How could anything possibly happen to me? I've traveled around the world for decades without a hitch, relying only on 3 things. Drinking, chasing women, and shamelessness? Naruto asked leisurely. What nonsense are you talking about? Naturally, it's caution, caution, and more caution, Jiraiya said. If you are out there collecting intelligence, one slip-up could cost your life. Got it. Naruto said lazily. The late autumn sun was warm, no longer scorching. Time flowed like water, trickling away with each day of training, rising with the steam from the ramen shop and drifting into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it is already deep winter. The sky is gray and it looks like it's going to snow again. Naruto stood beneath the red walls and green tiles, his feet buried in a layer of snow that reached his ankles. He had grown taller, his face gradually showing the youthful vigor of a young man. The slightly thin body stood in the cold wind, clad in black training clothes, seemingly waiting for someone. Jiraiya appeared from the entrance of the alley, walked up to him and said, It's getting late. The sooner we finish training, the sooner we can head back. I'm leaving the village tomorrow. The wind howled, the night air biting cold, as if it could freeze a person into a coffin. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Naruto was a little confused. The New Year's festival is just around the corner. Can't you wait a few more days before leaving? What's there to wait for? Jiraiya looked up at the sky, brushing the small snowflakes off his shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. I'm just a lonely old man during the New Year's festival, nothing special to celebrate. It just so happens that the Land of Wind's custom store is holding a New Year's festival that I want to check out. You pervy sage, I suspect you went out just to have fun. Naruto retorted mercilessly. You can't even wait for a New Year's festival? You're definitely just a dirty old man. The village received new intel. The situation in the Land of Wind is unstable. That Jinchuriki brat seems to be having trouble and is about to lose his position as the successor of Case Cage. Now, it looks like something big is happening. Jiraiya's expression turned serious and he spoke in a low voice. The village's higher-ups wants to help that brat, who has a favorable view of Konoha, succeed as the Case Cage, so they're sending me to gather intel and handle the situation. I need to go and see what's going on. Isn't that basically interfering with the internal affairs of other countries? Naruto raised an eyebrow. What nonsense are you talking about? I was just there to gather information. I'm completely innocent. Jiraiya argued. Gaara becoming Case Cage would benefit the people of both the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. At the very least, it could bring peace between the two countries for decades, if not a century. It's something worth doing. This sounds boring, but if you want to do it, pervy sage, then go for it, Naruto said, shrugging. Whatever the meaning of being a shinobi is, I totally don't get it. You are such a jerk. Jiraiya calmed down, pointed at Naruto and laughed. Do I need to explain myself to a brat like you? The adult world is very dull. You have to bear responsibilities wherever you go, so I won't take you with me this time. If Jiraiya wanted to, he could still take the Jinchuriki out of the Land of Wind alone. After all, with Jiraiya's qualifications, he was a master-level figure even as an intelligence shinobi. Whatever, Naruto said, waving his hand. Let's make today our last training session. Pervy sage. Let me show you what a perfect Rasengan looks like. Arriving at the training ground in the snow-covered forest, Naruto saw the new wooden stakes that had just been replaced from afar. He slowly walked to the center of the field and stopped. Turning to look at the sluggishly approaching Jiraiya, Naruto suddenly asked, since this is actual combat training, does that mean everything should be as realistic as possible? I mean, should we just go all out? Go all out? Jiraiya, still oblivious to the potential seriousness of the situation, casually replied, whatever, you can fight however you want. With that said, Jiraiya extended one hand, and a smug smile appeared on his face. I'll let you make the first move. Okay. Naruto smiled. Without any shadow clones, he formed a Rasengan with a single hand and charged in a curved line, shouting, you old geezer, get ready to meet your doom. Jiraiya's eyebrows furrowed at those words, and his fists clenched tightly. Watch your mouth. With a few swift movements, Jiraiya dodged and landed a solid kick on Naruto's wrist. The Rasengan lost control and smashed into the snow-covered ground, creating a large crater. Ouch! Weren't you the one who said to make it realistic? Naruto clutched his wrist, grimacing in pain. Well, it was pretty realistic, at least the pain you're feeling is real. Jiraiya said, patting the snow off his hands, let's call it a day. The snow is getting heavier. At least you've mastered the Rasengan. Your efforts throughout the winter weren't in vain. Only someone as exceptionally talented as me could learn a ninjutsu this quickly. Naruto boasted without a hint of modesty. But his speed in mastering the technique was indeed impressive. At least for now, the only people who know how to use the Rasengan are Jiraiya and him. If a battle breaks out, when facing the enemy, this technique could catch opponents off guard and deal significant damage. More or less, you're getting there. Jiraiya scratched his head. The wind grew stronger, and the snow continued to fall. The two began making their way back, their surroundings a blanket of white. Other than the sound of the wind and their footsteps crunching in the snow, there was almost no other noise. It felt as if the entire world had quieted down. Naruto walked in silence ahead, while Jiraiya trailed behind by a couple of paces, his steps alternating between deep and shallow in the snow. Occasionally, he would snap a twig underfoot, producing a crisp crack. As they returned to the village, the surroundings began to become lively. Children, bundled up in thick hats and gloves, ran through the streets, wrestling and shouting out lines from shinobi games. They grabbed handfuls of snow, pretending they were shuriken. Jiraiya and Naruto stood on the side of the street, watching for a while as the children threw snowballs against the red walls. The tiles on the old walls were knocked loose and fell onto the thick layer of snow, but no one paid any attention. Watching this scene in front of him, Naruto was reminded of Mo Shanshan and the red walls blanketed in white snow. He found it amusing and smiled to himself. Suddenly, Jiraiya, standing beside him, patted Naruto on the shoulder. Naruto turned around, noticing the awkward smile on Jiraiya's face, with a mix of embarrassment and unease. Seeing this, Naruto was slightly taken aback and asked, "What's wrong with you, pervy sage?" That, Jiraiya pointed at the group of children playing, the same awkward smile still on his face. Naruto blinked his eyes. He had seen that smile in his previous life. It was a winter night when his grandfather, who had been missing for 5 years, was brought back by the local police station. His grandfather's army coat, shiny with wear, was dusted with snow. His frostbitten hands, swollen and red, clutched a toy meant for a 7-year-old child, yet he handed it over to the 16-year-old Naruto standing before him. With that same awkward, almost pleading smile on his face, Jiraiya struggled to catch his breath as he spoke, "Why don't you play with them?" "What?" Naruto snapped out of his thoughts, his voice a little hoarse, and he coughed and asked again. Jiraiya let out a dry laugh, still pointing at the children throwing snowballs. With a hint of restraint, he asked, "Did you play like that with your friends when you were a kid?" "Yeah. That's good, that's good." Jiraiya retracted his hand, showed another awkward smile, and then started walking toward the izakaya, shouting loudly, "Honestly, in this weather, nothing beats a good drink." Naruto stood there, not watching Jiraiya leave, nor making a sound. His face remained expressionless until the snow had fully covered his shoulders, and only then did he slowly walk away. Whatever would happen in the future could be dealt with later, but Akatsuki really has no meaning to exist. I might as well kill them all when I have time. He didn't care about their grievances or deep-seated grudges, he just wanted to kill them all. Standing in front of the enemy's tombstone and repenting was always the most pious moment. As he trudged through the snow back home, the key turned in the lock, but before he could open the door, it was suddenly open from the inside. Ino, wearing a green apron, pulled the door open. Her hair was slightly messy, and underneath the apron, she wore a thick pink sweater. She looked a bit surprised when she saw Naruto. Naruto was also momentarily stunned. For the past few months, he had been training non-stop with Jiraiya. Basically, except for eating and sleeping, he spent almost all his time training. He trained everything, from taijutsu to genjutsu, and the Rasengan. The effect was of course very significant. An old veteran like Jiraiya, who has quick reactions and plenty of experience, has an endless variety of tricks in battle. Naruto was beaten for a month before he slowly adapted to it. His last training session earlier that day had been to let off some steam, which was why he cheekily called Jiraiya an old geezer. But he didn't expect to get beaten up again. "What brings you here?" Naruto asked with a smile. "I just felt like coming." Ino pulled him inside, tugging at his sleeve with one hand while brushing the snow off his shoulders with the other. "Training again? How do you know? You've been missing for 2 or 3 months, so how could I not know? You really underestimate Jiraiya-sama's reputation." Ino placed a pair of slippers in front of him and said, "Hurry and change your shoes." With that said, Ino hurried off to the kitchen. Naruto was still a bit dazed, unsure of what had gotten into Ino today. He walked into the living room in a daze and stood there for a while. Kurama was curled up on his little sofa, already asleep, his belly rising and falling gently. In the kitchen, water was boiling and the soup in the pot was starting to bubble, releasing wisps of white steam. In the living room, under the warm yellow light, Naruto stared at the kitchen for a long time. Ino walked up to him, frowned, and stared at him for a moment before reaching out to touch his forehead. "What's wrong? Did you turn into a fool? Are you obsessed with my beauty? What day is it today?" "It's the New Year's Eve." Ino sighed as she looked at Naruto. "I knew you'd forget, so I came here specially. How is it?" "Without me, someone would have perfectly missed the New Year's festival." "Isn't the New Year's festival in a few days?" Naruto asked after being stunned for a while. "You've really mixed up the dates, haven't you?" Ino said, with her hands on her hips, and snorted. "Training must have fried your brain. At this rate, I'm afraid no one will want you anymore." "Thank you, Ino. There's no need to thank me specifically for this kind of thing." When you say it like that, Ino's face turned a bit red, and she mumbled, "It feels a bit awkward, like. It's as if Ino's voice became too soft for Naruto to hear. He was already rolling up his sleeves, heading for the kitchen as expected. Ino's culinary skills were quite limited. She cooked a lot. Naruto sighed quietly, took out some ingredients from the fridge, and began cooking himself. Ino, seeing Naruto in the kitchen, sat nervously on the sofa. It had taken all her courage to come here today, even though she had pretended to be calm at the door. "Ino." Naruto suddenly poked his head out of the kitchen and called out. "Ah, what's wrong? Come with me to meet someone later." "Huh? Who? Isn't the New Year's festival in a few days?" Naruto asked after being stunned for a while. "You've really mixed up the dates, haven't you?" Ino said, with her hands on her hips, and snorted. "Training must have fried your brain. At this rate, I'm afraid no one will want you anymore." "Thank you, Ino. There's no need to thank me specifically for this kind of thing." When you say it like that, Ino's face turned a bit red, and she mumbled, "It feels a bit awkward, like. It's as if Ino's voice became too soft for Naruto to hear. He was already rolling up his sleeves, heading for the kitchen as expected. Ino's culinary skills were quite limited. She cooked a lot of soup in one pot. Naruto sighed quietly, took out some ingredients from the fridge, and began cooking himself. Ino, seeing Naruto in the kitchen, sat nervously on the sofa. It had taken all her courage to come here today, even though she had pretended to be calm at the door. "Ino." Naruto suddenly poked his head out of the kitchen and called out. "Ah, what's wrong? Come with me to meet someone later." "Huh? Who? Pervy sage." "Huh?" Ino sat on the sofa, trying to figure out who the pervy sage was. Suddenly, it dawned on her that there was only one person in Konoha who would call themselves a sage, and her eyes widened in shock. "Wait, are you talking about Jiraiya-sama?" "Yeah." Naruto leaned against the kitchen doorway, occasionally glancing at the pot in the kitchen as he spoke casually. "Besides him, there is no other pervy sage in Konoha." "But that's Jiraiya-sama." Ino's body stiffened as she widened her eyes, gripping the sofa tightly, one of the legendary Sannin. "What's so special about that? Haven't you met another Sannin already? She's always in the Hokage Tower. It's not like they're anything rare." Ino was speechless, and when she turned around, she saw that Naruto had already gone back to the kitchen to continue his work. "Of course, it seems ordinary to you, but she's the Hokage no matter what," Ino murmured to herself as she watched the drunken Kurama lying on the sofa. "It's a rare thing to see her even once before a mission. Since Tsunade-sama became Hokage, I've only seen her a few times in totals." You might not think much of Tsunade-sama, but it's not easy to meet the Hokage whenever you want. You're thinking too simply. "I don't know, maybe because we're closer." Naruto's voice came from the kitchen. "Anyway, you will understand when you meet him. Pervy Sage is not that great, he's just like any other person." "Even if you say that, I'll still be nervous." Ino clenched and unclenched her hands, then looked back toward the kitchen, asking, "Should we bring a gift? Isn't today New Year's Eve?" "I actually forgot about this, and I don't have anything prepared now, so forget it," Naruto said as he stirred the soup. "Let's just bring some food with us, he won't mind." Sigh, "I suddenly don't feel like going." Ino flopped onto the sofa, her face buried in a pillow as she began to feel her face heat up. The kitchen was filled with bubbling sounds, and it seemed Naruto was chopping vegetables. The rapid sound of a knife on a cutting board mixed with the sound of sizzling oil as the freshly cut meat was dipped in batter and dropped into the hot oil, turning golden and puffy like cotton. Even across the living room, Naruto's voice, mingled with the sizzling oil, reached Ino clearly. I won't force you to go. It's just that the perverted sage is about to leave on a mission. There won't be time to spend New Year's together, and I got the date wrong. I don't have anything special to give him, so I thought I'd just make some food to bring over. If I go alone, you'll probably be bored staying here, so why not come along? Okay, Ino muttered reluctantly. After a while, Ino got up from the sofa and hurried into the bathroom. She turned on the light with a click and stood in front of the big mirror in the bathroom. After looking at herself again and again, her face fell instantly. Why didn't you tell me sooner? She complained. What? Naruto's voice came from the kitchen, but the sizzling sounds were so loud he didn't hear what Ino had said clearly. Pink straps. Go to hell, you pervert. Ino's exasperated voice echoed from the bathroom. Weird, Naruto muttered, standing in the kitchen as he took the freshly fried tempura out of the pan. He glanced out the window at the gloomy snow-covered landscape. The sun hadn't set yet, and the kitchen was warm and cozy. From the living room, Naruto heard the sound of footsteps. He turned slightly to see Ino standing at the kitchen doorway, looking nervous and unsure. The romanticism of a winter night was perfectly encapsulated in the warm, brightly lit living room and the sweater-clad girl who couldn't hide her thoughts. Standing there, all her feelings were written on her face. Isn't it too casual for me to dress like this? Is it okay to meet Jiraiya-sama dressed like this? It looks so ugly. How about I go home and change into something else? What do you think looks good? But I don't think I have any clothes that are too formal, they all look like this. Huh? Why are you spacing out? Seriously, are you even listening to me? Naruto came back to his senses, calmly lowered his head and turned off the fire. He reached for the plate with one hand and said as if nothing had happened, you look good in anything you wear, there's no need to dress up. How can you say that? Ino's face turned red. You can't meet an elder dressed like this. It's too disrespectful. Elder? Naruto narrowed his eyes as he was about to pick up the soup. Are you talking about pervy sage? I suppose he could be considered an elder, but there's no need to be so formal. Hurry up, Ino urged as she stood at the door, holding a food container, her ears slightly red. We need to get going, or the snow will get heavier if we're too slow. It's fine. He's not going anywhere. At this time, pervy sage is just holed up in that izakaya drinking. Naruto replied lazily as he came out of the kitchen after washing the dishes and drying his hands. The brothel isn't very busy right now, so he won't leave the izakaya so early. Ino. There's no need to explain things like that in such detail. And how come you know so much about the brothel? What are you thinking about? Naruto asked, putting on a thick coat and picking up a scarf from the sofa. He glanced at Ino and said, I just know about it. It's not like I can go to those places. Who knows? Ino turned her head away. Naruto didn't say anything, and just handed the scarf to Ino. Then, they slowly made their way out the door. Ino was still dressed the same way, and under Naruto's strong persuasion, she did not waste time going home to change her clothes. She was wrapped in a light-colored coat on the outside and a pink sweater on the inside. Her usual lively demeanor was now replaced by a somewhat aloof and elegant vibe. As they walked down the snow-covered streets, Naruto suddenly opened a large black umbrella with a poof. It was like a black lotus blooming in the snow, standing out vividly. At that moment, Ino's body was trembling slightly, but it wasn't just because of the cold. The words Naruto had said at the kitchen door earlier replayed in her mind, making her face feel warm again. This feels almost like meeting the parents. Shaking her head, Ino tried her best to dispel the thought. This was just a chance to meet one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya-sama had always been mysterious, so this was just an opportunity to broaden my horizons. There aren't many opportunities like this, so stop overthinking. It's so cold. Ino exhaled a breath of white air. The light snow fell silently on the black umbrella. Naruto turned to look at Ino, tilting the umbrella towards her before naturally taking the food container from her hands. The walk is a bit long, let me carry it, oh. Outside the izakaya, Ino paused outside the curtain. Naruto was about to go in when he noticed Ino's movements and immediately turned back to look at her and asked in confusion, why did you stop? Ino lowered her gaze, her fingers twisting together as she spoke nervously, I'm a little nervous. What's there to be nervous about? He's just a pervy sage. Naruto glanced Ino up and down, reached out and grabbed her hand, and directly led her inside. Ino was caught off guard and her body was pulled into the izakaya. At the next moment, her surroundings suddenly became much brighter. Pervy sage, how many dishes did you drink with? Naruto put the food container on the table. Why are you here? Jiraiya raised his head from the table, with a white sake cup placed beside him, reeking of alcohol. I got the date wrong. It's New Year's Eve today, so I brought you some food. Naruto replied calmly as he opened the food container. Are you planning to drink here all night? How is that possible? Later on, I'm going to the... A lewd smile appeared on Jiraiya's drunken face. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed a pretty girl standing behind Naruto. He was slightly stunned and immediately swallowed the word brothel that were about to come out of his throat. Who is she? Jiraiya pointed at Ino and asked. My friend, you should have an impression of the daughter of the Yamanaka clan's clan head. Ino's face was red and her whole body was trembling. She didn't hear what Naruto and Jiraiya were saying. It wasn't until Naruto gave her a slight tug that she snapped out of it and quickly raised her head. This is Pervy Sage. Naruto introduced him to Ino, say. Hello, Jiraiya-sama. Ino quickly bowed, looking adorably flustered. My name is Yamanaka Ino, I'm. Ha ha ha, Jiraiya chuckled, clapping his hands as he lightly held the sake bottle. You're the daughter of that brat from the Yamanaka clan, right? How's your father doing? He's doing well, Jiraiya-sama, Ino replied with a smile. She immediately felt more at ease. She had never expected that Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, was so easygoing and would be so easy to talk to. She had been so nervous before coming in, almost feeling like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Naruto couldn't help but roll his eyes as he watched the 2 people's boring greetings. Just now, Pervy Sage was definitely about to mention the brothel, right? Good guy, he actually swallowed that word just to maintain his image. I'll go get some juice so we can have a drink with you. Naruto chimed in at the right moment. While these dishes are still warm, you should try some. Sure, Jiraiya said enthusiastically, putting down the sake bottle. He looked at Ino and added, no need to be so formal, have a seat. Naruto went to get the juice, and Ino smiled, nervously sitting down at the edge of a chair. Are you 2 living together now? Jiraiya suddenly asked as he picked up some food with his chopsticks. Ah, Ino waved her hands quickly. No, it's just that today is New Year's Eve, and my parents are busy visiting people. I didn't really want to go. And I didn't want to be stuck in the shop either, so I ended up going to his place by chance. Oh, by chance, huh? Jiraiya nodded. You 2 have such a good relationship, it's really enviable. That's not really. Ino's face flushed, and the tips of her ears turned red. She stammered, actually, our relationship is not that good. We just run into each other sometimes. What relationship? Naruto asked, returning with a bottle of juice, casually tossing out the question. And nothing, Ino denied with a red face. What did you ask, Pervy Sage? Naruto glanced at Jiraiya, who was calmly drinking, and asked. I didn't ask much, I just asked if you 2 are living together. Jiraiya replied casually. No, Naruto calmly poured juice into both his and Ino's cups. Only a pervy sage like you would ask such a boring question. I'm just looking out for you, Jiraiya said with a sheepish grin, taking a sip of his drink. Alright, just ask whatever you want, Naruto replied, not wanting to make Jiraiya feel awkward, so he pretended to be indifferent. He walked over and sat beside Ino, then looked at Jiraiya and asked, You're leaving tomorrow? Yes. Jiraiya yawned. Since it was a matter concerning the village's secrets, he didn't say much. The conversation naturally shifted back to Naruto and Ino, with Jiraiya casually asking some simple questions like, Did you cook this soup? No, Ino made it. Naruto answered offhandedly. Oh, I was wondering why it felt special. Did she make it in your kitchen? So you 2 visit each other often? Jiraiya, skilled in conversation, expertly continued his line of questioning. Yeah, we hang out often. It's normal between good friends, right? Naruto replied seriously. Ino, on the other hand, was almost on the verge of tears, sitting uncomfortably as her face burned with embarrassment. She glanced at Jiraiya, then at the calm Naruto, feeling her face grow hotter by the second. She secretly complained in her heart. What do you mean we are good friends? Couldn't you just tell a little white lie? Although lying to an elder isn't good, this is just too embarrassing. He's definitely doing this on purpose. Foot fetishist, heartless flirt, go to hell. Is that so? Good friends, huh? No wonder you 2 are so in sync. When did you 2 meet? Jiraiya asked casually as he picked up some food. We've known each other for a while. We got closer after graduating from the academy. Naruto answered honestly, sipping his juice. Ino, who was standing by, felt so numb from what she heard that she was afraid that Naruto might reveal something inappropriate, so she quickly and stealthily reached under the table, pinching the soft flesh of his waist through his training clothes. The latter remained calm, just smiled as he gave her a quick glance, though his eyelids trembling slightly. Seeing this, Ino smirked with satisfaction and pretended as if nothing had happened. Under the light, Jiraiya held his cup in one hand, sipping his drink slowly. Watching the 2 of them interact, a smile formed in his eyes, and he suddenly felt a bit like a parent. You guys were talking about the New Year's Eve, so logically, we should go to the shrine together. But it's snowing so heavily outside, so there's no need for that, Jiraiya remarked. Jiraiya never really liked lively events like this. If it weren't snowing heavily today, he might have considered it. But with the bad weather, forcing a shrine visit didn't seem appropriate. It really isn't necessary. Naruto agreed, turning to look out the window. The heavy snow was falling like feathers under the yellow streetlights. They stayed a while longer, chatting about lighter topics. With Jiraiya's vast experiences from his travels, his conversations were always interesting and humorous. As they talked, the atmosphere at the table lightened up, and Ino listened with bright eyes, thoroughly enjoying herself. Most of the conversation was between Naruto and Jiraiya, with Ino occasionally chiming in. The rest of the time, she quietly listened as an attentive audience. This was the first time that Jiraiya found Naruto so pleasing to the eye, and he couldn't help but feel a rare sense of pride as if this usually heartless kid was finally showing some maturity. Happy with the mood, Jiraiya ended up drinking a few more cups. Inside the brightly lit izakaya, Jiraiya was getting more intoxicated. Naruto put down his juice cup and suddenly asked, "Pervy Sage, she has been having some trouble in her training. Do you have any good advice?" "What kind of trouble?" Jiraiya put down his cup and asked with a smile. "Huh?" Ino, completely taken aback, turned her head sharply to look at Naruto in shock. Realizing what he meant, she quickly grabbed his hand and denied it. "I don't." She turned to Jiraiya, shaking her head like a rattle. "Jiraiya-sama, don't listen to him, he's just making things up." Naruto rolled his eyes and said nothing. Jiraiya's gaze softened for a moment before he smiled. He was not afraid of being troubled by Naruto at all. The biggest trouble was that Naruto never asked him for anything. "I might not be much help, but you could ask Tsunade. She probably wouldn't mind taking on another disciple. Or you could ask Utatane Kaharu. Those old folks are usually pretty idle." Ino was speechless. "Alright," Naruto nodded. "Alright what?" Ino tugged on Naruto's hand and said in a low voice. Naruto ignored her, stood up, and said to Jiraiya, "The snow is getting heavier, we should head back now." Go. Jiraiya waved them off with a smile, feeling a mix of emotions. After wandering for half his life, it was the first time he felt the bittersweet weight of responsibility. "Be careful on the way." "Got it." "I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sama. He just talks nonsense sometimes, please don't take what he said earlier too." Ino apologized, but before she could finish, Naruto had already pulled her away. Halfway out, Naruto stopped again and turned back to look at Jiraiya, giving him a serious warning, "Don't die out there, pervy sage." "Damn it, you little brat, I'm from Mount Myoboku," Jiraiya started to retort, but Naruto had already led Ino far away, opening a large black umbrella at the door. Jiraiya watched them for a while, then suddenly smiled with relief. He stood up, still slightly drunk, and muttered to himself, "Well, there's no point in drinking anymore. Better take care of that matter first. After all, my foolish disciple rarely asks for anything, and there's not much fun in Konoha's nightlife anymore." On the way home, the snow fell in a heavy blanket. The two walked side by side in silence, with large black umbrellas sheltering them. "Why did you say that earlier?" Ino broke the silence and turned her head slightly to glance at Naruto's profile. "I just asked casually. I know you're doing this for my own good, but this is inappropriate," Ino said, her expression a little complicated. "That was Jiraiya-sama. I don't want him to think that He won't think too much about it. I've never asked him for anything." Naruto stopped walking, causing the umbrella to halt as well. "He'll be happy and, in turn, will like you too." Ino was suddenly speechless, her feelings a tangled mess. She realized she might be stepping into a deep pit, when she might not be able to escape from if she didn't pull herself out now. "Why are you going so far for me? I was just complaining. Even if I become an ordinary shinobi, I'll be fine. I am the heir of the Yamanaka clan. I might inherit my father's position in the future and work in the intelligence department or the interrogation department. In fact, even if I don't make any progress, it doesn't matter much." The two stood in the snowy street, the night dark and silent. The streetlights in the distance cast a steady yellow glow, illuminating their corner. Snowflakes fell from the sky like a giant funnel, raining down. Each flake fluttered in the yellow light, gently landing on the large black umbrella. Heavy snow makes a sound, a soft rustling like a brush sweeping across rice paper. After Ino finished speaking, Naruto's face remained expressionless. He didn't argue with her, just quietly watched. It wasn't until Ino awkwardly turned her head away, avoiding his gaze, that Naruto finally spoke. "Isn't this good?" "I don't know." Ino stubbornly shook her head. "It's good, but I feel it's too heavy, and I won't be able to repay you." Naruto stared at her pretty face for a while, confused by her reaction. He felt it was just a small thing. Whether he asked Tsunade or had Jiraiya ask, it didn't matter, and Naruto just let Jiraiya act as a middleman this time. In sanality, he'd probably ask Tsunade first before going to Utatane Kaharu. "Are you unhappy?" Naruto asked seriously. No, Ino herself didn't know what was wrong. She suddenly realized that everything had changed, and Naruto seemed to be doing just fine without her. Whether it was Jiraiya-sama or Tsunade-sama, they both treated him well. With their power and status, the Yamanaka clan didn't really matter to them. Ino also wanted to accept his kindness calmly, but if the relationship wasn't equal. But then she thought about it and realized that when there was not much gap between them before, she had been just like him. She knew she was being unreasonable, so she wanted to get away as soon as possible, hiding in her bed and thinking it through bit by bit. Tomorrow would be better, after a good night's sleep. As long as you're not unhappy, Naruto didn't think about her thoughts and said with a smile. I thought you'd be so upset you'd run home, dive under your quilt, and cry. Ino felt utterly exposed, so embarrassed she could explode. Her lips pressed into a thin line as she pointed at Naruto, trembling with anger. I would never, why'd I even bother talking to you? Do whatever you want, I'm not going to worry about paying you back, you jerk. Hearing this, Naruto chuckled happily. That won't do. I bought you new clothes. Ah, go put it on yourself. Damn pervert. Ino punched him, her chest heaving with anger. I could wear them myself, but it'd be a shame if no one appreciated it. As he said that, he grabbed her hand, holding it tightly as if nothing had happened. Ino's eyes widened as she looked at Naruto, who was so close to her. She didn't know where to put her other hand. The hand he held felt hot, making her heart flutter. She suddenly realized one thing, which is, no matter how he changed, at this age where anything is possible, it wasn't a mistake, but a blessing. Want me to walk you home? Naruto asked. The Ino Shikacho clan celebrates the new year together, so my parents probably aren't home right now, Ino said, biting her lower lip. Then let's go home, Naruto said. Holding hands all the way, Ino tried to break free several times, but couldn't. With no other choice, she could only let Naruto lead her back home. After they got home, Naruto didn't mention anything about maid outfits or make any suggestive comments. He understood the principle of too much is as bad as too little. He'd already teased her once that night, so now, he decided to behave, not wanting to make Ino panic again. As usual, they took turns showering, with Ino choosing to go last this time. I'm really not that kind of person. What happened last time was just a joke, Naruto tried to explain. You don't need to explain. Ino took several steps back and looked at him with disdain. Seriously, you know what you've done. Are you serious about backing away like that? Naruto sighed. If I had known, I wouldn't have tried to be clever. Why did I act so impulsively back then? HMPH, anyway, don't think you can take advantage of me, Ino said with a grin, lying down happily on the sofa. She then pulled Kurama, who was lounging on a small sofa, into her arms. Naruto, feeling helpless, slowly went back to his room to get some clothes for his shower. Kurama, now in Ino's arms, looked confused but became obedient again when he realized it was Ino. Does your foxhound really drink? I smell alcohol. Yeah, he drinks. What, are you planning to buy him some? Naruto responded as he grabbed his clothes and glanced at Ino. Kurama's eyes brightened as he looked up at Ino. His expression made her laugh, and without knowing any better, she said, sure, I'll buy as much as he wants. Kurama's ears perked up with excitement as he looked at Ino. He thought to himself, the owner of this little piece of trash was indeed this woman in front of me. What a spineless human being. Though Kurama thought this way, he hypocritically forgave himself, accepting the fact that he was a biju, not a human. So, the concept of spinelessness didn't apply to him, and he was merely making use of them. Half an hour later, while Ino was showering, Naruto was in the living room blow-drying his hair. He glanced at Kurama again and said, you really have no shame, Kurama. Kurama glanced towards the bathroom and spoke in a hushed voice, mind your own business. Naruto looked at him with a complex expression, if you start doing backflips later, I'll really lose all respect for you. Get lost, you useless piece of shit. I need to warm up, Kurama said disdainfully. Naruto. He no longer cared about the completely free-spirited Kurama, and after drying his hair, he went to his room, changed into fresh clothes, and turned on the air conditioner, making the room warmer. When Ino came out of the bathroom, she was amazed to see Kurama doing backflips. She excitedly rushed over while holding her bathrobe. After Kurama did a few backflips, he felt embarrassed and stopped. Seeing Kurama suddenly come to his senses, Naruto was somewhat surprised. He shifted his position on the sofa and continued lying down. Ino walked over, carefully adjusting the edges of her bathrobe to ensure it wouldn't reveal anything before slowly sitting down. To be honest, Naruto was a bit disappointed. He felt that being that cautious was really unnecessary. He lay on the sofa and closed his eyes, gradually sorting out the recent events in his mind. Over in the Land of Wind, Gaara seemed to be facing some trouble in his attempt to rise to power. Jiraiya continued to gather intelligence, possibly investigating Akatsuki. The situation in the Land of Wind was highly sensitive, and it was unclear whether Jiraiya would intervene. That crazy brother Kan Itachi probably wouldn't return for a while. For the next 2 or 3 years, Akatsuki likely wouldn't come knocking. There was still plenty of time, but I couldn't afford to sit idly by. After thinking it over, Naruto decided to leave it for later. Battles are all about intelligence, as they say, know yourself and your enemy, and you will be undefeated. Putting everything else aside, Jiraiya was undeniably powerful. If he had fully understood Nagato's abilities, he wouldn't have been killed by just a few of pain. With someone like him, who knows all the intel, if Nagato sent pain, there's no way they'd leave Konoha alive. If Tsunade and Jiraiya teamed up, and with himself and Kurama, plus, if they called in Guy and Kakashi, even Madara would have to take a few hits. He also knows the Impure World reincarnation, had mastered the complete version of the Rasengan, and even had the Flying Thunder God in his arsenal. After counting carefully, the only thing left to learn was Senjutsu and some Fuinjutsu. Right now, what he lacked wasn't more ninjutsu but taijutsu. The reflexes and muscle memory required for combat, as well as the instincts and experience needed in life and death battles, were all things he lacked, but these couldn't be rushed and had to be developed slowly. Overall, Shadow Clone Technique could solve that problem. He could just ask Tsunade for help. If she refused, he could just keep pestering her. The Scroll of Seals would be his eventually. He'd already learned the most dangerous Impure World reincarnation, so there was nothing else to worry about. One day, he would be able to stand before Uchiha Madara, shout for him to wake up, and watch as all the deceased opened their eyes. Calling out from the endless darkness underground, they would slowly dance with him. With such thoughts in mind, Naruto felt the pressure seemed to lift, and the future looked promising. Standing in this god's eye view felt great, like playing a hack game. Fell asleep? Ino's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Naruto felt a finger poke his cheek. Startled, he opened his eyes and instinctively reached out. Ino, surprised by his sudden reaction, was caught off guard and pulled onto the sofa. With a thud, Ino was pinned down by Naruto on the sofa. "Ah, sorry." After he saw that it was Ino, he quickly stood up and let go of Ino. "Don't scare me like that. I'm still traumatized from that time Uchiha Itachi spooked me." Ino, knowing she was at fault, lowered her head and responded with a quiet, It was already 11 p.m. outside, everything was silent, and the balcony was covered in snow. Kurama stood on his hind legs, peering out the window. The two of them sat on the sofa, and the atmosphere grew a little subtle. Naruto couldn't quite explain why, but whenever things quieted down, this subtle tension would emerge. Perhaps it was a common symptom of being in the ambiguous stage of their relationship, not yet open and not entirely straightforward. "I heard it's going to snow heavily for the next few days. Do you think Konoha will have a power outage?" Naruto asked. Casually bringing up a topic, Konoha's power grid has always been unreliable. "It shouldn't, right? Last time there was a downpour, the power didn't go out." Ino thought for a moment and said. The last heavy rain she was referring to was the time when Itachi came to capture Naruto. "That's because the old apartment was right in the very center of Konoha. How could it be the same here, which is places on the outskirts?" Naruto said with a smile. "Although, ever since I moved here, the power hasn't gone out, it's unlikely to suddenly." Click. The living room was instantly plunged into darkness. Then, from the direction of the door, there was a long beeping sound. The power had really gone out. All the lights disappeared. On this New Year's Eve, Naruto remembered glancing at the clock on the wall before the power went out. It was around 11 o'clock. Waiting for the power to come back seemed unrealistic. If the heavy snow damaged the equipment outside, it might not be restored until tomorrow. In the pitch blackness, he suddenly remembered that there were candles stored in the drawer. So, he got up, but with a crash, he accidentally knocked something over. Ino suddenly became nervous, and he could hear a slight tremor in her voice. He turned his head to look in the direction of the sofa and responded subconsciously, "What's wrong?" The room was very dark. Even after his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he could only make out a vague outline. The residual image before the power outage was still in his mind, so Naruto could easily determine where Ino was. He thought that a shinobi shouldn't be afraid of the dark. But perhaps it was some other reason, as a sudden power outage could be unsettling. "It's nothing, Ino's voice grew weaker as she spoke. "Are you afraid of the dark?" "No, I'm not afraid. It's just that the sudden blackout feels a bit unsettling." "That's good. I'll go get the candles. Just stay here and don't move," Naruto instructed. "Okay," Ino replied, really staying still and quietly watching as darkness enveloped the room. She could hear rustling sounds beside her, followed by the sound of a cabinet being opened. After a few minutes, when Naruto was still fumbling around in the dark, Ino couldn't help but stand up and ask, "Can't find it?" "It should be in one of these nearby cabinets, but I haven't found it yet," Naruto replied, sounding a bit troubled. "Just wait a bit longer, I think. Let me help you look for it. It's kind of boring just sitting here," Ino said as she began to feel her way toward the cabinet. "Sure," Naruto agreed. "Is it right here?" Ino squatted down and began to pull out the cabinet and asked, groping in the cabinet little by little. The feeling in the dark state was somewhat strange. The weakened vision made her other four senses more sensitive. "It should be." Naruto's voice came from right next to her. "Really?" Ino's voice trembled slightly as she continued to feel around on top of the cabinet. Suddenly, she touched an arm. Then her hand was grabbed in return, causing her to tremble all over, and she let out a soft gasp. "What's wrong with you?" Naruto asked, acting as if nothing had happened. His other hand seemed to be still groping in the dark, searching for the candles. Ino could hear the rustling sound of things being moved around, but she could also feel the familiar warmth of his hand. An electric current seemed to pass from her hand to her heart, sending a tingling sensation through her brain. In that instant, Ino felt her legs go weak, as if she had just drunk alcohol. When someone is nervous, there's a faint bitterness that gathers in the throat and on the tongue, making it hard to speak with any strength. Ino wanted to say, "Stop," but her heart was pounding too hard. Everything in front of her was dark, and she lost her vision completely. All she could hear was Naruto continuing to rummage through the cabinet. After that, he just kept holding her hand, not saying anything. But Ino didn't dare to move, allowing her hand to be gently squeezed and toyed with. "Have you found it?" Her voice trembled as she closed her eyes to hold back the tears that had started to well up. No, Naruto had actually found the candles but had set them aside. Maybe I got confused. Perhaps they're in the cabinet by the balcony. As he said this, he stood up, pulling Ino to her feet with him. Despite clearly toying with her hand, he continued to pretend as if nothing had happened, and said naturally, "Let's check over there, maybe we can find it." "Oh okay," Ino stammered as she stood up, following Naruto's lead in the dark toward the small cabinet by the balcony windows. Kurama, lying on the sofa, watched in confusion. With his excellent night vision, he could clearly see the two of them holding hands in the dark, and also noticed the candles sitting on the counter. He couldn't help but wonder about the stupidity of humans. They really are far more foolish than I had ever imagined. Kurama debated for a moment whether to grab the candles and bring them over, but then he reconsidered, thinking that he would look like a mere dog if he did so, and quickly abandoned the idea. So, Kurama lay back on the sofa, crossing his paws, a mocking grin on his face as he watched these two foolish humans, ready to see what would happen next. Naruto had already led Ino to the small cabinet by the balcony. Her hand was a bit cold, with calluses at the base of her thumb, the result of holding shuriken and kunai. However, the rest of her hand was soft, but cold. Naruto thought to himself that it was up to him to warm it up. He suddenly realized that Ino hadn't said anything yet, making her really easy to deceive. With the principle of never let a good opportunity go to waste, he continued pretending to look for the candles. Of course, he knew full well there were no candles there. This was just an excuse to hold her hand for a little longer. After touching it for a while, Naruto felt something was wrong, as Ino was too silent. He paused for a moment and thought to himself, oh no, could she really be angry? Should I open the curtains? With the snow outside, the light might be brighter than in here. Naruto turned around and asked, his other hand already pinching one end of the curtains. Ino finally reacted, giving his hand a slight squeeze, almost as if she were pleading, and said in a trembling voice, no, please don't. But it was already too late. The curtain was pulled open with a swoosh, and the light reflected off the snowy night outside instantly brightened the room a bit. In the faint light, Naruto could finally see Ino's current state. Tears welled up in her eyes, her delicate, fair face flushed with heat, and her lips pursed slightly as she unconsciously exhaled white breath. Seeing this, Naruto paused, surprised, and placed his other hand on her forehead. You're not sick, are you? Ino suddenly shut her eyes tight. This is too embarrassing. He saw me looking like that. I want to die, she thought like this, but unable to utter a single word. The light streaming in from the balcony windows, reflected off the snow, bathed them both in a soft glow. The two of them stood there, hand in hand, side by side. With the sky as their backdrop, their silhouettes stretched across the room, past the watching Kurama, and onto the empty white wall behind them, as if they were a pair of lovers deeply in love. Naruto's hand on her forehead didn't move immediately, and the flow of time seemed to slow down at this moment. The snowflakes fell outside the balcony, but it was as if they were landing on the couple's shoulders. Ino slowly opened her eyes and saw the strange emotions overflowing from his blue eyes. It was an emotion that only she could understand, the light of affection. With a heavy breath, time began to flow again. Naruto withdrew his hand from her forehead, coughed, and his expression returned to normal. He smiled at Ino and said, I think I found where the candles are. Oh okay. Ino quickly pulled her hand away, lowering her head in guilt. In the faint light, Naruto effortlessly walked over to the cabinet, picked up the candles, and lit one with a lighter. The warm yellow candlelight illuminated a corner of the room. He carefully tilted the candle to let a bit of wax drip onto the table, then pressed the candle onto the wax to hold it in place. Ino also came over and sat down on the sofa closest to the candlelight, her face now calm again. Kurama hadn't moved an inch the entire time, casting the two of them a disdainful look. He grabbed the bottle of alcohol with his paw and gulped down the last few sips. Stupid humans. After lighting the candle, Naruto got up and lit another one, carrying it into the kitchen. As he walked, he said, wait a moment. There should still be some hot water in the kitchen. I'll make you a cup of cocoa. Ino was still riding the emotional waves from earlier, so she didn't really catch what Naruto said and just responded automatically. It wasn't until Naruto brought over 2 steaming cups of cocoa that she instinctively said thank you. Aren't you not a fan of cocoa? Ino held the cup full of hot cocoa, and her hands gradually warmed up. I'm not, really. It's too sweet and heavy for me. I'd rather just drink water than this stuff. Naruto said, usually only girls like you like it, for a sugar boost or something like that. Then why are you drinking it? Naruto smiled and took the seat across from her, taking a sip of cocoa and said, I just want to know what your favorite drink tastes like. If I drank from your cup directly, you'd probably beat me to death, so this is the next best thing. You're exaggerating. I wouldn't. Ino paused halfway through her sentence and then frowned. This guy has a way with words. If I said I wouldn't mind, he'd probably just go ahead and drink from my cup next time. But if I say I do mind, he'll probably come up with something even weirder to say. So, Ino quietly got up and moved a little farther away from Naruto. Naruto. With the power out, the temperature in the living room had naturally dropped. Ino, wrapped only in a bathrobe, couldn't help but shiver. Naruto noticed the chill as well. He stood up and said to Ino, you should sleep in my room. Huh? Why? The blankets in the guest room are pretty thin, and with the power out, there's no heating. You'll catch a cold if you sleep there. Naruto explained patiently, the blankets in my room are thicker, so. He had expected Ino to flatly refuse, which wouldn't have been surprising. After all, he was well aware that in her mind, he was probably on the top 3 of her most dangerous people list. I have probably been labeled as someone who can never be trusted or something like that. But surprisingly, Ino did not refuse. She simply remained silent for a moment before asking, then where will you sleep? Huh? This was a question Naruto had never thought about. Of course, what he thought in his mind was that it would be nice if they could sleep in each other's arms, but he couldn't bring himself to say that out loud. After hesitating for a few seconds, he frowned and said, there is a very thick blanket in the foxhound's room, so I guess I'll just have to make do with that. Kurama understood the situation and angrily stood up from the sofa, looking like a standing tomcat. But before Kurama could voice his anger, Naruto spoke first. At worst, I can just buy a bunch of alcohol for the foxhound tomorrow as compensation. Hearing that, Kurama quietly lay back down, pretending as if nothing had happened. In fact, the weather wasn't that cold, at least he didn't feel it, and as long as he wasn't missing out on something, it was fine. After calming Kurama down, Naruto said to Ino with a smile, don't worry about me. You should head to the room first. But no buts. Naruto pushed Ino into the room, then returned to the living room to grab a candle and placed it by the bedside. He waved at her from the doorway and then shut the door with a bang. The light in the living room was dim. Naruto stood at the room's entrance without leaving immediately. Instead, he silently counted down from 10 in his mind, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. With a soft creak, the door opened. Ino was startled when she saw Naruto standing at the doorway, but she quickly turned her head away and said in a low voice, you don't have to take Foxhound's blanket. It's not a big deal to share a bed, we're just friends, after all. Naruto smiled at Ino, nodded, and said, okay, in the room. Ino's slender body was nestled on the right side of the bed, motionless. She lay still until she heard the candle being blown out and the rustling sound of someone climbing onto the bed nearby. Her stiff body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and she was beginning to regret her impulsive decision just now. I just felt that it would be too pitiful for him to sleep in that room, and out of a moment of pity, I had impulsively opened the door. Now, it felt like there was no turning back, like the rice had already been cooked. Regret wouldn't help at this point. Are you nervous right now? Naruto asked. Don't say weird things, Ino replied, completely turned away, her flushed face buried in the blanket. She originally thought that Naruto's room to be somewhat messy, but upon entering, she was surprised to find it unexpectedly tidy, with even the blanket emitting a fresh scent. The cleanliness of the room created a cozy atmosphere, easing any discomfort she might have had. Ino was a sucker for this kind of environment. Whether it was holding hands in the dark during a power outage, the candlelight, the eye contact, the clean room, or the fluffy, fragrant blanket. In the darkness, Naruto could feel the warmth from Ino's side of the bed. Suddenly, he asked, are you in a hurry to go home tomorrow? Ino's voice was so soft that it was barely audible. The New Year's festival would probably be postponed. Tonight isn't too important, but tomorrow, I'm supposed to go with the Akamichi and Nara clan's elders to the shrine. So that means you won't have time tomorrow and you have to get up early in the morning? Naruto asked. That's about it. What's wrong? Ino asked in a low voice. She felt that her voice was so soft that she could hardly hear it. No reason, I just wanted you to stay a little longer. The voice came from the other side. Hearing what Naruto said, Ino was taken aback for a moment, then turned around. In the darkness, they were close, but not too close, lying in the same bed. Despite their innocent intentions, it was impossible to stop her face from flushing. Ino stared at his familiar blue eyes, bit her lip, and hesitated, unable to speak the words on her mind. She felt a little uneasy. Did he want me to stay? Should I agree? Actually, it wouldn't be a big deal if I missed the shrine visit during the New Year's festival. Even though I had never missed it before, the heavy snowstorm in Konoha was unprecedented. Skipping the visit this time shouldn't be a problem, right? Naruto lay on his pillow, with his head tilted to the side, staring at Ino, who was in a daze, and he couldn't help but find the situation a little amusing. I have been in this world for half a year. I was very lively at the beginning and made all kinds of troubles. Then, I became honest after being beaten a few times. I completed a few missions and made a few good friends. I had experienced life and death situations, and had encountered many troubles. Actually, my life wasn't so bad now. At least, I would not be controlled by others in the future, and I could afford everything I wanted. I can actually stay a bit longer, Ino said at this moment. Naruto responded. He noticed Ino sweeping her hair behind her head, as if she had made some kind of decision, and looked at him with a dazed look. You're still thinking about that incident with Uchiha Itachi, aren't you? Ino asked. Why are you asking about that all of a sudden? Naruto asked with some confusion. I noticed you reacted strongly last time, getting really tense whenever someone knocked on the door. Ino pursed her lips and said, I think you might have developed a stress response from that experience. Probably, but it's not that bad, it hasn't affected me too much. I heard from others that if you talk about it in a safe environment, the psychological trauma will be much better. Ino hesitated before continuing. You asked Jiraiya-sama to help me find a teacher, and I'm really grateful for that. But I don't have much to offer you in return, so. You don't need to worry about that. We don't need to be so calculating in our relationship, Naruto said. It's different. These are two separate matters. Ino shook her head, her golden hair cascading onto the pillow. Her eyes stubborn and bright. I can't pretend to be unaware and just accept it without feeling guilty. It's one thing if it's just a small favor, but this is too significant. I wouldn't have any connection with Jiraiya-sama or Tsunade-sama under normal circumstances. Naruto wasn't sure how to describe the girl in front of him. Sometimes she could be clueless, but in other situations, she was too perceptive. To be honest, she seemed like someone who would make a good wife. But there is no rush now, there is still plenty of time. Alright then, how do you want to repay me? Naruto asked. Well, Ino suddenly cupped Naruto's face in her hands, and as Naruto looked at her with a surprised expression, she said, now you can talk. Talk about what? He was completely bewildered. About your trauma. With me accompanying you like this, it shouldn't be painful to recall, right? Ino said with some surprise. Does this really work? The books say it does? What book are you reading? Naruto suddenly had a bad feeling. Ino blushed, pursed her lips and said nothing. Naruto was speechless, thinking, Jiraiya's dirty books were really causing all sorts of problems. What kind of so-called literary giant was this? Outrageous. Oh no, did I get it wrong? Ino looked panicked. Not just wrong, it's completely off the mark, totally unrelated. Naruto sighed and said seriously, you should stop reading those kinds of books in the future. Oh, okay. Ino nodded honestly. Now things felt a bit awkward. The method didn't work, and Ino felt that withdrawing now her hands seemed wrong. However, leaving them on his face didn't feel right either. While Ino was hesitating, Naruto spoke again. Actually, it's fine to talk about it. Since we're already this far, let's just talk as you suggested. Sorry, Ino said, feeling a little embarrassed. There's no need to apologize for something like that, he said. It's not that I'm afraid of death, or even particularly scared of Uchiha Itachi. It's just that at that moment, I was really frightened. Is it because it was a life or death situation? Ino's eyelashes trembled slightly. No, I was scared something would happen to you. I was really scared. His voice was very calm, like the surface of a lake in winter. You suddenly showed up that day, and I had already made up my mind to fight to the death. But if I transformed into the Biju, half of the village will probably be reduced to rubble. However, I didn't really care about the lives of the villagers at that time. What mattered more was that you survived. Why? Ino didn't know why, but she felt a sudden warmth in her heart, then an unexpected sadness. She asked with a thick nasal voice. No reason. There doesn't have to be a reason for everything. He suddenly chuckled and said with amusement, anyway, nothing happened in the end. I'm just glad you're okay. You. Her voice suddenly took on a sobbing tone as she withdrew her hands and turned away from Naruto to sleep, her back facing him. What's wrong? Naruto genuinely didn't know what was going on. Nothing, I suddenly felt a little sad. Wah, Ino hugged the blanket and started crying, and even without turning around, Naruto knew her face was covered in tears. Why are you crying when nothing's wrong? Naruto asked with some amusement. None of your business. Wah, Ino cried, her tone still fierce despite her tears. Didn't you ask me to talk about it? Now that I have, you won't let me ask anything. Naruto was a little helpless. What's the logic behind this? It's totally irrational. Wah, you're such an idiot. Ino was crying so hard that she didn't want to pay attention to him and kicked him from under the blanket. Ouch! Naruto yelped in pain. It wasn't until Ino calmed down and her crying turned into sobbing that Naruto tentatively asked, do you need a tissue? You're doing this on purpose. I've already finished crying, and now you ask. Ino's voice was a bit muffled and unclear, which is usually the case after crying. I was just asking. There aren't any tissues in the room. It is in the living room, he said. Then can't you go get them? Ino asked, her back still turned, her voice carrying a hint of blame and a touch of coquettishness, though only a little. He might have been imagining that part. It's too cold. I don't want to go. How can there be someone like you? Ino was exasperated. This person loved to deliberately make me angry for no reason and acted like a jerk all the time. Who in their right mind would say something so ridiculous at a time like this? What kind of non-human substance made up his heart? Was he allergic to good vibes? There are a lot of people like me, haha. Naruto poked Ino's back and asked kindly, are you cold? I've got a maid outfit with extra lining. Go to hell. Ah. Ino suddenly turned around and started punching and kicking Naruto, though not hard enough to hurt him. She ended up sweating from the effort. No other words were spoken that night. The next morning, Ino was still sleeping soundly. There was nothing wrong with their sleeping postures. They slept separately, and there was no morning scene, like the ones in those anime. In short, everything was normal. Naruto felt somewhat relieved by Ino's defenseless sleeping posture. Her tough exterior didn't always match her feelings. Her silky, golden hair tempted him to reach out and touch it, but he quickly withdrew his hand. There were other things to do. I should hurry up and wash up and prepare breakfast. Although Ino said it was okay for her not to attend the New Year's festival, Naruto couldn't take her words at face value. Some things just require the right attitude, and you don't really have to go through with them. If Ino skipped the New Year's festival, it would only complicate matters further, unnecessarily so. After swiftly finishing his morning routine and preparing breakfast, Naruto noticed that Kurama was still curled up on the couch cushion, not bothering to sleep in his own room. All Biju seemed to be like that, indifferent to the mundane. Naruto had no idea how Kurama ended up in such a sorry state, drunk, maybe. With breakfast ready, Naruto opened the door, walked over to Ino's side, and poked her cheek. It felt soft, but she didn't wake up. He then applied more force, and Ino finally reacted, frowning but still not opening her eyes. Naruto frowned as well, thinking to himself, still no response? So, he continued poking. This time, Ino finally opened her eyes, which filled with murderous intent. Go to hell. Stop poking, you're awake? Naruto withdrew his hand, pretending nothing had happened. I woke up on the first poke. How could I not wake up with you poking me so hard? Ino said angrily. Couldn't you just leave and let me wake up on my own? But the breakfast will get cold, Naruto said with a shrug. Ah, you're so annoying. Idiot, pervert, foot fetishist. Ino yelled as she threw off the covers and started putting on her winter clothes. Without another glance at Naruto, she stormed into the bathroom in her slippers to wash up. Naruto didn't mind and lazily returned to the kitchen. By the time Ino came out of the bathroom, Naruto had just set breakfast on the table. After finish eating, let's head out early, don't miss that. Whatever it is, Naruto mumbled. Are you trying to chase me away? Ino narrowed her eyes. What do you mean by chasing you away? You mentioned the New Year's festival, and all the members of the Ino Shikacho clans have to attend. Naruto rolled his eyes. Anyway, you should still have time once you finish eating. Got it. Ino lowered her head, sounding slightly displeased. If you really don't want to go, that's fine. I wasn't exactly keen on going either. Naruto explained. It's so boring stay at home alone. It's better to go with someone else. No way. I'll leave as soon as I finish eating, Ino said with a look of disgust. Tisk, so heartless. A few days had passed since the new year. Naruto, who had been lying at home for days, suddenly remembered something important. Damn it. I had completely forgotten what Tsunade had told me. He hurried over to the Hokage's office, and as he pushed the door open, he saw a familiar face standing next to Tsunade's desk, causing him to freeze on the spot. Sakura turned around and smiled naturally. Naruto, long time no see. Long time no see. Naruto scratched his face. After training with Jiraiya for a whole winter, he indeed hadn't had much contact with other people for a long time. He squinted, looking at Sakura's smile, and wondered if the pink Sakura was back? Just as he was lost in thought, Sakura, with her back to Tsunade, suddenly licked her lips. Seeing this, Naruto took a sharp breath, immediately realizing what was going on. Well, it's still her. Tsunade didn't lift her head throughout. Naruto was the only person who never knocked before entering the Hokage's office. Tsunade didn't even need to guess who it was, and she had no desire to look up. What's this? You still remember to show up? Tsunade's voice echoed in the office. It was obvious that she was angry. It wasn't Tsunade's fault for being upset. Naruto was supposed to go to the Hokage's office after the New Year's festival, but he had ghosted her for 4 or 5 days without any updates, even after she had sent someone to remind him. Anyone would want to throttle someone who stood them up like that. Naruto felt a bit guilty, but it wasn't entirely his fault. Yugo had shown up, but instead of using the door, she knocked on the window, waking him up. Naruto had responded groggily while half asleep. But once he woke up, he forgot all about it. That went on for a few days, leading to the current situation. Tsunade-sama, I'm sorry, Naruto quickly admitted his mistake and apologized sincerely. It's all my fault for delaying your plans. In fact, he also knew very well that Tsunade didn't have any actual plans and often slacked off at work. But in order to sound respectful, he still had to flatter her against his will. Huh? Didn't you say you wanted to learn summoning technique? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. I gave you the chance, but you didn't make any use of it. Do you want to die, Uzumaki Naruto? Ask yourself honestly, how many times have I needed you for something, and how many times have you been on time? Tsunade's face was gloomy. You didn't learn anything else from Kakashi, but you definitely picked up his habit of never being on time. Well done, Uzumaki Naruto, really well done. Tsunade-sama, I didn't do it on purpose. Naruto's face twitched slightly and he started to feel nervous. Not on purpose? Tsunade waved her hand, gesturing for Naruto to come over. He hesitated but obediently walked over, only to have Tsunade grab his face and start pinching and twisting it like clay. She kneaded his face for a while until her anger subsided. Alright, now where were we? Tsunade asked. Ow, Naruto clutched his swollen face and said incoherently, learn summoning technique. Speaking of this, Tsunade rubbed her forehead, as if making a final confirmation. You really want to contract Katsuyu? Yeah, Naruto nodded vigorously. You're going to learn Senjutsu with Jiraiya eventually, so why not just sign a summoning contract with the toads of Mount Myoboku? Tsunade asked with some confusion. Well, maybe it's because I don't like toads, Naruto said, making up an excuse. What nonsense. Training is not about likes or dislikes. If every shinobi acted as whimsically as you, they would have all died out by now. Tsunade scolded. Yes, Tsunade-sama, you're absolutely right. Naruto stood there, letting her words go in one ear and out the other. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Tsunade became even more irritated, and waved her hand dismissively. Alright, it's settled. Don't regret it later, there's no time today, so come back tomorrow afternoon at 4. Got it, Naruto, relieved, turned and dashed out of the office. But before he could walk far, someone called out to him from behind. Naruto stopped abruptly and turned around to find Sakura jogging towards him with a mission clipboard in her hand. Sakura stopped in front of him, slightly leaning forward, and began to smile. Naruto, did you hear about the trouble in the Land of Wind? No, I haven't. Naruto shook his head honestly. He had reconciled with Sakura, so there was no need to avoid her intentionally. What could possibly happen in the Land of Wind? I heard that Gaara is in a bit of a difficult situation right now. Some of the ruling elders want to kill him. Oh, and that has nothing to do with us, right? Naruto asked. Well, not now, but it'll have something to do with us soon. Sakura suddenly reached out and pinched Naruto's cheek, mimicking Tsunade's earlier actions, but her touch was much gentler. Team 7 is about to be reorganized. Can you guess who the higher-ups will send to the Land of Wind? Oh no, I'm in for it, Naruto thought to himself. Team 7 won't be reorganized so soon, right? There's still no sign of it happening yet. Naruto muttered, brushing off Sakura's cold hand. It won't take too long. Tsunade-sama has already transferred me out of Konoha Hospital. Sakura said, trying to reach for his face again, but Naruto dodged. So, an office maid? Naruto asked. That's about right. Shizune-sama is also in charge of the medical division, so she doesn't have that much time to stay in the Hokage's office. Sakura replied with a smile, reluctantly withdrawing her hand. Ino will also be transferred to the Hokage's office in a few days. I have never been involved in secretarial work before, so I can't handle it all by myself. Well, I bet the reorganization of Team 7 won't happen that quickly. Standing in the hallway, Naruto sighed, then, I'll be leaving first. Good luck with your work, Sakura. Do you have anything else planned for today? Sakura suddenly asked. Does lying around at home count? Nope. Come and do me a small favor. Archives room. The small favor you mean is moving data? Cough cough cough. Naruto pushed open the door to the archives room and was immediately choked by the dusty air. He instinctively stepped aside to avoid the dust cloud. Looking around, he saw rows upon rows of filing cabinets, with tiny windows that resembled prison cells. Even the sunlight filtering through from outside seemed dust-covered, casting a grayish hue over everything. When was the last time this place was cleaned? It's so dusty. Hardly ever. I just got the key a little while ago. Sakura stepped inside first and began searching through the shelves. These are the personal details of some Chunins. Tsunade-sama has instructed me to collect them and sent them over to her as soon as possible. Chunin? Naruto stood aside and couldn't help but stroked his chin and said, I have seen plenty of Anbu, but I haven't seen Chunin for a long time. What a mysterious group. Most of the Chunin are on missions outside the village, so it's hard to see them. Sakura replied while flipping through the files, not even turning her head. The sentry posts in the Konoha forest and the Land of Fire's forest are manned by Chunin. Naruto leaned casually against the door frame, watching Sakura seriously search through the documents. It felt oddly surreal. Dark Sakura seemed to be genuinely working hard, even though the task seemed pointless. Naruto couldn't help but wonder, if I was the second personality and accidentally took control of the body, what would I do? Giving up my identity as a shinobi seemed unrealistic. Would I just wander around, indulging myself? Unable to come up with an answer, he decided to ask directly. Sakura, is there anywhere you want to go? No. Sakura reached up, pulled down a file, and placed it on the small cart, then glanced at Naruto. There are many things I don't understand, and there's no place I want to go. I had originally planned to spend all her savings, but when I saw that there wasn't much left, I gave up, she answered as she continued her task. Anyway, I don't have anything in particular I want. I'll buy whatever I want when I think of it. Hearing this, Naruto crossed his arms and interjected, you don't have anything now, but maybe you will in the future. Sakura pursed her lips and didn't respond, as she was unsure of what to say. In the future? I probably won't have a future. After taking control of the body, everything was unfamiliar. Once she finally got used to it, when the main personality woke up, she would disappear again. Living in the real world for a few years, then vanishing without a trace. Just like that, with no further story. Naruto left the Hokage tower and stood in the deep winter sun, watching his shadow shrink under his feet. He remained silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. It was a happy thing that Sakura showed no abnormal behavior, but, never mind, let's just take it one step at a time, Naruto thought. When Naruto returned home, he plopped onto the couch with a thud. Kurama sauntered over, still clutching a bottle of sake, taking his usual Tom-like steps. He stopped beside Naruto and poked his slightly swollen face with the bottom of the bottle, asking bluntly, can we get takoyaki today? No, Naruto said unhappily, if you want to go, go yourself. I just got back. With that, he shifted positions on the couch, turning away and ignoring Kurama. Kurama, still holding the bottle, wasn't ready to give up and tapped Naruto's back again. If you're not going, then I'm going to start bothering you right now, and you can forget about getting any sleep. Are you serious? Naruto turned around while hugging the pillow and said with a displeased look on his face. Kurama thought about it for a moment and nodded. Left with no choice, Naruto reluctantly got up and headed out with Kurama. However, Kurama didn't want to walk on all fours, so Naruto carried him like a handbag as they left the apartment. Kurama didn't mind as long as he didn't have to walk. The new year had just passed, and the lingering cold crept back. Naruto, dressed in a thick coat, stood with Kurama in front of a takoyaki stand, pondering how much to order. Suddenly, Naruto felt like he was bumped by someone from behind. He quickly turned around to see a little girl, who also looked up in surprise. Naruto couldn't help but gasp, those familiar white eyes. Hinata's younger sister, Hyuga Hanabi, was wearing a brown training outfit that made her look somewhat boyish. She was momentarily stunned from the collision, then quickly bowed an apology without even checking who she had bumped into. I'm sorry, I was careless. Are you alright? Naruto knew that the Hyuga clan was fond of using honorifics. Whether apologizing or performing other courtesies, they were always precise, making them polite yet somewhat rigid. It's fine. Hearing this, Hanabi sighed in relief. She was about to leave but suddenly noticed the blonde in front of her looked familiar. His forehead was bare, without a forehead protector, and he was accompanied by a bright red foxhound, which was also curiously eyeing her. You are Hinata's sister, Hyuga Hanabi, right? Naruto asked with a smile on his face. If Neji were here, he would definitely recognize that this was Naruto's signature sly smile instantly. Naruto and Tsunade were both the same kind of people, and when they smiled, it was always bad news for others. The pure and innocent Hyuga clan has been harmed twice by such smiles. Naruto hadn't expected that, just taking Kurama out for a stroll, he'd run into Hanabi. Spotting the opportunity, he wasn't going to let her get away without finding out where Hinata was. Last time, Naruto promised to accompany Hinata in training, but then he postponed it for a whole winter. Although circumstances were beyond his control, he sometimes felt a twinge of guilt when he remembered it. He wondered if he had truly inherited Kakashi's tendency to bail on promises, as his flaking skills had reached new heights. I'm indeed Hyuga Hanabi. Do you know my sister? Who are you? Hanabi asked with her eyes lowered. There's no need for honorifics. He waved his hand, recalling how Neji never used them when speaking either. Okay. Hanabi nodded earnestly. Seeing this, Naruto was slightly taken aback. This girl seemed to be as dazed as Hinata. As expected, they were true sisters. I am, customer, your takoyaki is ready. The shop owner handed over the takoyaki at this time. Thank you. Naruto accepted the takoyaki, first handing one portion to Kurama, then offering another to Hanabi. I'm well acquainted with your sister. You can call me Naruto. Hanabi hesitated and didn't take the takoyaki, but Naruto pushed the takoyaki forward again, and she finally took it obediently. Is your sister very busy these days? Naruto asked while picking up Kurama naturally. Kurama was too busy munching on his takoyaki and didn't care about the stupid humans. He just focused on eating and kept sticking his tongue out as the food burned him. Yeah, I hardly see my sister anymore. I guess she's on a mission. Hanabi's attention was completely attracted by Kurama, who was using his paws to eat takoyaki. Is that so? Alright then, Naruto said, already having a vague guess in his mind. Since Team 7 was short-staffed, the missions would have to be evenly distributed among the other genin teams. Although there are many missions, they weren't particularly dangerous. Some people had comfortably lounged around for over half a year, and while the pain of missions hadn't disappeared, it had shifted onto others. But unfortunately, whether it was Team 3, Team 10, or Team 8, all were distinctly characteristic teams, but not high damage dealers. Team 7 was established for that very purpose. If it weren't for Sasuke's defection, Team 7, which possessed the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki and Uchiha clans Kekkei Genkei, would have been positioned as the village's vanguard. Since graduating from Genin until now, Naruto's mission completion rate had been 100%, excluding the pursuit of Sasuke. No wonder the higher-ups are in a rush to reorganize Team 7. Glancing at Hanabi, Naruto noticed that her eyes were fixed on Kurama. He simply lifted Kurama over and asked, "Do you want to pet him?" "Will he get mad?" Hanabi asked, unable to take her eyes off Kurama, clearly eager but restraining herself. "No," Naruto answered without hesitation, "he has a good temper, especially since I'm planning to buy him something he's been wanting." "Thank you." Hanabi cautiously took Kurama into her arms. Kurama looked up and exchanged a glance with Hanabi before lowering his head and resuming his takoyaki feast. The sauce splattered everywhere, including on Hanabi's clothes. Naruto noticed but didn't react, as this silly fox has always been like this. Hanabi, however, was amused. She struggled a bit to hold Kurama in her slender arms, with an expression on her face that was completely different from the restraint she had just shown. She lowered her gaze, her eyes filled with fondness as she watched Kurama, her expression utterly melted by his cuteness. In fact, apart from Naruto, everyone's first impression of Kurama the silly fox was that he was adorable. Perhaps it was the rare fiery red fox fur that made him look like a ball of flames. Even Hanabi herself might not have realized how much her current expression differed from her typically strict demeanor. Her rosy cheeks wore a gentle smile, making her especially cute. Naruto, with his eyelids half closed, stood idly by, waiting for Hanabi to have her fill of fun. When she finally, and solemnly, handed Kurama back, he turned his head. "Thank you." Hanabi bowed and said, "It's nothing." Naruto stood on the street, smiling as he waved her off. "Say hello to your sister for me." "Okay." Hanabi responded with a serious expression, genuinely taking to heart what Naruto had casually said. When Hinata returned to the Hyuga clan's compound, the sky was already dimming. The rising cold made her instinctively pull her clothes tighter. She hurried across the street, eager to get home. As she reached the door, she let out a small sigh of relief. Quietly, she pushed the main door open, then gently closed it behind her. The moment she turned around, she noticed that Hanabi's room was still lit. Before she could even react, the door swung open, and a young girl rushed out. The light from the room poured out like a bright yellow cloth that spread at her feet. The courtyard was filled with a biting chill. Hanabi, bundled up like a little cotton doll, had her cheeks reddened from the wind. She briskly walked up to Hinata and greeted her. "Nei-san." "Hanabi, why are you?" Hinata wanted to say, "It's so cold right now, why did you come out like this?" "Sister, I met someone today who asked me to say hello to you on his behalf." Hanabi shook her head lightly and said, "He said his name is Naruto." "Huh? Naruto-kun." Hinata's eyes widened, and she blinked rapidly. Her fingers started fidgeting. "What did he say?" "He asked if you've been busy lately," Hanabi replied. "It's not that I'm very busy. I still need to train after the mission, so..." Hinata began to explain to herself, but abruptly stopped when she realized that it was only Hanabi in front of her. "Hanabi, what did you say to him after that?" Hanabi found it odd that her sister suddenly seemed so nervous, but she still answered honestly. "I told him that you're probably very busy, going on missions." Upon hearing this, Hinata secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "That'll do." Hanabi tilted her head, looking confused. "What did you say, Nei-san?" "Oh, nothing." Hinata waved her hand, looking a little embarrassed and said, "I understand. You should go to bed early. I'll go back to my room now too." "Okay." Hinata hurried back to her room, pressing herself against the door and clutching her chest, letting out a long breath. She pursed her lips, a relieved smile spreading across her face. She swiftly removed her backpack, took off her ninja pouch, and set it on the table. In the bright light of her room, she unbuttoned her thick coat and tossed it aside. Hinata's room has a private bathroom. With a click, all the lights were turned on. Hinata leaned against the wall to take off her shoes, revealing her alabaster white bare feet. As if testing the waters, her rosy toes spread out, slowly touching the cold tatami mats. She let out a soft sigh as she gently stepped on them. Then, the other foot followed, both feet firmly on the tatami. The room's temperature gradually rose as the heater kicked in. Hinata slowly undressed and made her way to the bathroom. After preparing her bath, she lightly stepped back out. She caught a glimpse of herself in the full-length mirror, with a faint smile playing on her lips. Her eyes slightly curved, and the fatigue from her mission seemed to dissipate. Hinata stood before the mirror, gently turning her body. After a moment, she seemed unsatisfied and took off another piece of clothing. She spent another 7 or 8 minutes admiring herself before turning and entering the bathroom. The bathwater was crystal clear, and with a splash, Hinata slipped into the tub, draping herself over the edge. Her back, with its elegant and fair contours, made the water seem even clearer. The young girl was filled with thoughts, worried about her sudden departure from Naruto's home before, yet also happy about Hibabi's encounter with Naruto today. At this time, she suddenly realized something: she had been too passive. It was difficult for outsiders to approach her home. Even her teammates, Shino and Kiba, would only wait outside the Hyuga clan's compound when they had missions together. Naruto's identity was sensitive, so it was even more impossible for him to just seek her out casually. In addition, she knew that Naruto was training with Jiraiya, as she had heard that before. With missions keeping her busy and little free time available, if she continued to hope for chance encounters to see him, perhaps she would end up like today, only hearing about Naruto from others. In fact, it wasn't that she had no time at all, it was just that she instinctively didn't want to approach him. That day, Ino's words had stirred her up, making her accustomed to avoiding the situation. But now, Hinata finally understood that no matter how much she avoided him, a single word from Naruto could still leave her heart unsettled for a long time. In fact, she wasn't doing well. Among Team 8, she had the weakest foundation, constantly fearing that she was holding the team back. Her teammates were all so kind, but their kindness felt to her like a hot knife coated in sugar. It pierced deep into her heart, yet she had to pretend she was comforted by it, which only made her feel worse. Her father had never really looked at her. It seemed that everything she was now, including herself, was just a joke, a laughingstock in the eyes of the clan, a failure in her father's view.
Is it okay no matter what? She murmured, her pupils dilated as she stared blankly at the bathroom ceiling light.
With a soft splash, her white body slowly sank into the water. Meanwhile, with a loud splash, Naruto yanked Kurama out of a pet bathtub with a look of utter disgust and yelled angrily, "Kurama, you deserve to die. What were you doing messing around with the soy sauce in the kitchen? Are you out of your mind? Ah, you spilled it everywhere." "Damn it, didn't I clean it all up?" Kurama protested, feeling wronged. "It's all your fault, stupid human, for leaving the bottle in that weird place. You must be drunk. Damn it, that wasn't a booze bottle at all. It's clearly soy sauce." Naruto was speechless, nearly tempted to throw this arrogant creature out the window on the spot. "Not only did you dirty the kitchen, but you also got soy sauce all over yourself. If I hadn't caught you in time, you were going to sneak onto the sofa, weren't you?" "I didn't, let me go first," Kurama kept arguing. "Dream on." Naruto shoved Kurama back into the water, scrubbing him up and down like washing a mop. "You, glub glub. Just you wait, glub glub," Kurama threatened through the bubbles. Tisk. Naruto didn't care in the least. After thoroughly rinsing Kurama, Naruto had no intention of blow-drying him. Instead, he let Kurama fetch the hairdryer himself. Kurama, still sulking, reluctantly endured it for the sake of the 100 bottles of booze promised. So, drenched and grumbling, Kurama stood up, walked on 2 legs, fetched the hairdryer from the sofa, and started drying his own fur. It started raining suddenly in the early morning, and Naruto slept in until noon. He didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky. After realizing he had to meet Tsunade in the afternoon to learn summoning technique, he decided to get up and wash up. After having a quick bite at noon, he leisurely strolled to the Hokage Tower. Estimating the time was about right, he made his way up to the 5th floor as usual. He didn't bother knocking and directly pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Tsunade had just lifted her hand to take a sip of sake when the corner of her eyes caught Naruto's entrance. The sake didn't even make it past her lips. Instead, it trickled down her throat, past her mountainous bosom, and into the valley below. Naruto blinked, his eyes unable to pull away. To mask his awkwardness, he couldn't help but clear his throat. "Tsunade-sama, it seems you're enjoying yourself. Since Shizune-san is not around, you're already starting to."
"What?" Tsunade hurriedly stashed the sake cup into the drawer, along with the jade porcelain bottle, and fanned the air around her. "Those two, Kotetsu and Izumo, are just too much. Coming in to deliver documents while reeking of alcohol."
Now that they have left, the smell of alcohol is still lingering. Naruto was really impressed by Tsunade. "You're the Godem Hokage, yet your ability to lie so smoothly was almost instinctual, as if it were perfectly natural, with no sense of shame." "What did you come here for?" Tsunade suddenly asked. Naruto looked up at the ceiling. "Shizune-san asked me to keep an eye on your work, Tsunade-sama, and also confiscate your tools of crime." "What tools of crime? I have no idea what you're talking about." Tsunade tried to say calmly, yet her voice tinged with guilt. "The bottle and cup in the drawer. Don't bother hiding it, just hand it over. Naruto said with a straight face, making it sound like Shizune had actually instructed him, hurry up, or I'll go find Shizune-san. It just so happened that Naruto and Shizune were indeed quite close with each other, so he deliberately mimicked Shizune's tone and said, hand it over, adding to Tsunade's guilt. She didn't doubt him and reluctantly took out the bottle and cup. I'll keep these safe for you, Tsunade-sama. Naruto took the bottle and cup and stuffed them into his pocket. Such a killjoy. Tsunade propped her head up with one hand, glaring at Naruto with a hint of resentment, while Naruto kept a straight face. Tsunade-sama, I want to learn summoning technique, Naruto said. Here, Tsunade, clearly irritated, tossed a scroll over and turned her chair around. The hand seals are all in there. Figure it out yourself. Huh? Tsunade-sama, you're not going to teach me? Naruto asked, a bit confused. Not in the mood. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, either train on your own, or give me back the sake, your choice. This, Naruto took the scroll, looked at the bottle, then at Tsunade. I'll train on my own then. Tsunade. She hadn't expected Naruto to actually take the scroll and leave. Staring at the now empty office, Tsunade frowned slightly. It was still raining outside. Where would that kid go to train? On the rooftop balcony of the Hokage Tower, Naruto stood under the dry shelter of the roof, avoiding the rain. He unrolled the scroll in his hands, a puzzled expression appearing on his face. It's just a few simple hand seals, but I can't really make sense of this. Should I go back and ask? Forget it, I could just figure it out myself. I can learn summoning technique at any time, but this is the first time I've seen Tsunade get beaten. It would be a shame if I gave in now. Anyway, it's just a sequence of hand seals, it can't be that hard. Is this the boar seal? Dog, bird, monkey, ram? What are those two hand seals in the middle? Naruto was a little confused, so he simply crouched down and laid the scroll on the ground. I'll just imitate them, it shouldn't matter too much. At worst, the summoning will fail, right? It's just a failure, nothing more. After fumbling through a few hand seals, Naruto finally started getting the hang of it. The last step was to inject chakra and complete the ninjutsu. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Naruto's fingers moved swiftly, like weaving strains. He mixed in a few unfamiliar hand seals in between and completed the sequence in one fluid motion. Suddenly, his hands felt unusually heavy, like they were weighed down by a balance scale, teetering on the brink of losing control. Unable to hold back, Naruto shouted loudly, "What kind of monster are you? Reveal your true form." Side story. A rainy day, heavy rain poured outside. The sound of rain completely soaked the air in the living room, making everything feel damp. Hey, Ino, can I have a bite of the grilled meat on your plate? Naruto suddenly looked up and asked. No way. Ino, sitting at the dining table, refused without hesitation, muttering, "Don't you have some on your plate?" "What's the big deal?" he said, "It's a rainy day." "What does the heavy rain have to do with you wanting to eat what's on my plate?" Ino sighed, thinking that she shouldn't have come here to hide from the rain. It was as if the god knew she was passing by, as the rain started pouring the moment she arrived. Of course it matters. Naruto lifted his head and boldly stared at Ino's fair neck. In this kind of weather, there will definitely be lovers confessing their love. You. What nonsense are you talking about? Ino's shoulders tensed, her face flushed for a moment, and her eyes darted nervously. You know, that kind of scene, missing someone makes you suddenly tender, and the other half rushes over in the pouring rain, standing there, staring at them. He casually twirled his chopsticks, speaking with a nonchalant manner. And then they confess in the middle of the downpour, soaking wet, and without waiting for a response, they just turn and leave. Ew, that's so cliché, Ino said with disgust. Isn't it romantic? It's idealism, capturing the purest and most beautiful part of love. Naruto tilted his head and said, "It turns out that girls are completely indifferent to this kind of thing, huh?" "Of course not, it's exactly like you said, so silly," Ino said. "If it were me, I'd still do it, even though you're right, it is kind of silly," Naruto said after pondering for a moment, "but there's definitely something about it that can capture the other person's heart." "Sure, but if you can't feel the other person's feelings, it would still seem kind of baffling, right?" Ino said, but the knuckles of her hand gripping the chopsticks turned slightly white. "Maybe, but that youthful purity is still pretty moving," Naruto said. "If it hadn't rained, maybe there wouldn't have been a confession. The rain will stop soon, and that impulse might disappear with it. That kind of thing, Ino." "Ah," she was startled, like a frightened rabbit. "Can I have a bite of the grilled meat on your plate?" Naruto asked again. "Do whatever you want." Ino suddenly stood up, and her chopsticks clattered to the floor. She wanted to pick it up but suddenly felt something was wrong, and said through gritted teeth, "I don't care anymore." With that said, Ino stormed into the bathroom with her head down. Naruto looked confused. In the bathroom, Ino slumped on the floor, breathing heavily, with the tips of her ears and face completely red. Seriously, what kind of weird stuff is he saying? Talking about confessions, just because it's raining? Actually, A rainy day like this, on the rooftop of the Hokage Tower, Tsunade couldn't help but feel concerned as she made her way up, wanting to see what mischief Naruto might be up to this time. As she stepped out of the small door onto the rooftop, she immediately heard Naruto's strange shouting. "Monster, what a mess," Tsunade frowned, thinking to herself, could it be that this kid is losing his mind because of his failed training? She glanced in the direction of the noise and was instantly stunned. With a loud bang, a huge slug, as tall as the Hokage Tower, was summoned. It sat amidst the rain, occupying the space inside the Hokage Tower's walls. The torrential downpour blurred the surroundings, obscuring the view. Naruto was bewildered. It seemed like I had just summoned the slug out of nowhere, but what was I supposed to do next? I remembered Tsunade saying that I should address the slug as Katsuyu-sama when I saw her. So, should I just shout now? But I wasn't sure if Katsuyu could see me. At that moment, Naruto stood on the inner side of the rooftop, under a barely 1 square meter overhang, staring at Katsuyu that resembled a small mountain. Having seen Kyuubi before, he wasn't afraid of large creatures. Right now, he was like a shy rookie who had accidentally walked into a massage parlor, hesitating about how to start a conversation with the masseuse who had just entered the room. Tsunade was stunned, but also amused. She stood at the rooftop door and didn't step forward. She thought to herself, he actually managed to summon her, but wasn't the process a bit too simple? Well, summoning her was one thing, and earning Katsuyu's recognition was another. The sudden commotion startled everyone in the Hokage Tower, but when they realized it was Tsunade's summoned beast, Katsuyu, they automatically averted their gaze. 2 ANBU's members heard the news and landed on the Hokage Tower's red dome. They stood in the rain, silently observing everything below. Tsunade crossed her arms under her chest with a meaningful look in her eyes. She had high expectations for Naruto and hoped that he could climb higher mountains, travel to more vibrant and distant places. Not be trapped in Konoha, like a prisoner with no sense of belonging. Tsunade knew Naruto's boundary-less personality well. It was precisely because of this that she wasn't blindly optimistic. She knew better than anyone that Naruto didn't really have any attachment to the village. He stayed in Konoha simply because it was a place he could stay. As for what would become of Naruto in the future, she wasn't sure herself. Naruto began, reaching out his hand toward Katsuyu, trying to say something to break the awkward silence. But in the next moment, Katsuyu slowly lowered her head, adopting a submissive posture. Naruto was stunned, then he quickly turned around and saw Tsunade leaning against the red wooden door of the rooftop. He suddenly felt a little disappointed, so it was because Tsunade was here. I thought Katsuyu was bowing to me. He sighed and opened his mouth, but before he could speak, he heard Tsunade say, "Okay, that's enough, you go back." She waved her hand, and Katsuyu disappeared with a bang. "Ah, how could my summoned beast listen to you?" Naruto's face was full of sadness and resentment. "How can this be?" Tsunade was speechless and waved her hand, gesturing for him to come closer. "Come here." "Huh?" Naruto moved closer, but before he could react, Tsunade grabbed him and pinned him against the wall, and he couldn't budge. "What do you mean your summoned beast? So the moment it's in your hands, it's yours, huh?" Tsunade scolded him, punishing the guy who tried to take advantage of public resources for personal use. "I gave you the summoning scroll, do you understand? I gave it to you, understood?" Naruto felt like his bones were about to fall apart and quickly nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Tsunade finally let Naruto go. She rubbed her forehead and said, "Come with me, I have something to discuss with you." Oh. The rain outside showed no signs of letting up. After Tsunade led Naruto away, the 2 ANBU's members exchanged a glance and disappeared as well. With a rustle, the curtains of the Hokage's office were drawn by Tsunade. Seeing this, Naruto felt his legs go weak. He crouched by the door, looking sheepish, and said with a hint of grievance, "Tsunade-sama, this isn't good." "What are you talking about?" Tsunade plopped down into the Hokage's chair and glanced at Naruto from the corner of her eye. "The proposal for Team 7's reorganization has been finalized." "Do you want to know the details?" Naruto thought for a moment, then nodded, "Yes." "The opinions from the higher-ups pretty much come down to a handful of people." Tsunade leaned back lazily in her chair. "Anbu will send 1 Jonin instructor, and the Root will send a Genin." After hearing this, Naruto basically knew the arrangement of the top management for Team 7. The Jonin instructor should be Yamato, also known as Real Estate Builder, and the Genin will be Sai, the autistic man who draws. "My suggestion is to temporarily halt the reorganization of Team 7. Tsunade suddenly said. "Huh? Why?" Naruto was a little surprised. He didn't particularly care about the reorganization of Team 7. Either way, he'd be just taking it easy. He planned to stick around until adulthood, then surprise Konoha with something big. The chaotic gods seemed to be watching him. The moment he got into any relationship with an underage girl that went beyond holding hands, he'd spontaneously combust. But letting go of all constraints felt so liberating. He couldn't wait to inherit Jiraiya's legacy and become the next great risque rider of the shinobi world. So, when he heard Tsunade mention pausing the reorganization of Team 7, it didn't really bother him. It didn't matter, as even if they were to reform, he had no intention of trying to save Sai. If Sai got in his way, he'd gladly bash his head in. Reorganizing Team 7 right now doesn't benefit you. Danzo's intentions are too murky, and I don't trust it, Tsunade said as if discussing a trivial matter. Since you can summon Katsuyu, there's no need to worry about dying suddenly in some corner. On a personal note, I'd rather have you focus on training for a few years. After all, for now, Konoha doesn't particularly need you. Training? Not interested at all, Naruto blurted out instinctively. Hearing this, Tsunade surprisingly didn't get angry. She just gave him a deep look and said, "It's all right. I just said that casually. Since that's how you feel, there's another matter." Tsunade paused before continuing. Gaara, from our allied village, Sanagakure, is in some trouble, and the Anbu has infiltrated Sanagakure. By this summer or next year at the latest, another faction in the Sanagakure is expected to take action. Be prepared. If necessary, you might have to carry out missions in the ambiguous border area between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. Got it. After Naruto left, Tsunade was alone in the office. She stared at the documents on the desk for a while, then summoned a small Katsuyu. With a bang, white smoke rose, and a Katsuyu the size of a teacup appeared on the desk. "Tsunade-sama." Katsuyu called gently. Tsunade propped her head with her left hand, stared at Katsuyu and asked, "What was that on the rooftop just now? You were summoned and immediately recognized that kid." "Well, it's not really recognition." Katsuyu hesitated, speaking in a soft, girlish voice. "Is person your disciple, Tsunade-sama?" "No," Tsunade waved her hand and said, "You don't need to be lenient or nice to him just because of me. Treat him as you see fit." But the slug interrupted Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, it's not about recognizing him. It's just, I don't know how to explain it." "What?" Tsunade frowned slightly, not understanding what Katsuyu meant at all. "It's fear," Katsuyu said weakly, like being dominated, unable to move at all. "Tsunade-sama, you may not believe it. His soul is exceptionally towering, like a mountain. For some reason, I couldn't look directly at him. I was also shocked at that time." Tsunade tapped her fingers rhythmically on the desk, remaining silent. Naruto hadn't expected summoning Katsuyu would be so simple. He whistled while holding an umbrella as he walked home. With the new year beginning, it seemed like an endless cycle of missions awaited him. Such a life could not be described as monotonous, nor did he hate that kind of life. More importantly, his training speed wasn't particularly fast. Aside from the Rasengan and Taijutsu, almost all of his power came from the system, and completing missions made it easier to trigger system options. If he had any innate talent, it was probably his knack for handling Biju. He suspected this talent was why he learned summoning techniques so quickly. "Oh no, am I going to become the Pokemon trainer of the Naruto world in the future?" Naruto muttered to himself. "That can't happen." Back at Konoha Street 404, Naruto shook off his umbrella, glanced at the half-closed door of the furniture store, and stomped his feet on the wet steps before leisurely heading upstairs. There were no lights in the stairwell, but Naruto didn't mind. After all, he was the only resident. In the dim afternoon light, the open corridor was shrouded in misty rain. After the new year, a prolonged rainy season usually followed, which usually lasted about half a month. Naruto didn't pay it much attention. He fished out his keys, ready to unlock his door, when he noticed someone standing at the entrance, catching him off guard. It was a small figure, holding an umbrella and standing timidly by the door. Naruto was immediately reminded of some unpleasant memories but cautiously approached and asked, "Hinata, what are you doing here?" Hinata stuttered, unable to form a sentence. This actually made Naruto feel relieved. He thought that the old bastard Danzo was up to his usual scheme, waiting for him here. He knew that if something like that happened again, it would not end so well. It's not that Naruto didn't have a temper, he was merely wary of Danzo's Izanagi, which kept him from seeking revenge. As for caring about the village, Naruto didn't care about it. The only people in this village he had any fondness for were a small handful. It's fortunate he arrived in this world a bit later. After all, had he come earlier, the streets of Konoha might already be full of impure world reincarnation zombies. Hinata's hair was damp, and she stuttered, unsure of what to say. She couldn't possibly admit she had no missions, lacked the drive to train, and, feeling down, had wandered over here after a restless night. 3 months ago, she couldn't bear the awkward atmosphere and had left abruptly, but now she had returned. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked, turning his head as he used his key to open the apartment door. Hinata bit her lower lip. She was wearing a thick winter coat, with a few rain stains on her left arm. She tightly grasped an umbrella, and the joints between her fingers were slightly pale from the pressure. In the dim light, her face could not be seen clearly. Naruto couldn't quite figure out what was on Hinata's mind, only assuming that something had happened. He pushed the door open and immediately reached for the switch by the entrance, flicking it on with a snap. Warm yellow light spilled from the entrance, illuminating a small square of the corridor. Hinata stood there, dazed and silent, looking rather pitiful. "Hinata?" Naruto asked again. "Yesterday." Hinata lowered her head and suddenly whispered, her voice very soft. "Yesterday? What about yesterday?" Naruto pondered for a moment before responding. "Yesterday, I ran into your sister at the food stalls. She said you've been pretty busy lately." "Mission work is indeed tiring, Hinata, you." Hearing his familiar tone, Hinata felt a block in her chest. It was as if something inside her had started to break, and all the emotions she'd been bottling up for 3 months poured out uncontrollably. "When you asked Hanabi to say hi yesterday, I wasn't doing well at all. I've been feeling worse and worse." Hinata lifted her head, but couldn't meet Naruto's eyes. She stared at the illuminated patch on the floor, tracing it with her gaze until it stopped at Naruto's toes. Beyond that, a line of light and shadow separated the door from the corridor. Outside, rain continued to fall, and downstairs, the furniture store was on the verge of closing. Everything around was silent except for the sound of wind carrying damp rain mist. Naruto pressed his lips together, not saying anything unnecessary. He grabbed Hinata's wrist and, with a gentle pull, brought her into the entrance. "Come in first, let's talk inside," Naruto said. Hinata still seemed lost in her thoughts, with a confused look in her eyes. She was dragged into the entrance hall, and the door slammed shut, completely isolating the sound of rain outside the corridor. The two people were bathed in bright yellow light, and a small area of the brown shoe cabinet in the entrance reflected the light. Naruto had to exert some effort to take the umbrella from Hinata's grasp, as her fingers were clenched so tightly around it that they had turned white. After finally prying her fingers open, he glanced at her. Seeing no reaction from her, he contemplated whether to help her remove her shoes. That doesn't seem like a good idea. Hinata suddenly let out a small gasp, coming back to her senses. Realizing she had been pulled into the entryway, she panicked and stepped back abruptly. Fortunately, Naruto reacted quickly, catching her before she fell. "I'm sorry, I said something weird earlier," she apologized quietly. "Change your shoes first and come in." Naruto didn't respond directly, but instead skillfully changed the subject and said, "Your clothes are all wet. I'll help you dry them later." Hinata was slightly stunned and quickly waved her hand to refuse. No, I should go, sorry for bothering you." With that, she bowed quickly and turned to leave. Naruto had already noticed that Hinata's condition was not right, so how could he let her go at this time? He grabbed her arm with a snap and, making up an excuse, said, "The door is broken." "Huh?" Hinata was confused by Naruto's words. "I slammed the door too hard just now and it's broken," Naruto said with a little embarrassment. "Anyway, just change your shoes first. I'll find some tools to fix it in a bit." Hinata couldn't argue with Naruto, so she quietly complied, her voice soft and faint. "Naruto-kun, aren't you going to fix the door?" Hinata asked as she changed her shoes. When she looked up, she found that Naruto was staring at her feet intently. Suddenly, she felt a little embarrassed and blushed. "The door can be fixed anytime. I just noticed that your shoes seemed wet, so I was a little worried," he said with serious tone, but without any intention of averting his gaze. That, Hinata's face turned completely red. Even though it was just her feet, Naruto's gaze made her feel like she was about to lose something important. It was all so strange. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked without lifting his head. "Naruto-kun, could you not look at me?" Hinata asked weakly, trying to struggle free. "I wasn't looking at you. I noticed the floor in the entryway seems off, so I felt I should fix it someday." Naruto waved his hand and said, "It's okay, just go ahead and do your thing." Hearing Naruto's almost shameless words, Hinata blushed furiously but obeyed. She thought to herself, if Naruto-kun liked looking, then so be it. Anyway, it's just feet, at least it's something about me he likes." Naruto wasn't really that shameless. After staring for a while, he left with satisfaction. He returned to the kitchen, expertly boiling water and opening the window. He slid the glass door on the balcony open about an arm's width. On his way past the sofa, he grabbed a thin blanket and draped it over Kurama, covering him completely. Kurama actually wasn't too irritated. After being woken up by the blanket, he simply stuck his head out and looked around. When he saw Hinata sitting stiffly on the sofa, he immediately shrank back and continued to sleep. HMPH, foolish humans. So boring. Naruto poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Hinata, asking her to warm her hands with it before asking, "Where's your coat?" Hinata hesitated for a moment before obediently taking off her coat and handing it to Naruto. Naruto took it but didn't immediately dry it, and instead, he hung it on the side. He had to figure out one thing. What did Hinata mean when she said she has been feeling worse and worse? However, Naruto didn't ask directly. He knew Hinata well. She was perfect in many ways, but her heart was too tightly shut. Her first reaction to problems was always to avoid them or suffer silently. She was so timid that even Naruto found it unreasonable. After all, she was the Hyuga clan's eldest miss, a legitimate member of the main family, free from the curse of the caged bird seal. If Naruto had such a status, forget about Heishi treating him harshly. If he couldn't provoke Heishi into having a heart attack, he'd consider it a loss. Why should a young lady put up with all this nonsense? While Naruto had guessed part of the source of Hinata's pressure, he couldn't just say it to her face, that her father was a real jerk. Especially in moments like these, where the art of conversation was especially crucial. Have you been under too much pressure recently? Naruto chose his words carefully. If there's something troubling you, you can talk to me. No, Hinata shrank back a little and said in a low voice. Are you sure? Naruto frowned at her stubbornness. You're even wary of a law-abiding villager like me. That's a bit unkind, isn't it? Huh? Hinata didn't quite understand what Naruto meant and her body trembled slightly. I'm just feeling a bit down. It'll pass in a few days, maybe I just haven't worked hard enough. Huh? What's that got to do with effort? Naruto frowned slightly, then stood up and sat directly next to Hinata. It should. It should have something to do with it, right? Hinata leaned back slightly. If I could just try a little harder, maybe. Maybe what? Naruto took the opportunity to press her. He knew Hinata's personality very well. If he didn't ask immediately, he might never get an answer. This was the time to dig deeper. Maybe I'd become stronger, Hinata said hesitantly, her voice growing softer and softer. That's not necessarily true. If effort alone worked, what would we need teachers for? Naruto retorted bluntly. Besides, everyone has different foundations and talents. It's not fair to measure everyone by the same standards. Even though that may be true, Hinata was a little flustered and didn't know how to respond. It's not just maybe, it's the truth. Naruto sighed, reached out and patted Hinata on the head, then said, Now, tell me, what are your strengths? My eyes. Hinata said carefully. So you know it's your eyes. Last time I watched you train, you kept clinging to Gentle Fist. Naruto said, although it may be a bit harsh to say this, not everyone is a genius like Hyuga Neji. Hearing this, Hinata lowered her head. But Hinata, you're different from Hyuga Neji. At this point, Naruto suddenly leaned closer and lowered his voice. Even though there were only the two of them in the living room, he pulled Hinata over. As if afraid that others might hear what he said, he whispered in her ear. If you train with your Byakugan, you might become even stronger than Hyuga Neji. There's no need to cling to Gentle Fist. When you keep insisting on walking someone else's path, it's easy to lose yourself. Hinata was so nervous that she froze in place, unable to move. The warm breath kept circling around her ears, and every word hit her heart like a heavy hammer. She opened her eyes wide and her nerves were trembling. Especially when Naruto deliberately sniffed as he pulled away from her. The small gesture didn't escape Hinata's notice, making her cheeks flush red. I understand. She had initially wanted to tell him that she had arrived early and waited for a long time, feeling like her heart was drenched in rain. Her father didn't care about her at all, and the clan members kept a respectful distance. When it comes to training, no matter how much she trained, she was always the one with the poorest aptitude. Even the person she liked was taken away from her, as if the whole world was against her. Nothing went smoothly, and the future seemed hopeless. But the words wouldn't come out. No one would easily share their troubles with others. Sometimes, thoughts that circled in one's mind would begin to calm down halfway through. That's good. Are you hungry? Naruto stood up and prepared to help her dry her coat, but suddenly turned around and asked. Not hungry. Hinata shook her head. 2 servings of takoyaki, plus 2. After reciting a long list of food items, Naruto suddenly turned back and looked at Hinata, who was sitting obediently and squinted his eyes. Just ordering these probably wouldn't be enough for you. Fortunately, all Naruto's money is in the seal space, and Hinata's appetite wasn't going to bankrupt him. They could keep changing restaurants. After all, since she was already here, the least he could do was fill her up. By the 3rd restaurant, Hinata was feeling a bit embarrassed. She glanced at Naruto, who looked like he was about to burst from overeating, and softly suggested, maybe. We should stop here. I should head back. No way. Naruto coughed and patted his chest before swallowing the takoyaki. I'm still good. Eating with girls is a mystery. Some people have seaside BBQs at night, while others, after 3 rounds of eating, pass out in a girl's arms from overeating. Luckily, the protagonist's halo offers protection, and he barely escapes with his life. Naruto-kun, let's go back, Hinata said, her voice almost in tears. She was genuinely worried that Naruto might die in front of her, from something as silly as overeating. No way. I can still eat. You must not be full yet, right? The yellow-haired boy said stubbornly. Come on. Let's go to another place, and eat. Don't push yourself. Hinata was truly scared now, tears welling up in her eyes. She was nearly begging him not to die. Can we please go back? No, Naruto replied firmly. Hearing this, Hinata was on the verge of crying, tears glistening in her eyes. She was just impulsive today and wanted to talk to Naruto about her troubles, not to mourn him. Well, we can't stop, unless… Naruto suddenly turned around and said to Hinata, if you tell me what's been bothering you, I'll stop eating. Well, what a great way to hold someone hostage with a simple ultimatum. Okay. Hinata had no choice but to agree. Despite her concern, she couldn't help but want to laugh, though she also felt like crying. It seemed that no one but Naruto could truly understand her feelings. Hinata was timid, but it wasn't that she disliked talking. In reality, it wasn't anything too serious, and Naruto always had a way to get Hinata to open up. Seeing her finally agree, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Konoha Street. The two of them walked along a dim alleyway on the backside of Konoha's main street. There was a faint street lamp every few dozen meters, some of which were broken. Fortunately, this road only leads to a dead end, and the only direction left is the Hyuga clan's compound. Byakugan could see through any darkness, and skilled users could even spot the tiniest stones on the road. Hinata could do that too, but she wouldn't activate her Byakugan at a moment like this. The two walked side by side, moving slowly. Hinata's voice was soft, intermittently sharing bits of her worries. Naruto just listened quietly, occasionally interrupting to ask a question or two. Hinata's performance has always been lukewarm since she was a child. She has not made any name for herself despite holding the title of Hyuga clan's eldest princess. While she's not bad, she was certainly not outstanding either. She was somewhere between mediocre and above average, but her peers were none other than the Konoha 12. They are the elite among the elites of the new generation. Although they are still at the level of genin, they are growing very quickly and just temporarily lack experience. Time would bridge all gaps, and many among the Sandaime Hokage's faction believed that they would one day become the pillars of Konoha, well, except for Sasuke. The defection of Sasuke was an irreversible fact, and there was no point dwelling on it. Naruto didn't know whether the Baikochu that the higher-ups had asked him and Team 8 to catch was ever put to use, but he didn't care. That sort of thing would never escape Orochimaru's eyes anyway. In fact, among the Konoha 12, even though Naruto was lazy and didn't take on many missions, his combat strength was still recognized as being in the top tier. Everyone was aware of his status as Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, and since that mission in the Land of Rivers, even Neji had stopped comparing himself to Naruto. Neji considered himself a genius, but fate had him encounter a monster. Who else could be so sharp, seizing the opportunity to take down Kurisuke Raiga and the person on his back without a moment's hesitation? It was as if Naruto were a ruthless mission machine. Hinata didn't know the specifics of the missions Naruto had carried out, and she only knew that whenever others spoke of Naruto's strength, they fell silent. It was as if Naruto was a mountain beyond mountains, standing alone in his own league. For someone whose strength towered over her like several mountains, Hinata trusted Naruto's words. She didn't know if the path she was currently on was correct, but maybe, just as Naruto suggested, being flexible would be better, and there was no need to rigidly follow the path Neji had taken. The troubles of people are never the same, and it is extremely difficult to empathize with others. Just like for Jiraiya, the most beautiful sound in the world was the laughter of women. But for Might Guy, the most beautiful sound in the world is undoubtedly the crisp sound of his body cracking as he ascended another level in strength. But for a certain blonde-haired ninja, the most pleasant sound in the world was a crisp, mundane, ding. Just like now. Ding, option 1. Protect Princess Fun, Kazuhana Koyuki, as she returns to the Land of Snow to overthrow the tyranny there. Reward. Wind Release. Rasen Shuriken. Option 2. Threaten Kazuhana Koyuki to hand over the geothermal generator, forcing the people of the Land of Snow to pay taxes. Reward. Max level Flying Thunder God technique. Gift. X6 Flying Thunder God Kunai that only the host can see. The panel had popped up, but Naruto remained expressionless. He was still listening to Hinata's sporadic account of her new troubles, and he casually closed the panel. The timeline for the Princess Fun mission should have occurred before Sasuke's defection, but it was shifted because Sasuke defected early? Spring is indeed approaching. If Kazuhana Koyuki were to come to the Land of Fire to film a movie, she would probably choose this time period. The Land of Fire's winter is brief. A few rains will melt the snow, and spring will soon arrive. Temperatures will gradually rise, and soon it will be another long, hot summer. Choosing an option could wait. First, Naruto wanted to see what was happening on Tsunade's end. Anyway, he had refused the suggestion of training alone, so he would probably still have to complete the mission. But based on Naruto's understanding of Tsunade, she would still delay the reorganization of Team 7. This time, he might be in another temporary team. But whether he would be added as a temporary member or whether it would be an ad hoc team formed for a specific mission remained unclear. However, for a mission of this level, at least one Jonin would accompany them. Given the uncertainty, Naruto decided to hold back for now. You don't need to worry too much about what others think, just do what feels right for you. Naruto said to Hinata at the right moment, I've always thought you're already excellent, Hinata, there is no need to be so anxious. Time is on your side, so just take it slow. Hinata looked slightly dazed. The night wind picked up just then, lifting Naruto's tousled blonde hair. She realized that in the past year, Naruto seemed to have developed faster than she had, now standing a full head taller than her. His face now bore the chiseled features of a young man, and his voice had become deeper. Okay. Hinata nodded, feeling her cheeks warm up. She exhaled a puff of white breath and finally smiled. About 10 days later, Tsunade summoned Naruto to the Hokage Tower again, and Sakura was already waiting there. She greeted him with a lively wave.
Tsunade, who was sitting in the Hokage's chair, cleared her throat and said, "A new mission has come up. Mitarashi Anko will lead the team, with Sakura Haruno and Naruto Uzumaki forming a three-man team to carry out this special mission." "Tsunade-sama, we haven't been told what the mission is yet," Sakura asked. She didn't seem to be abnormal.
It's an A-ranked mission, to escort the actress, Fujikaze Yukie, who plays the role of Princess Fune. She is going to the Land of Snow for a film shoot. I heard it's the final installment of the new movie series, The Adventures of Princess Fune. Tsunade yawned absent-mindedly and continued speaking with a weak look. The client is Fujikaze Yukie's manager, and the payment is quite generous. Since the mission isn't deemed too dangerous, Konoha accepted it without much hesitation. Naruto knew she was just craving a drink when he saw her state, and felt somewhat speechless. Hearing her explanation, he thought to himself, this mission was anything but safe. The people of the Land of Snow were just waiting for Kazuhana Koyuki to walk right into their hands. It wasn't like a stage name would truly disguise her identity as the former princess of the Land of Snow, Koyuki Kazuhana. If it were just about dealing with the people from the Land of Snow, it wouldn't be a big deal, but having to protect the powerless Koyuki made the mission significantly more difficult.
"Why is Anko leading this mission?" Naruto protested, clearly dissatisfied. "Where's Kakashi-sensei? Shouldn't he be leading the team? And we're only two genin."
Kakashi is busy carrying out a confidential mission and can't make it back for the time being. Tsunade glanced at Naruto and said, Mitarashi Anko is also an extremely exceptional jonin. You should have more faith in your seniors. It's not that I don't trust her. Naruto understood the underlying message in Tsunade's words. Kakashi was out gaining experience, barreling down the path of no return to becoming the next Hokage. It's just, Tsunade-sama, could you provide some equipment? Naruto hesitated for a long time before finally saying something, causing Tsunade to frown. As they walked out of the Hokage's office, Sakura quickened her pace to catch up with Naruto, walking beside him with her hands behind her back, and asked with a smile, "You seem very worried about this mission. Do you know something?" "No, I just don't want to deal with such a troublesome woman." Naruto replied with a grin. After all, she is a movie star, so she's bound to have some personality. "That's true." Sakura pondered, "If she's really that much trouble, we could always just quietly kill her on the way." Naruto. "I'm kidding." Sakura nudged him playfully, "She's the person we're supposed to protect." "You'd better be." Naruto glanced at her with a complex expression, thinking that this girl was really dangerous, but it's not like there's no way to handle it. "What is it?" "You'll find out when the time comes," Naruto said, looking straight ahead. After walking side by side for a while, he seemed to remember something and turned to remind her, "It should be very cold in the Land of Snow. You should wear something warmer." "Now that you mention it, I remember." Sakura added, "That Princess Fune seems to be very popular, almost to the point of being a household name." "Is she that famous?" Naruto asked with a puzzled expression. He knew that Koyuki was very famous, but he didn't realize she had that level of fame. "Yeah, after all, it's rare to see a girl with that kind of heroic face," Sakura said with a smile. "It's hard to explain, but it's almost as if she really had been a princess." "Is that so?" he replied perfunctorily, while thinking in his mind, "Well, she is indeed the escaped princess of the Land of Snow." The two stopped, having reached the lounge on the first floor of the Hokage Tower, where they waited for their team leader, Mitarashi Anko. About half an hour later, Anko, with her characteristic netted outfit, bustled into the lounge. Despite her attire, she still exuded a vibrant and generous presence, her face full of youthful energy. "There's been a problem," Anko announced as she pushed the door open. "Princess Fune has gone missing in Konoha." Princess Fune is missing? Naruto frowned slightly. That's not even her real name. Seriously, we should be calling her that long stage name, right? Sakura, standing nearby, bit her lip, feeling a bit amused. These two were remarkably similar in their tendency to ignore people's names. Her name is so long, and it's just awkward to say. Anko explained, even when shouting for her in the streets, you'd think you could call her name twice, but because it's so long, you can only call her once. So, let's just call her Princess Fune then. After all, she's the one who plays Princess Fune in the movie. That does make some sense, Naruto said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. We could also call her Princess Yuki, it sounds better. That kind of old-fashioned name only appears on movie posters. It's way too cheesy, Anko responded with surprising seriousness. Sakura, sitting nearby, watched the two as they ignored the issue of the missing Princess Fune and instead started debating the length of her stage name. She couldn't help but feel that this mission wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. Anko's over-the-top antics during the second round of the Chunin exams had left a lasting impression on everyone. Who would have thought that this eccentric Tokubetsu Jonin was once the top disciple under one of the legendary Sannin, or Orochimaru? Sakura, uninterested in the fate of Princess Fune, propped her chin on her hand and stared at the two who were now fervently discussing what to call Princess Fune. It wasn't until their conversation turned to what stage name would be most suitable if they were to debut someday that Sakura lightly knocked on the table and cleared her throat. "Aren't we supposed to be looking for someone right now?" "Yes, we need to find her." Anko immediately made an abstract decision. "Let's split up. I'll go ask Princess Fune's agent manager if there are any leads. I'll ask passers-by nearby. Princess Fune is so famous that she's bound to be recognized wherever she goes," Sakura suggested. "I'm going to the bathroom," Naruto raised his hand and said. "Okay." Anko nodded, but quickly realized something was off. "No way. You need to come with us. Don't even think about slacking off. When I go to the bathroom, I'll ask someone to go to the ladies' room and look for her." "There's no need to go that far, damn it." Anko smacked Naruto on the head. "Just go and then come back to help us look. It is not an easy task for 3 people to search the whole village for a famous woman." Naruto, frustrated by the lack of progress, gritted his teeth and managed to get an article of clothing that Koyuki had previously worn from her manager. Anko was slightly stunned when she saw this. She didn't expect Naruto to be so resourceful. "Kakashi taught you how to use the summoning technique with his ninkin. Impressive," Anko praised. Under her praise, Naruto put on the piece of clothing and glanced at Anko with a puzzled look. He frowned and said, "No, I'm just a little cold." The early spring chill sent cold winds whipping through the street. At this moment, Anko stood on the street with a stiff expression on her face. Naruto shrugged indifferently and quickly formed hand seals. Transformation technique. With a bang, a puff of white smoke appeared and Naruto transformed into Koyuki, even spinning around in front of Sakura and asking, "Does it look convincing?" "Yes, it does," Sakura said with a smile. In the afternoon, in a quiet, chilly tavern. The door curtain was lifted and blinding sunlight poured in, along with the noisy bustle from outside. "What is there to look for? Let's just go on with the mission first. It's just acting, right? I can do that too." Naruto grumbled indignantly while still looked like Koyuki. "Damn it, what nonsense are you spouting?" Anko exclaimed. "Keep searching seriously. Also, how long are you planning to parade around in that outfit? Do you have any idea how much attention you're drawing in that form? You nearly got chased by crazed fans just a moment ago. So what? They can't catch up with us. Just run a few laps on the rooftops, and those fools will completely lose their way," Naruto said nonchalantly. "I am your team leader now, you better get that straight," Anko grumbled, feeling a little depressed. "Will the team leader come to the tavern to look for people during the day? That's adult experience for you. Alcohol is the best companion for escaping reality," Anko said while still maintaining a serious expression. "Is that so? I'm going to the bathroom." "You, damn it," Anko suddenly felt like she was punching cotton. She clenched her fists as she watched Naruto walk towards the tavern bathroom. Sakura remained silent the whole time, watching the two people bickering and playing around. No one knew what she was thinking. Outside the restroom, Naruto hesitated for a moment in front of the men's and women's restrooms, then turned and entered the men's room. A drunken man, who was busy relieving himself, turned his head and was startled to see a woman enter. Naruto, unbothered, continued his business, even whistling at the man when he noticed the man staring at him. The peculiar encounter continued at the bar restroom door when Koyuki stepped out, only to see someone who looked exactly like her. Realizing something was amiss, Koyuki turned to run, but Naruto calmly called after her. "If you run away, I'm going to walk down the street and start stripping. Stripping, with your face." "You," Koyuki, who was experiencing the shinobi world's AI face-changing technology for the first time, stood there while gritting her teeth. She wore a khaki-colored women's trench coat with a pink long-sleeve shirt underneath, her long black hair cascading down, exuding a mature woman's charm. Her sharp face held a touch of languid nobility. The most eye-catching thing is Koyuki's eyes, as when staring at it, it's like watching a flowing story. "Naruto, what are you up to?" Anko approached, ready to scold Naruto for his usual antics, but stopped short when she saw two Koyuki standing there. "Hey, we found Princess Fune," Anko exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this, Sakura also emerged from the shadows, with hands behind her back and silently casted a glance at Koyuki. Tisk. Koyuki's eyes flashed with disdain as she glanced over the 3 of them. "I don't know who you are, but I'm leaving now. I suggest you don't follow me." Naruto didn't say a word and simply took off a piece of clothing. "You're so annoying. I hate it the most when people threaten me," Koyuki suddenly snorted and said indifferently, "Do whatever you want." I've had enough of this lousy job. Well, Anko quickly tried to smooth things over. We are Konoha's shinobi. We have been hired by your manager to protect you as you travel to the land of snow. I'm not going to that place, Koyuki suddenly shouted in anger. Who gave him the right to hire you to protect me? This is coercion. You can't say that, Princess Foon, actually. Anko smiled awkwardly. Oh, I'm done with Princess Foon. If anyone wants to act, let them. This fake life, Koyuki said with a sneer. That's not going to work. Enough, you guys, can you please just disappear right away? Hearing this, Naruto thought for a moment, then cancelled the transformation technique with a bang. In a flash, he pulled out a damp cloth and swiftly covered Koyuki's mouth with it. MMPH, 2 seconds later, Koyuki lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Anko was stunned by the scene that had just unfolded, while Sakura watched with her usual expression, blinking without comment. Ah, I might have overdone it a bit. This is the medicine that Tsunade-sama gave me. Naruto scratched his face, looking troubled. She'll probably sleep for a whole day. Turning around, Naruto noticed Anko staring at him and asked in confusion, what's wrong? We found her. Let's get moving. Her manager is still waiting for us. Anko seemed on the verge of saying something, but after a deep breath, she gave up. Forget it. I'll take Princess Foon to report back first. As she said that, Anko hoisted the unconscious Koyuki onto her shoulder and told Naruto and Sakura, you two go and get ready. We'll meet in the Hokage Tower in 2 hours. Okay. The two responded. The escaped princess of the land of snow was finally apprehended, and Anko let out a long sigh of relief as she quickly escorted the target out of the tavern. In the now quiet tavern, after completing the mission, Naruto let out a tired sigh. This was supposed to be something Kakashi would handle, but with an unreliable and inept Jonin as their team leader, he had to step up instead. In the face of a mission, hesitation is not an option. What kind of shinobi hesitates? Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Sakura had been staring at him. Naruto couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly and asked, what's wrong? Nothing, Sakura replied with a smile. She looked around before pulling Naruto into a dim corner of the tavern. It was just around noon, and the tavern was nearly empty. The owner was dozing off at the table, with the only light flickering weakly above. The few remaining patrons had left after the earlier commotion, leaving just the three of them. The soft sound of the owner's snoring continued, and it seemed like he wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Sakura, Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. Don't worry, there's no one here. Sakura leaned close and whispered into his ear. No one will know. It will only take a moment. Her cold hand traced his cheek, sliding down to the back of his neck. Naruto didn't understand what Sakura was trying to do, but he could feel the coolness at the back of his neck. Sakura's fingertips lingered on a specific spot at the center of his nape, sending a strange sensation through him, like having an icy popsicle placed against his chest. All done. Sakura slowly stepped back and pulled her hand back with a satisfied smile on her face. Naruto, still puzzled, asked, what was that? I just wanted you to remember this feeling. I'm probably the first to do it, right? Her eyes curved into a smile, but there was something unsettling about it. The more restrained she was, the more uneasy Naruto felt. Where did you learn that? From? A book. Naruto held his breath and was silent for 3 seconds before saying, stop reading useless books. Oh, after saying that, Naruto muttered under his breath as he walked away. What scene was that from? I don't recall seeing it. Did Pervy Sage release a new book again? Sakura pursed her lips but said nothing, slowly following behind him. 2 hours passed by in a flash. Anko, now dressed in a warm coat, carried a few skewers of hot red bean dumplings. The film cruise ship was already docked at the harbor, and Koyuki had also been taken aboard. It was said that she was sleeping peacefully, like a sleeping beauty. Unfortunately, the one who knocked her out wasn't a prince, but a certain heartless blonde. Damn it. You're the one I trust the least? Anko shouted as she grabbed Naruto by the collar. Show some respect to our client. We're shinobi, not bandits. Okay, Naruto drawled lazily, showing little concern. The trio walked in a disorganized line. Anko felt exhausted and convinced that she and Naruto were fated to clash. She knew this mission was bound to be anything but simple. Sakura was walking beside Naruto, and suddenly, without telling Anko, she secretly grabbed Naruto's hand from behind, squeezed it tightly, and then immediately let go. Naruto was puzzled, his face full of questions. The action was so quick that Anko didn't notice anything at all. Sakura didn't say anything either and simply smiled at him. Feeling slightly confused but too lazy to probe further, Naruto shifted his focus back to the mission. As long as the mission was completed, nothing else mattered. He then casually pulled up the system interface. The previous option still lingered on the screen, awaiting his choice. There was a countdown in the upper right corner of the panel, showing that there were only 3 hours left to decide. The film cruise ship hadn't set sail yet, and in 3 hours, they might still be drifting at sea. The options couldn't be delayed any longer, I had to choose now. Option 1 was to protect Koyuki as she traveled to the land of snow to overthrow the tyrannical rule. Option 2 was to threaten Koyuki into handing over the geothermal generator and force the land of snow to pay taxes. The two are not actually in conflict and could even be executed consecutively. If he has to choose between the two, there is no need to choose the first option. After all, the key to the geothermal generator is on Koyuki. If he gets it, he still needs to deal with the current ruler of the land of snow. Moreover, the mission's objective was to protect Koyuki as she traveled to the land of snow to film a movie. Regardless of the circumstances, her safety had to be ensured. Option 2. With a thought, Option 2 flickered and disappeared, then the system interface slowly faded away. Despite the system choices, Naruto didn't want to deal with overly complicated matters. He picked Option 2 simply because the reward would allow him to upgrade the Flying Thunder God technique. Had the reward been different, Naruto might have chosen the first option just for convenience. Having made the system choice, he set aside thoughts of the system and focused on observing the situation. Seaside, at a port. As the late winter receded, the coastal mountains stood still, with most of the trees barren, the landscape filled with an air of desolation. Occasionally, small patches of green buds could be seen sprouting. A figure dashed down the mountain, riding a bicycle, only to crash violently into the sea, drawing the attention of those nearby. Sakura had already boarded the ship and didn't pay attention to the person who had fallen into the water. Instead, she focused her gaze on a particular spot on the dock. There, a blonde-haired figure crouched by the shore, grinning and watching the commotion with lively enthusiasm, gesturing animatedly. Soon, he locked eyes with the unlucky person in the water, and the two began exchanging insults. The person who fell into the water, red-faced and cursing, climbed back onto the shore with the help of the sailors. Then, without wasting any time, he ran angrily to the yellow-haired boy to argue. With a loud splash, the unlucky man was hurled into the sea by the yellow-haired boy, forming a graceful arc through the air. Ha ha ha. Is that brat a shinobi? Which village does he belong to? Throwing people into the sea, is he not afraid of punishment? He's not wearing a forehead protector, he must be a rogue shinobi. Or maybe not even a shinobi at all. If it were me, I could do that too. The ship rocked unsteadily as it sailed. In the distance, the sea met the sky, forming a fine silver line on the horizon. Anko was busy exchanging paperwork with the client, seemingly in the middle of a heated argument. With nothing to do, Naruto and Sakura stood on the deck, leaning over to look down. The sea was as clear and blue as the sky above, with turbulent white waves churning like fish darting in every direction. The salty sea breeze felt sticky against their faces, with a bitterness much stronger than soda water. So this is what the sea looks like. Sakura stood about 3 meters to Naruto's left, with half of her body leaning out from the railing. This is my first time seeing it, she said. Me too, Naruto said. If you keep heading west from the Valley of the End, you can see the sea. When Sasuke left last time, I almost chased him all the way to the Valley of the End. Hearing the word Sasuke, Sakura fell silent for a moment, pulling her clothes tighter around her. Do you still want to bring Sasuke back? Huh? Naruto instinctively shook his head. Not at all. Alright. Sakura didn't ask further. So you're all here, huh? Saves me the trouble of looking for you one by one. Anko's voice suddenly came from behind them. This journey's going to be a long one. Naruto and Sakura turned around to see Anko approaching, wrapped in a cotton coat and scarf. The clothes she was wearing were quite warm, though her open fishnet training outfit still revealed her generous figure, as bold and unabashed as ever. Won't your chest feel cold if you don't button up your clothes? Naruto asked bluntly. Anko stopped in her tracks, glanced down at her unbuttoned jacket, then looked up at Naruto with a slightly embarrassed expression on her face. Your focus is a kind of weird. Damn it, I'm just curious. Naruto asked, so, is it cold? Anko. The next day. Having never been out to sea before, Naruto had a restless night. Anko had mentioned that the journey would be long, and indeed, they had been drifting on the sea for an entire day without feeling like they were making much progress. Even if someone told him that the ship was just going in circles on the sea, Naruto would still believe it. Not being able to see the destination at all made life on board felt monotonous and dull. At dawn, Sakura stopped by to bring him some food. Did you not sleep well either? He asked while eating. Yeah, the ship's too unsteady. Sakura didn't look very well, with bloodshot eyes. The crew said we'd get used to it in a few days, and the return trip should be much better. What about that woman? You mean Anko-sensei? Sakura asked. Who else could it be? She's sharing a room with you, isn't she? Well, Sakura suddenly chuckled. Do you really want to know? But if you find out about such embarrassing thing, she'll probably kill you. In the afternoon, there's good news and bad news. The good news was that Koyuki had woken up. The bad news was she had come while wielding a sword. That damned brat. Koyuki was restrained by her attendants. Let me go, I want to. Over the sea, white birds glided across the blue sky, with the blazing sun casting its warm rays. The sea breeze tousled her hair as Koyuki's gaze passed through the crew's props and people, finally locking onto the blonde lazily leaning against the railing in the distance. Naruto, seemingly unconcerned, was reclining against the railings, basking in the sun. His golden hair fluttered messily over his forehead, and he wore a fitted, fleece-lined black combat suit, his eyes wandering elsewhere. Sakura stood beside him. She had been following Naruto since they boarded the ship. She rarely spoke, just following him and watching the seascape in silence. Initially, Naruto found her uncharacteristically quiet, a stark contrast from the Sakura he used to know, but eventually, he grew accustomed to it. Whether it was pink Sakura or dark Sakura, as long as she was obedient, she was good Sakura. For some reason, Naruto sensed that dark Sakura seemed especially compliant to his words. Over time, he didn't mind this change. Originally, he had little interest in Sakura, mainly to avoid getting entangled in the drama of bringing Sasuke back. Now, it seemed that wasn't an issue anymore. After all, ever since Dark Sakura took over, her feelings towards Sasuke seemed to have faded. Naruto's thoughts didn't linger on Sakura for long. On the other side of the deck, Koyuki had already been restrained by her manager. The props team was setting up the scene, seemingly preparing for filming. This sea area is relatively calm, so the crew is rushing the shooting schedule. Anko suddenly jumped out from a corner and landed steadily with a thud. Princess Foon still holds a grudge against you, so if you have nothing to do, you'd better stay away from her and not provoke her. Anko turned her head and glanced at Naruto, and warned. Who wants to provoke her? Naruto curled his lips. I'm just trying to get the mission over with as soon as possible. Dealing with a fussy client is a hassle. The crew continued assembling the stage background, with lighting and cameras already in place. In the distance, Koyuki had given up struggling and sat resignedly on a small stool, surrounded by several people who were busy applying makeup and fixing her hair. A crimson brush swept across Koyuki's full lips, making them appear bright and glossy. The backdrop was the endless sea, and Koyuki stared blankly ahead, her expression lazy and indifferent. Her blue eyes shifted slightly, seemingly glancing in Naruto's direction. It seems like she's looking at us, Sakura commented. Just ignore it. The filming soon commenced, with actors and props in position. Koyuki played the role of Princess Foon, a courageous and resilient princess fighting to reclaim her kingdom. Her character was able to face her inner fears and bravely draw her sword. Interestingly, this character is the exact opposite of Koyuki's real personality. She is timid, evasive and lazy. However, apart from Naruto and the former minister of the Land of Snow, who posed as her manager, almost no one knew Koyuki's true identity. This only added an extra layer of irony to the situation. Naruto stared at Koyuki, who had finished dressing up and was kneeling in the set to prepare her emotions. When the clapperboard clicked, Koyuki's expression instantly changed, and she slipped seamlessly into her role. Princess Foon is so amazing. Sakura praised, then added in a quieter voice, her acting is really good. The voyage that should have taken about 7 or 8 days had stretched into half a month due to a persistent sea storm, leaving them adrift without reaching the Land of Snow. The extreme weather made filming impossible, forcing everyone to huddle in the ship's cabin, waiting in silence. Even for shinobi, there wasn't much difference compared to ordinary people when facing the vast sea. The storm raged across the sea, and the crew's only hope lay in the food reserves within the cabin. But as time dragged on, everyone's anxiety grew. On this ship, the director held more authority than the captain and would visit the crew members daily, offering reassurance. He repeated the same comforting words over and over, and these scenes would typically last for half the day. Everyone, don't worry. Storms at sea are quite common, and the route has been verified by the Land of Water's shinobi, so it's absolutely safe. The fresh water and food on the ship are also enough to last everyone for 2 months. In 3 days at most, we should be near the waters close to the Land of Snow. The director's hoarse voice echoed in the corridor. Naruto stayed in the small cabin, glancing out the porthole at the ominous rolling clouds. He flopped onto the bed with a smack, muttering in complaint. We really can't avoid the storm, huh? At this rate, Snow Princess Ninja Scroll is going to turn into Robinson Crusoe. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and Naruto turned over and wanted to draw his sword upon hearing this, but he forced himself to hold it back. He got up from the bed and opened the door, and Sakura was standing at the door with food in her hands. Since the day before yesterday, food has been distributed in portions. Before this, no one could have expected such a thing to happen. In order to avoid the storm at sea, they ended up circling around into an even more dangerous area. What brings you here? Naruto asked. The corridor was filled with a salty, damp smell. To save energy, the lights were off, so the entire hallway seemed shrouded in a gray fog at this time. The sound of waves crashing was clearly audible from the deck, and everything around them swayed slightly. Fortunately, both Naruto and Sakura were shinobi. They habitually used chakra on their feet to cling to the floor, preventing themselves from being tossed around. Anko was constantly by Koyuki's side as her guard and had no time to bother with them. I couldn't finish mine, so I brought some to share with you, Sakura said with a smile. The food was all stored in the hold at the bottom of the ship, sealed behind a heavy oak door. Naruto had been there once while checking for safety hazards, and it was filled with large barrels of fine wine, stacked in the corners. Come on in, Naruto said, stepping aside. After Sakura entered the room, Naruto instinctively squinted his eyes and glanced up and down the narrow corridor. After confirming no one was watching, he shut the door. With a click, Naruto locked the door. When he turned around, he saw Sakura sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at him with her big eyes, making him feel a bit awkward as he explained. The door lock is broken. If I don't lock it, the door will swing open when the ship tilts. Alright. Sakura smiled. What does alright mean? Naruto wondered, feeling a bit uneasy. He walked over to the table and sat down on a chair bolted to the floor. The food is relatively simple, consisting of air-dried meat chunks. After a little steaming and adding some seasonings, it can be eaten directly, which is very convenient to stave off hunger at sea. But the food from a few days ago wasn't this tough and dry meat. It was proper meals with both meat and vegetables, which is clearly signaled that they were in trouble at sea. Naruto divided some of the meat, then pushed the remaining portion back in front of Sakura. Anko-sensei said there's something wrong with this ship, and we should be careful, Sakura said after taking the food. There might be a storm soon. Whatever, it is what it is. Let's eat first, Naruto said. Aren't you scared? Sakura asked. Scared of what? The storm. Sakura smiled. If a storm comes, everyone on this ship might die. It's dangerous even for us. I don't really care about it. The three of us just need to protect Princess Fune, Naruto said nonchalantly. As for everyone else, their lives aren't our responsibility. That being said, Sakura said, taking a bite of the meat and swallowed it with difficulty, even if we can walk on water, we are in the sea right now, so we would have no idea where to go. Without a ship and food, drifting at sea isn't a viable plan. We'll see when the time comes. Naruto put down the piece of meat, thought carefully and said, talking about it now is pointless and just adds unnecessary stress. Naruto was not in a hurry at all. After all, there was still a large amount of food and drinks in his seal space. He had stockpiled them when he was free, just in case of missions that might require them. He was prepared for the worst, like those harsh missions where he'd have to survive on wild fruits or hunting. So he figured it was better to stockpile food ahead of time. As for the ship Sakura mentioned, he didn't have one, but he did have a small raft. He couldn't remember when he bought it, but it was probably for rafting in the river downstream of the waterfall. Later, he'd forgotten about it, and it had just been collecting dust in the corner of his seal space. With such sufficient preparations, Naruto is confident that even if they ended up in the storm and the ship sank or got destroyed, the three of them could still get Koyuki out safely. Besides, at this point, worrying wouldn't help. All they could do was hope the ship avoided the storm or held up through it. Yeah, Sakura nodded and didn't say anything else. The next day, a sudden fog blanketed the sea, and even worse, the magnetic fields in the surrounding waters were in chaos. Fortunately, the sea surface that could be seen clearly with the naked eye was still calm. The ship was sailing relatively steadily, and the kitchen even prepared a sumptuous lunch at noon. On the deck, Naruto carried 2 meals, scanning around until he spotted Sakura in the mist. Anko has been protecting Koyuki closely, while Naruto is responsible for patrolling the perimeter. They usually relied on Sakura for communication between the two, and occasionally, Anko would personally check on Naruto during her shifts with Sakura. We suddenly got extra food. Naruto chuckled, raising the 2 meals in his hands. The crew thought we've almost reached the land of snow, so they're all excited. This seems more like a last meal than a celebration feast. Hearing this, Sakura chuckled and said, we are indeed approaching the waters of the land of snow. We should be there in about 2 days. Afternoon. The mist cleared, and the originally clear skies suddenly became gloomy. A storm was gathering not far away, and the sight of towering waves surging toward the ship left everyone on board staring at the enormous waves and the nearly black-purple sky. Their ship was heading straight for the massive waves. A sense of helplessness and fear washed over them, throwing the ship into chaos. Naruto took a sharp breath, thinking to himself that taking this mission was a huge loss. The crew on the ship had gone mad. What they initially thought was just a job had turned into a near-death experience, or so they feared. It would be their funeral. Naruto kicked open the door with one swift move, drawing his Kusanagi sword immediately. Looking down the corridor at the chaotic mob, everyone seemed like headless chickens, screaming and crashing into each other, swaying wildly. Some couldn't accept the reality and sat on the ground, muttering to themselves with vacant eyes. Angry roars echoed through the corridors as people began to lose their sanity. Screams, shrieks, and roars filled the air. Naruto paid them no mind, giving only a quick glance before quickly averting his gaze. He sprinted diagonally along the walls of the cabin, clutching his razor-sharp Kusanagi sword with a fierce look in his eyes. The storm hadn't hit yet, but massive waves were already battering the ship. "Shinobi? You're a shinobi, right? Quick, think of something." Someone in the corridor spotted Naruto running along the wall and shouted out. "Stop that kid. He's a shinobi, he must have a plan. Please don't abandon us, I can pay, I have money." The people in the corridor, desperate for any hope of survival, reached out frantically towards Naruto. But he ignored them completely, not even glancing back. He was a shinobi, yes, but not a savior. In the face of those towering waves, who could possibly play the savior? Right now, Naruto wasn't concerned with anyone else's survival. His priority was finding Anko, Sakura, and getting them all together. If possible, he would also bring along their protection target, Koyuki. In this situation, venturing outside was a death sentence. They needed to hide, and as long as they could weather the giant wave without being swept away, they would be fine. It didn't take long for Naruto to find the three women. Anko and Sakura were leading the panicked Koyuki towards the lower decks. But with the crowd ahead and time running out, it was clear they wouldn't make it. Naruto sheathed his sword and dropped down from the wall, landing right beside them. He kicked open a door and shouted to Anko and Sakura. "Quick! The giant wave is about to hit. It's too late to reach the bottom of the ship, get in here and hide." Anko was stunned for a moment, but before she could react, she had been pulled in by Sakura. Koyuki was also forcibly dragged into the room. With the four of them inside, the room felt cramped, but fortunately, there were straps fixed to the walls for securing their bodies. During his 2 weeks at sea, Naruto had thoroughly explored all the rooms and their functions on the ship. This was a 404 room he had discovered by chance during his patrols. But at this moment, those straps nailed to the walls served a vital purpose. As the ship braced for impact, at least there was something they could grab onto to stabilize themselves. "Just hold onto it, don't tie your body up, or you'll get strangled," Naruto warned. "If the ship gets pulled underwater and you can't undo the straps, you'll definitely die." Sakura wasn't familiar with these unusual straps, but Anko and Koyuki belatedly recognized them. Fortunately, now was a matter of life and death, and all conventional concerns were meaningless. The most important thing is to survive. Naruto pressed his face against the porthole, still muttering about something. Then, he stood beside Sakura and grabbed the straps on the walls. The three of them formed a protective triangle around Koyuki, determined to protect her no matter what. Grabbing the straps wasn't just for themselves, and they also made sure Koyuki did the same. Naruto, Sakura, and Anko are all shinobi, and their chakra allowed them to adhere firmly to the floor with just their feet. As long as they weren't directly hit by the massive wave, hiding here would be relatively safe. The main concern was for Koyuki, the only ordinary person among them. The deafening sound of the approaching wave shook the air, and the entire ship trembled violently. The atmosphere in the small room was incredibly tense. "Here it comes," Anko called in a low voice. "The wave is coming, hold on tight." With a thunderous crash, the ship's hull was split apart. In that instant, the sound was like lightning striking right next to their ears. Like a car traveling at 180 miles per hour crashing into a solid concrete wall, smashing it to pieces like clay. Against the roaring deep sea, human strength and ninjutsu were utterly powerless and insignificant, with all hope pinned on the ship. The immense impact shattered the small room and the porthole burst out like a cannonball under the tremendous pressure. Naruto tilted his head with difficulty and barely avoided being hit by the flying glass. The moment the porthole burst, seawater rushed in crazily. Anko grabbed Koyuki immediately, while Naruto and Sakura also rushed over instantly, protecting their target tightly. It wasn't that they were fearless, it's just that this is part of the shinobi's duty. No matter what unexpected events occurred, as long as the mission continued and no orders to abort were given by the team leader, the life of the target was the top priority. Sakura positioned herself in front of the target and tried to grab onto one of the straps on the wall, but a sudden surge of water slammed into her, like being struck by a hammer. Her arm instantly went numb and wouldn't respond. Then, half her body went limp, and she began to lose consciousness. Before she blacked out completely, she felt herself being grabbed. Through her fading vision, she saw a pair of deep blue eyes. Things got worse as the entire ship was pulled underwater. The cabin filled with seawater and the available air was dwindling. At this moment, only Anko and Naruto remained conscious. Sakura had been knocked unconscious, and there was no time to check if she had any injuries, so they could only carry her and escape first. There were only a couple of centimeters of air left at the top of the room, so Naruto and Anko floated to the surface to take a quick breath, exchanging a brief but understanding glance. Without a word, they each grabbed one person and dove down. Exiting the room through the door, they quickly reached the flooded corridor, where some small spaces still held pockets of air. In an upward-sloping triangular space, Anko and Naruto resurfaced, pulling the unconscious Sakura and Koyuki out of the water with them. "Is she alive?" Naruto checked Sakura's breathing and pulse, then asked Anko. She's alive. Anko answered simply and concisely. Rest for 10 seconds, don't die. Once we're out, you can do whatever you want. Anko shouted loudly. Head for the deck and follow me. These words sounded like the last word of dying person, and Naruto didn't know what to say. The 10 seconds felt incredibly slow, with every heartbeat marked by a deep look exchanged between Naruto and Anko. This has nothing to do with deep affection. If they really were going to die, everyone would prefer to see something alive before the end. Ideally, it would be a beautiful member of the opposite sex, as even if they die accidentally, they can still comfort themselves. In the last second before diving, Naruto's pupils dilated slightly. Together with Anko, he dove deeply, with Kyuubi's chakra slowly coursing through his body. The cabin door that wouldn't open underwater was kicked open by Naruto. There were all kinds of bodies and camera equipment lying on the bottom of the water. Almost everyone was dead, smashed to pieces by the huge waves. Naruto and Anko struggled in the chaotic underwater currents, each dragging a burden. The storm on the surface wreaked havoc below, affecting the waters even 10 meters deep. Feeling the pressure in his lungs, Naruto knew they were likely deeper than 10 meters. After finally escaping from the sunken ship, they found themselves in pitch-black water again. Seeing how Anko was struggling, Naruto gritted his teeth. Diving deeper, he grabbed the unconscious Sakura with one hand and Princess Koyuki with the other. Anko was slightly stunned for a moment but, with her load lightened, easily caught up to Naruto. At this point, carrying two was extremely exhausting. Naruto felt his body nearly reach its limit instantly. His chest felt like it was on fire, burning and stinging. But carrying two was still better than three. If Anko fainted, things would truly become problematic. If it really came to that, he would likely only bring Anko and Sakura to the surface. After all, professionally and personally, saving Anko had a higher priority than saving Koyuki. Anko swam rapidly, her agile form moving like a sea serpent as she quickly reached Naruto's side. Just as he was about to collapse from exhaustion, Anko grabbed Koyuki's other wrist, lightening Naruto's load as if in a relay. On the brink of life and death, breathing was impossible. Naruto's head was about to explode as he swam underwater. With reduced resistance on his left arm, his first instinct was to let go. But he couldn't release his grip, as doing so would put Anko in mortal danger. Naruto couldn't discern which way was up, but Anko could. At this moment, he began to feel fortunate that he had made the right decision not to abandon Anko. There was only endless darkness and surging undercurrents at the bottom of the sea. Luckily, Anko's clear and steady movements assured Naruto that they were swimming straight toward the surface. Two drenched figures finally broke through the cold ocean surface. Anko's chakra had been exhausted, yet she still held onto Koyuki's hand with all her strength. Naruto, wrapped in a red chakra cloak, slowly stood up from the sea. The seawater on his body evaporated instantly, leaving white salt grains clinging to his skin. Naruto dragged the unconscious Sakura out of the water, carrying her on his back, and then walked over to Anko. Anko looked up at him, and her pupils were vertical at this moment, resembling those of a snake. Naruto paused, stunned by the sight. Seeing this, Anko's expression quickly shifted, and when Naruto looked again, her eyes appeared normal again. Did I see it wrong? Naruto furrowed his brows, then pushed the thought aside. He pulled Anko out of the water, but she immediately sank back with an embarrassed smile. I'm out of chakra. Naruto sighed helplessly, realizing that although the storm hadn't completely subsided, the giant wave had passed. So, he took out the raft from the seal space and placed Sakura, Anko, and Koyuki on it. The four of them floated on the sea, with two unconscious and only Naruto and Anko remaining alert and somber. We survived, Anko remarked, feeling a mix of relief and disbelief. The raft bobbed with the waves, but it posed no further threat. As long as they didn't encounter any terrifying sea monsters, they had essentially been granted a second chance at life. That's not a given, Naruto said. We don't even know where we are right now. Who knows? Anko muttered before falling silent. After a few seconds, Anko began silently checking on the unconscious Koyuki. Seeing this, Naruto also pulled Sakura closer and checked her breathing and heartbeat. She's alive. Anko sighed in relief. Sakura's alive too, Naruto said. Anko didn't respond immediately and seemed to be preparing to do something else. Naruto looked at her and planned to imitate Anko's emergency procedures. If they could wake up the two of them, it would ease their situation significantly. Naruto observed Anko as she opened Koyuki's collar, and he followed suit, opening Sakura's collar. Then, he saw a scene that he probably shouldn't have seen and didn't dare to imitate it any further. The bouncing mountain. Anko used a rather unconventional method to wake Koyuki. Naruto realized that this method was probably from Orochimaru, as only he would devise such a purely efficient approach. Soon, he saw that Koyuki furrowed her brows, coughed, and slowly opened her eyes. A scream followed, but after a sharp look from Naruto and a sudden realization of her situation, she quickly fell silent. Anko, noticing Naruto hadn't done anything further, frowned and gestured for him to bring Sakura over. He obediently complied, and Anko used the same method, successfully waking Sakura as well. Sakura felt a chill and, looking down at herself, then up at Naruto, she showed little expression on her face and calmly began putting her clothes back on. Naruto watched the entire time, but said nothing. Here's the situation. Aside from us, everyone else is dead. Anko pulled out a few wet military ration pills from her ninja pouch and distributed them among the three. All dead? Koyuki seemed to have not come to her senses yet. Yeah, dead, Naruto said with neutral expression. Sakura's demeanor was similar, but her eyes occasionally glanced at Naruto with a mix of indifference and something else. How could everyone be dead? Koyuki muttered, her voice trembling as she clutched her head, while her body still dripping wet. Not a single one was saved? Aren't you still alive? Naruto replied with a harsh tone, Princess Fune, do you have any idea how close we all came to dying at the bottom of the sea to save you? If you dare say something like a self-righteous remark, I'll throw you into the sea and rinse you 300 times. Hearing this, Koyuki was stunned. She then saw the serious look on Naruto's face, and when she thought about their current situation, she realized he wasn't bluffing, he really would do something like that. Still, she tried to put up a small protest and spoke in a low voice, I wasn't meaning to say anything like that, but… Naruto ignored her and turned to look at Anko and asked, where are we? How should I know? Anko replied, we might be near the waters of the land of snow, or it could be somewhere else. This isn't the sea near the land of snow. Koyuki interjected, the color of the seawater is different. This is probably the deep sea. Hearing this, both Naruto and Anko turned their heads to look at her. Anko. Naruto. Another day passed as the four of them drifted on the raft. With Naruto's supplies from his seal space, they managed quite well. They had no idea where they were drifting, but at least they weren't in immediate danger of dying. Why do you have everything prepared? Anko asked, somewhat puzzled. She wasn't surprised about Naruto having spacetime ninjutsu, after all. Naruto is the disciple of one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, and has close ties with another of the legendary Sannin, which is also the Godem Hokage. With this network of resources, Anko would not be too surprised even if Naruto used some forbidden techniques. But Naruto's preparedness, from the raft to fresh water, food, drinks, camping gear, fishing equipment, and clothes for both winter and summer, even down to several sets of blankets, was extraordinary. If Naruto were a girl, Anko would half-jokingly suspect he'd have dozens of boxes of sanitary products stashed away too. I've got money and nowhere to spend it, so I buy a little of everything. Naruto answered casually, who knows when you might need something. It's better to be prepared. Anko suddenly remembered that Naruto lived alone, and she looked briefly awkward, apologizing for her previous remark. Naruto paused, taking a moment to understand, and then said it was okay. He was used to solitude and didn't mind being alone, as it was something he had grown accustomed to. After a long time, Koyuki suddenly said something to Anko, then stood up with a calm face and began to lift her skirt at the edge of the raft. Naruto turned his head and met Sakura's gaze directly. Sakura was also staring at him. She then lowered her eyes and leaned closer to him, whispering into his ear, what were you thinking when you saved me? Anko wasn't paying any attention to them, focusing instead on holding Koyuki's hand to prevent her from falling into the water. She stared absent-mindedly at the vast, endless sea, lost in her thoughts. Naruto felt a slight tickle in his ear as Sakura's warm breath brushed against his earlobe. Nothing, he replied. Then, Sakura didn't shy away, glancing at Koyuki, who had already returned to her spot, before continuing softly, did you save me because you didn't want her to die? No, if it was me who woke up, would you be disappointed? Sakura asked softly, her whole body leaning against Naruto, her voice calm. Why would you think that? Sakura didn't respond, and just sit back down in silence. Her eyes were dark as ink, staring off into the distance. This made Naruto feel a bit uneasy, but he didn't know how to address it. During the day, the sun was scorching on the sea, and they all took shelter under umbrellas. Sakura remained quiet, Naruto wasn't much of a talker, and Anko occasionally chatted with Koyuki. The two of them mostly discussed the details from before the incident, suspecting that the captain had a problem, and thought that there might be a shinobi among the sailors. But after talking about it, they couldn't figure out the exact cause. Surely no one would scheme against others while including their own life in the gamble, right? After several discussions, the two could only conclude that the accident was more likely due to natural causes than any human intervention, attributing most of the misfortune to the sea's storms and the mysterious evil god, Jashin, lurking in the background. Listening to all this, Naruto couldn't hold back anymore and interrupted, isn't the sea supposed to be under the control of the sea god? What does it have to do with Jashin? How would I know? Anko turned around with a puzzled expression, responding with a rhetorical question, isn't that what everyone says? Why are you taking it so seriously? Naruto, having been retorted, didn't take it to heart and simply chuckled awkwardly, retreating back under the umbrella. He and Sakura shared a large umbrella, while Anko and Koyuki shared another. When the wind picked up, they would put the umbrellas away, and if the wind was steady, they'd even use them as makeshift sails. As dusk approached, the light on the sea gradually dimmed. Naruto took a small sip of water and looked at Anko, who was sitting opposite him, and asked, "Does Konoha know we've gone missing?" "It's hard to say." Anko dispelled Naruto's expectations with one sentence, "Our mission to the Land of Snow has a 1-month deadline. If we don't return within a month, Konoha will notice. They'll probably search for us for quite a while, especially since your status is special." Anko added, "But right now, we don't even know where we are." "Well, the chances of being found are pretty much zero unless we see land. With the way we're drifting, there might be hope." Naruto stroked his chin and reasoned optimistically, "No matter where we end up, as long as we make it to shore, we can find our way back to the Land of Fire." "That's true." Anko agreed. "However, if we end up closer to the Land of Snow, we might as well finish the mission there," Naruto added. Anko didn't respond, just stared at the sea with an exasperated look, as if to say, "You're still thinking about completing the mission at this time?" Late at night, gentle waves lapped against the raft. The three of them took turns keeping watch. Naruto sat with his chin propped on his hand, staring blankly into the darkness of the ocean. Suddenly, he heard soft, rustling sounds from behind. A pair of arms wrapped around him gently from behind. Naruto's brow twitched slightly, but his face remained indifferent. "Here we go again." "She didn't wake up, it's me." Dark Sakura whispered softly, "Actually, I could pretend to be her. After all, we are the same person, and no one would ever notice. My acting skills are also top-notch, even better than the Princess Fun's. Besides, I'm going to disappear eventually. I was never really here, just a temporary existence. Like a product close to its expiration date on a store shelf. Apart from the expiration date, they are actually no different from normal products, right?" Naruto brushed her hands away, turned around, and in the faint, dim light, he stared into her eyes. Sakura's eyes were pitch black, her expression calm as she chuckled and said, "Sorry, I lied to you. How is it? Was my acting good? I just suddenly wanted to try this out to see if it's fun. It's all an act. Sasuke-kun isn't coming back. Naruto, from now on, we can." Naruto didn't listen to the rest of her words, instead, he reached out and touched her face. In the darkness, his fingers felt large, hot tears. For the first time, Naruto realized that Dark Sakura hadn't been lying, her acting was indeed excellent. She could cry without the slightest tremble in her voice, making it seem like she was actually laughing. He couldn't see her face, couldn't see her expression. His vision was cut off, his hearing deceived, but the sensation of touch was real. Those scalding tears etched deeply into his heart. Naruto knew that from this moment on, even if he might not always remember Sakura, his hands would never forget Dark Sakura, the one who performed so convincingly in the darkness of the night. But now, he didn't know what to say. The usually chatty Naruto found himself at a loss for words. He didn't know how to respond to the inevitability of a secondary personality disappearing someday. He hated this kind of silence. He didn't know how to speak up or how to deal with the overwhelming quietness. The waves crashed rhythmically as the vast darkness enveloped them. Most of the time, she was quiet, only occasionally doing something slightly out of line. When Naruto fell silent, Dark Sakura stopped speaking as well, turning her gaze toward the quiet sea, lost in her own thoughts. After a while, Naruto lightly coughed, breaking the silence. His deliberately lowered voice echoed like a ghost drifting on the night sea. "Compared to Sakura," Naruto said, "I prefer you more." He had thought about it briefly but spoke truthfully as he always did. He liked this Sakura more than the one from before, and her obedience was part of it. But more importantly, Naruto liked Dark Sakura's personality. Setting aside the fact that they shared the same body, he genuinely preferred this version of Sakura. "Really?" Sakura leaned closer. "Really?" Sakura smiled, and in the darkness, she wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck and hugged him tightly. Morning arrived. Anko yawned as she finished the last night watch. After a quick wash, she curled up under the umbrella to rest while Koyuki kept watch in the morning. Thanks to Naruto, they had no major problems with food and clothing. However, their fate was still tied to the raft beneath them, drifting aimlessly. Their only hope now was to come across land or a passing ship. Even a deserted island would be good enough. In the first few days of drifting together, Sakura didn't seem to avoid Naruto at all. Whether changing clothes or doing anything else, even when she met Naruto's gaze, she remained unusually calm. Anko and Koyuki were more reserved in some respects. After all, with a blonde guy hanging around them, it roughly counted as mixed company. But after 3 days of drifting, the two women completely let go. When it rained in the afternoon, they took the chance to bathe. With their survival in question, they found it pointless to be modest. Conversation among them grew increasingly sparse, with most of their time spent resting in shifts, with one person watching the sea while the other three rested. Usually, people need only about a third of the day for rest, but in this situation, they were resting 3/4 of the time. Although Koyuki didn't need to keep watch at night, there was still plenty of rest for everyone. On the fourth day of drifting at sea, their spirits were relatively good. Another rain shower came in the morning, and they huddled under umbrellas. When the rain stopped, they passed the time by fishing. Naruto didn't bother fishing because they weren't short on food. He dozed under the umbrella, occasionally opening his eyes to scan the vast, endless sea. His gaze would also occasionally sweep over the three women, each with her own fishing rod, sitting in different spots. It was just a way to kill time, though sometimes their efforts were rewarded, bringing excited shouts. "It's hooked," Koyuki exclaimed, fumbling to pull the line in, her light attire revealing much as she jumped up in excitement. Naruto used to this by now, so he just glanced at her briefly and then looked away. Anko handled the fish, collecting the blood and guts in bags and then tossed them into the distant waters. Naruto's sealed space contained iron pots, seasonings, and even several boxes of fuel. In such a bleak time, this provided the three women with a small sense of light-hearted enjoyment amid the hardship. A fire flickered on the raft as fish sizzled and popped in the pan. Fortunately, it was daytime, so there was no real danger of attracting anything unwanted and the water remained calm. Naruto clicked his tongue, glancing at the few fish already golden on both sides, and casually remarked, "Are these all you caught?" Anko frowned, looked at Naruto with dissatisfaction, and said, "If you're so great, let's see how many you can catch." "Me?" Naruto squatted nearby, glancing at the three fishing rods resting on the side. "I could probably catch 5 fish in less than a minute." "What?" Anko's mouth twitched slightly. "Although we are now at sea and the future is worrying, it's only been a few days. How can you already go crazy?" "I'm not joking," Naruto said seriously. "Just ask Sakura, she'll tell you." Anko turned to Sakura, who was just putting the fish away. She didn't say anything when she heard this, but just nodded perfunctorily. "Impossible," Anko insisted. "If you can catch 5 fish in 1 minute, I'll eat them raw, every single one of them." Naruto glanced at Anko with complicated gaze. "I didn't expect you had such a taste." After thinking for a moment, Naruto pulled out 2 new backup fishing rods from his seal space. This was the 4th generation version of his backup's backup rods. Anko watched as Naruto lowered 5 fishing rods into the water simultaneously without even baiting the hooks. Within 3 seconds, all 5 rods had a bite. Watching the 5 fish flop wildly on the raft, Anko's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though her own face had been slapped. Fortunately, Naruto didn't force Anko to eat them raw, and calmly tossed each fish into the bucket instead. "You didn't develop any ninjutsu specifically for fishing, did you?" Anko couldn't help but ask. "No way." Naruto reeled in each fishing rod. "This is an innate talent that can't be taught. Ninjutsu is just a hobby, fishing is my main job." Night fell, and they finished eating the last fish. In the darkness, Anko suddenly spoke. "Let's wait 5 more days. If nothing changes, then we'll call it quits." "What do you mean, call it quits?" Naruto was shocked and quickly got up. "Think it over. You're the leader of this team. Damn it, don't give up so easily. Can't you hold on a little longer?" "I'm not planning to give up," Anko said. Hearing this, Naruto let out a sigh of relief. He was almost shocked out of his wits just now. Although they had been drifting at sea for nearly 5 days, their survival conditions weren't that dire. With food and water, it shouldn't be enough to break down so quickly. "So, what are you talking about then? If we don't see any hope in 5 days, we'll have to try calling for help," Anko said. "Even if it risks alerting that bastard Orochimaru, using a summoning technique might be our only way to send a message." "Summoning technique? I can do that too," Naruto said, belatedly realizing. "What can you summon?" Anko hesitated for a moment. "Slug." Anko fell silent. She turned her head and looked at the endless darkness on the sea, then suddenly pounced on Naruto. Grabbing him by the neck, she didn't squeeze hard but shook him as if to vent her anger, and spoke through gritted teeth. "You're a real piece of work, Uzumaki Naruto. If you can summon Katsuyu-sama, why didn't you say so earlier?" "Cough. You didn't even ask." Naruto coughed and shouted defiantly. "How was I supposed to know you could summon Katsuyu-sama?" Anko released Naruto, taking a deep breath to calm herself, and then said, "Forget it, give it a try now." "Okay." Naruto agreed, but there was not much emotion on his face. Sakura and Koyuki watched from the side. They didn't know what the two were talking about, but they could tell that Anko and Naruto seemed to have found a new way to escape their predicament. With a bang, Naruto summoned a small portion of Katsuyu using a minimal amount of chakra. A Katsuyu the size of a soccer ball appeared on the raft, initially looking a bit dazed before addressing Naruto. "Naruto-sama." Naruto and Anko were both stunned when they heard this. Naruto stared at Katsuyu in disbelief. Even though he could only see an outline in the darkness, "Since when did I become Sama? Did this mean I was recognized? Why is this different from what Tsunade said?" Naruto had been ready to address Katsuyu with Sama, but the reversal took him by surprise. However, now is not the time to dwell on these small details. Anko nudged Naruto, and the slightly dazed Naruto suddenly came back to his senses. He coughed and asked, "Can we contact Tsunade-sama?" It had only been about half a month since the three had left the Vaughn. At this rate, it would still take some time for Konoha to realize Anko's team was in trouble. However, the sea was unpredictable, and it was a miracle that they hadn't encountered any extreme weather or accidents in the past 4 to 5 days. If they dragged this out further, they might end up lost to the sea forever. In the boundless sea, even though the three of them are shinobi and they could support each other to keep going, and even with Naruto's supplies to sustain them, having no direction was still a major issue. Katsuyu heard the sound of the waves and immediately became a little panicked, as she would quickly die as she fell into the seawater. "Well, I can't contact Tsunade-sama on my own, unless she summons my main body herself." Upon hearing this, Anko sighed. But she still explained their current situation to Katsuyu, hoping it could pass the message to Tsunade. They agreed to summon her once every day for updates. Time flew by and 7 days passed. The raft had become worn out, and the group continued drifting on the sea. During this period, they went through several rainstorms and 2 large waves. Koyuki was nearly washed away once, and Sakura was pulled underwater once as well. It was Naruto and Anko who rescued them, pulling them back from the brink of death. Although they escaped danger, the raft had become tattered. There was still no news from Katsuyu, and the group's spirits were getting low. On the 16th day of drifting, the night was pitch black. At night, they could barely see anything, so even if land appeared in the distance, they wouldn't be able to notice it. Forced by the situation, they could only muddle through. Having endured many storms together, the four had become close, like comrades bonded through life and death. Following their usual routine, they sat together and chatted quietly. Koyuki told her life story before becoming an actress without any reservation, so the three from Konoha started calling her the runaway princess. Koyuki had also come to terms with her past and just hoped she could someday return to the land of snow and take a look. Naruto thought of something and suddenly asked, "Could you give me that necklace of yours?" A gust of wind whistled by, and the necklace landed steadily in Naruto's hands. Koyuki's voice came through, lazy and nonchalant. "There's nothing I can't give you. If you want it, you can have me too." On the 22nd day, the raft completely broke down. Naruto carried Koyuki on his back while Sakura and Anko stood with him on the surface of the sea, watching the tattered raft slowly sink into the sea. No one said a word. Without the raft, they were not far from death. On the 23rd day, they finally spotted land and eagerly went ashore, only to find it was completely deserted, with no one living there. Naruto climbed to a high vantage point and saw a large symbol of the Uzumaki clan. Standing at the top of the cliff, Naruto looked out over a vast, desolate forest. The towering trees and vines that blocked out the sun couldn't completely conceal the ruins and remnants of a once existing village. The shady hillside was covered with exposed rocks, and low bushes spread recklessly. The contrast between the dead trees and the nearby lush vegetation was stark, like the landscape of the Mediterranean. The sound of waves filled his ears, and as he looked further ahead, there was a stagnant pool of water. Naruto nodded and turned his head, noticing white smoke rising on the other side of the island where the three women were staying. Retracting his gaze, Naruto moved away. When he rejoined the three women, Anko had already prepared some food. Naruto sat down directly, eating while saying, "There are some ruins here. It doesn't look like anyone lives here. I really admire you for not showing any excitement when we came ashore." Anko glanced at Naruto and sighed. "Sometimes I really doubt whether I've reached the end of my career as a jonin." "Tokubetsu jonin." Naruto cheekily corrected her. "What's so special about going ashore?" Naruto said nonchalantly, "We've been floating on the sea for almost a month without any problems. It's impossible not to come across any land eventually." "Fine." Anko conceded. She felt completely disheartened after drifting for a month, making her doubt her capabilities as a jonin. None of her ninjutsu had anything to do with water, and facing the endless ocean felt like staring into an enormous, boundless blue coffin. This new team of 3 shinobi, each having inherited the legacy of the Sannin, still found themselves overwhelmed by the sea. At one point, Naruto even regretted not having signed a contract with the Mount Myoboku's toads. At least the toads in Mount Myoboku could transmit messages in both directions, but Katsuyu couldn't. When Katsuyu's clone returns to her main body, Tsunade can only get the message when she summons Katsuyu herself. "This place could be the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools," Naruto suddenly said. "The ruins of the Land of Whirlpools?" Anko stared at Naruto for a long time with a perplexed expression. "Isn't that a country that was destroyed in the war a long time ago?" Naruto nodded and said, "That's what I've heard. I heard it was a country famous for its sealing techniques. When Konoha was founded, Shodem Hokage had a good personal relationship with the leader of the Land of Whirlpools, and the two villages established a cooperative relationship. But the sealing techniques of the Land of Whirlpools was too strong, and the country was destroyed under the joint attack of several sides." Anko explained, "That's all I know, just things I read in books." Naruto shook his head and said, "For now, we still can't confirm whether it is really the ruins of Land of Whirlpools. Let's find an opportunity to explore in the next couple of days." "Alright, I'll go with you so we can look out for each other," Anko agreed. "Okay." Naruto had been waiting for her to say that. 2 more days passed, and finally, there was news from Konoha. Tsunade, upon learning the situation of Anko's team, immediately halted Kakashi's mission and ordered him to lead a team of Anbu to assist them. When it came to experience in overseas missions, no one could surpass Konoha's most famous person, Kakashi. Tsunade appointed him to lead the rescue team, especially since the mission was in the Land of Whirlpools. Kakashi had traveled extensively and, while he hadn't been to the Land of Whirlpools, he knew how to handle matters between great nations. In the Land of Whirlpools, it was a clear day. Naruto and Anko wandered around the hillside several times and found a circular pit at the site of the Land of Whirlpools ruins. The edge of the pit was inscribed with cryptic text. "Can you read it?" Anko asked. "I'm not a local. How could I possibly understand it?" Naruto replied, slightly annoyed. "You can't just assume that just because my last name is Uzumaki, I can read this. I haven't even left Konoha that many times. Besides, aren't you a Jonin? Shouldn't you be well informed?" "That's just prejudice." Anko's face turned red as if she had been stabbed in the sore spot. She then said angrily, "Who said that a Jonin must be well informed? Do you think everyone is Kakashi?" "Can Kakashi-sensei understand this?" Naruto asked curiously. "Maybe, he's been to many places, so he might know more," Anko replied, glancing at Naruto again and mumbling. "Let me say something that might not need saying. Now that Konoha has sent people to rescue us and they might arrive tomorrow, why not wait a little longer? We've survived so far, taking risks now could mean losing everything." "Yeah, we've made it this far." Naruto unsheathed his sword, gave Anko a side glance, and then jumped into the pit, using his sword to slide down slowly along the rocky walls. He looked up, watching as Anko's figure at the pit's edge grew smaller, and said, "I remember there's a saying, since we're already here." Inside the ruins, images of Shinigami were everywhere. The walls were carved with various sacrificial rituals. The vibrant and detailed murals covered nearly every inch of the partially collapsed walls. Naruto stayed at the bottom of the pit for a while, and suddenly heard a scream behind him. He instinctively turned around, just in time to see Anko fall, crashing heavily on top of him. "Sorry," Anko apologized sheepishly, "I lost my grip halfway through my descent and fell straight down." "You are a Jonin now, right?" Naruto's face turned dark. "Tokubetsu Jonin," Anko reiterated. "You're really holding a grudge, huh?" Naruto grumbled. "Damn it, just get off me first. If you don't, my bones are going to break." "I'm not that heavy," Anko said annoyedly as she stood up. "When we go back up later, you'd better not ask me for anything," Naruto sneered. "You are a half-baked Jonin, and you still want to come down even though I told you not to. If you die, I, as the leader of the team, will also be responsible." Anko said nonchalantly, "If I can't go up, I will use my beauty to seduce you." "You think I care? It's not like I haven't seen it before. I remember that you have a small mole under your chest." Naruto chuckled. "So what if you've seen it?" Anko sneered back. "No matter what you say, I have to keep an eye on you. If you die here, Tsunade-sama would tear me apart." Trashy Jonin. Perverted genin. As they continued to mock each other, they ventured deeper into the ruins. Down below was a structure resembling a sacrificial palace, mostly collapsed and in ruins. Why would they build a sacrificial place underground? Is it to save space? Anko wondered aloud, circling the area with a puzzled expression. Is it because land was scarce in the Land of Whirlpools, so they moved the altar underground? The Land of Whirlpools is small, but most of its land shows no signs of being cultivated, which means there weren't many people. Naruto said, "It can't be about saving space. These statues are terrifyingly grotesque. They must be the deities worshipped by the Land of Whirlpools. But it's odd, why would they move the worship of gods to such a sunless underground? Who knows?" Anko said with her hands folded. "Maybe those gods liked this dungeon-like sacrificial site. After all, who knows what the gods are thinking?" Naruto stopped, staring at the statues with ferocious expressions, with Anko's words echoing in his mind. "Dungeon? Well, compared to a sacrificial altar, this place is indeed more like a dungeon."
The Land of Whirlpools was renowned for its sealing techniques, often used to suppress various biju and malicious spiritual creatures. The remaining summoned beasts today are mostly those that have allied with humans. While there are still some wild spiritual beasts, they generally prefer to avoid human contact.
Overall, the people of the Land of Whirlpools would seal anything they encountered. If they didn't like something, even a stray dog barking on the side of the road, they'd seal it without hesitation. Logically speaking, if they have such an amazing sealing technique, how could they possibly worship hundreds of gods? Shouldn't it be more like, "I am the greatest under heaven"? Is there a possibility that this is not the altar for gods, but rather a prison for them? Naruto's mind was a jumble of thoughts as he glanced at the bottomless crevice ahead, and he gave up the idea of going down to explore immediately. Let's get out of here first, he suggested. After some effort, the two of them climbed out of the pit. Sunlight hit Naruto, but it offered no warmth. He turned to see Anko stretching under the sunlight. She had a slender waist, a perfectly round figure, and was in the prime of her youth. Her figure and appearance are at their peak. You should cut back on sweets in the future, Naruto said seriously. Why? Anko frowned slightly. Why do you care? If I can't have sweets, what's the point of living? Do as you please. I'm just saying. Take it or leave it. But if you end up turning into a barrel one day, don't blame me. You're the one turning into a barrel, Anko retorted, with a hint of insecurity in her voice. In the next few days, Naruto had explored half of the island. Except for some places that were inaccessible, he had been to all the places on the surface, but found almost nothing. About 8 days later, the travel-worn Kakashi finally arrived. When he saw his two students standing there with their hands and feet intact, Kakashi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he asked lazily with one of his eyes drooping and one hand half raised, "Yo, you guys doing alright?" "We're fine." Naruto scratched his face and said, "They're all good too." "Kakashi-sensei." Sakura waved as well. "I'm glad you're alright." Kakashi smiled with his eye half closed. Still, drifting from the land of snow to the western side of the land of whirlpools isn't easy. Anko stood there, feeling slightly awkward. As a Tokubetsu Jonin, encountering such an unexpected situation felt like bad luck. Although she managed to keep both the target and her team alive, she still felt somewhat embarrassed. Kakashi, however, didn't focus on Anko. He briefly went over the details with her and then used his authority to change the nature of their mission. After the Godem Hokage's consideration, I, Jonin Hitaki Kakashi, hereby announce the termination of the Land of Snow's mission, and the Anko's team is to escort the protection target back to Konoha. The order is effective immediately. Kakashi stamped the new mission document with both the Godem Hokage's seal and his own personal seal. Anko confirmed the order's validity and signed off with her handprint. Thus, the Land of Snow mission was temporarily cancelled. Anko's team and Koyuki were safely escorted back to Konoha by Kakashi and his group, and all were admitted to the Konoha hospital for observation. All three women were injured to varying degrees and would have to stay in the hospital for a while, but Naruto was fine and got discharged the same day. Tsunade didn't call for him, so he was happy to relax and went straight home. After a month away from home, his house was still the same. Kurama was lounging on the sofa, the balcony piled high with empty liquor bottles, the windows wide open, and wind chimes softly tinkling. After washing up, Naruto was blow-drying his hair when Kurama suddenly woke up. "Oh, you're back?" "Yeah, I'm back." Naruto finished drying his hair and casually put on his clothes. "You've been home alone for the whole month?" "Pretty much, but I went out for walks sometimes." Kurama sprawled on the sofa, with a mysterious smile on his face. Humans really are foolish. "No one noticed me even when I walked down the street." "You're just a dog. What's there to notice?" Naruto replied without mercy. "Hey, what do you know?" Kurama took out a pair of small glasses with his paws and put them on his nose, looking like a wise dog. "Humans let their guard down around me because I disguise myself well." "Really? That's amazing," Naruto said perfunctorily. "That's what the woman said when I paid for the takoyaki," Kurama said, nodding his head. "What woman?" Naruto turned his head to ask. "That blonde woman." Kurama rolled over and pulled out a bottle of liquor from beneath him, and said, "That woman came over once when you were away." "What was she doing here?" Naruto went into the kitchen, poured a glass of water, leaned against the kitchen and asked while drinking. "Hey, you're all my slaves." Kurama skillfully bit off the bottle cap and spat it into the trash can. "It's the same as what you do every day, cleaning up the place." "Uh-huh." He didn't say anything else, put down the glass of water and lazily lay down on the sofa. "Why do you seem so listless?" Kurama asked, taking another swig of liquor. "You've been quieter since you got back." "Adult stuff, Fox, it's none of your business." Naruto glanced at Kurama and then took out the key of the geothermal generator he got from Koyuki from his pocket. The key was in the shape of a purple crystal, resembling a long necklace. Lying on the sofa, he dangled it in the air, staring at it intently. The reward for second option is to upgrade his Flying Thunder God technique, but the mission is now cancelled. Although the client was lost at sea, the target, Kazuhana Koyuki, was still alive. Therefore, as long as she is willing to restart the resume The Land of Snow's mission, the cancelled mission could restart rather than end outright. Konoha has already received the remuneration, so both morally and logically, they wouldn't refuse Koyuki's request. The question is, how to convince Koyuki, who has survived the disaster, to set out on the journey to the Land of Snow again? Would she be willing? After pondering for a while, Naruto sighed and clenched the key in his hand. Just take one step at a time. Now that something like this has happened, whether it was an accident or some other reason, Koyuki's mental state was already fragile from her ordeal at the sea, so it was best not to push her too soon. Some things can't be rushed, and there's still plenty of time.